Chalcedony, or chalcedony, depending on how you pronounce it, is best thought of as a species name rather than an individual gem material. The chalcedony group includes things like agate, onyx and carnelian. Chalcedony can also be used to refer to different coloured gemstones, so you do have blue chalcedony, yellow chalcedony and also pink chalcedony as well.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker, Ivy House, Henley Road, Outhill, Studley, B807DU. Get making and good luck.
Get creating stunning designs in no time at all with this brilliant introduction to Kumihimo DVD with guest designer Sarah Elvin. These easy to follow steps on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and will show you the best techniques to get you started with this amazing medium. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today.
Welcome back everybody, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. I'm so sorry, the chain sold out, I know, but don't worry, we've still got that box chain that did sell out the weekend, but then sneaky guest designer had managed to squirrel some away, like someone hibernating for the whole of winter. Today I am joined by the little squirrel herself, the wonderful Linda.
Yeah.
Haven't been compared to a squirrel, Linda?
That's probably one of the better comparisons there. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I'm here to help.
Yeah.
How are you, love?
Good, thank you.
Now, I'd like to know what you think of Russian chrome dioxide, please.
Gosh, it's a big subject, Russian dioxide is. I mean, the whole history of it, the whole mechanic of getting Russian dioxide is such a hard... it's just difficult to get, but it's difficult to source, it's difficult to get out of the ground. So it should be treasured. It really should. I was watching a programme called Fabergé just after Christmas, and he adored working with Russian chrome dioxide.
Absolutely.
So particularly in the what is well known for the eggs, the royal eggs for the Tsar and Tsarina. So that if the likes of Carl Fabergé work with it, then you know
it's good enough for us.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm about to bring you and what I'm about to show you is a superb quality of chrome dioxide. I want to just give you literally a light wash, a light watercolour of kind of the history of this gemstone. First things first, comes from an extremely remote location within Siberia, which is so cold, which is so kind of frightful in kind of conditions terms, that we're only able to get this for a short time of the year. And the fact of the matter is that actually the location in which it is so cold, that the miners themselves kind of have a little term, and the term is Whisper of the Stars. And Whisper of the Stars refers to how cold the temperature is in the summer when they can mine, and when they actually communicate with each other, how their breath literally freezes in air and audibly hits the ground. They refer to that noise of their breath freezing midair and that hitting the ground as Whisper of the Stars. So that is the time at which they can get their hands on it. Chrome dioxide is something that sadly has had a record-breaking year in 2015, the worst year so far for yields, because, well, numerous reasons. Number one, less and less miners are going back every year. Number two, the weather has been so extraordinarily bad that the mining period has been cut down. And number three, for the fact that there's such a shortage now, people aren't actually sure whether or not they're going to be able to get enough out of the ground to be worthwhile for them. 2015 has brought a decreased yield of around 70% on the year before that, which already wasn't a great year, which has seen the price hike from the last few months of around about 300%. This is the hardest gemstone to get our hands on at the moment. In our last 3 purchasing trips, on our last 3 buying missions, if you will, we haven't been able to buy any of this. We have found the likes of tanzanite easier to purchase than this gemstone. When you see a gemstone strand that you fall in love with, you should always get it. But for me, when you see a strand that is of quality as this, and also is in truly dire straits as this, you need to be very, very quick off the mark. Ladies and gentlemen, your stunning Russian chrome dioxide. And it is just stunning, isn't it? It is absolutely phenomenal. Formed in this area in Siberia. This kimmelite pipes these come from. It's essentially these volcanic pipes. So you've got these volcanic pipes that bring this up from very, very, very deep within the crust of the earth. And what you get coming up through these kimmelite pipes are the likes of your kimmelite diamonds. Now, a lot of you will know and have heard of kimmelite diamonds. A lot of you won't have. Don't worry if you haven't. It no longer exists in the sense of it's no longer being mined. It's no longer being kind of coming out of the depths of the earth. So you get the kimmelite diamonds and the chrome dioxide coming up through that same pipe within Siberia. The kimmelite diamond now gone, yields have been taken out, there is no mining for it anymore, there isn't any more to be found in that crust of the earth, so they've absolutely and completely gone. The price point, as you can imagine, absolutely skyrocketed as soon as that happened. But with the kimmelite diamond, we did start to see traces of elements of that price rising when we were being told and knew that that yield was going down. The price did skyrocket when that went, and it continues to do so. If you want to buy some kimmelite diamond now, first off, you'll be getting it second hand. Second off, you will be likely to be paying through the roof. The fact of the matter is, we're seeing the signs, we're seeing the drip, drip, drip of signs now of this gemstone itself going. And if our very good sources are to be believed, 2016, this gemstone might not even be mined. There are whispers, there are stories, there are tales of the fact that this gemstone mine for this gemstone might not even open in 2016. Yields were so bad, so dreadful for 2015, the worst on record, and because of the kind of increasing, terrible weather, the lack of miners who are prepared to go through that time and time again, we have heard quite likely that this mine will not open at all. I have got the opportunity here to bring you one of our early last year's purchases from 2014's yields. Are we likely to get any of 2015 yields? I highly doubt it. Why? Because over the last 3 shows that we've been to, buying trips we've been to, we haven't been able to get it. And why again? Because for the price of rough, you're looking at £10 per carat base rate. You are getting more that are giving you a higher price point, and you're getting some who are going, make us an offer on this parcel and we'll see who's best. But basically you're looking at £10 per carat of rough base rate. Now what does that mean? That means I'm going to need at least 50 carats worth of this to make this strand, because I've got 40 carats worth of it, but 10 carats worth of this, it is quite a tricky gemstone to cut, can quite easily be lost. That means a strand like this, if I were to buy it in rough form, would be costing me around £500 at trade prices. your price point today doesn't reflect any of what I've just told you. £47.95. I mean, look at the quality of this. That is not a measly strand, is it? You've got loads on there, and look at the quality on it. Look at that brightness within there. That in itself is just exceptional, isn't it? To have that amount of quality and brightness. Look at the life within it. Look at that sparkle. This isn't your measly quality. No, I'm not saying for 1 second, oh, if you see chrome dioxide, buy as much as you can of it. I'm absolutely not. I'm saying if you appreciate a stunning quality Russian chrome dioxide, you could be getting your hands on something that in future you will be paying through the roof for. If we wanted as a company to make this strand right here, right now, it genuinely would, at the shows we've been to recently, be costing us around £500 to make one strand because the roof is going for £10 per carat. Why on earth then are we going to drop this price? I'll tell you exactly why, because we here at Jewellery Maker like to stick to our guns. We purchased this on the 2014 buying mission of this gemstone when the prices were still relatively low. Will we be able to buy any of 2015's haul? Probably not, and even if we do, we won't be taking £10 off it. £37.95 for one of the rarest gemstones in the world. We're a big company. We've got a great buying team. We've had the same buying team for the last almost 6 years, and that buying team have been going for years before that with other companies. So realistically, we've got one of the biggest, most notable buying teams that there is. But to get your hands on a new strand like this, I'm not seeing this ever before of chrome dioxide at £10 off. We could just be following the market. We could just be copying everyone else and going, oh, way up. We ain't getting our hands on any of these for 2015 by kind of the way our buying's going. So let's hold on to what we've got and hold that price point, shall we? But we haven't. We got a great price in 2014 and we passed that on. That's our way of saying to you, thank you so much for being there and for kind of helping us out and for sticking with us and to kind of be there for the journey and seeing how these gemstones go. I am personally collecting chrome dioxide from Russia at the moment, and at that price point for this quality, this is one I personally, as a gem collector and a gem lover, want to get my hands on because that vibrancy of colour and hue is intense. What do you think of this, please, Linda?
It's glorious, isn't it? I mean, that's what I was going to say. It's a collector's strand. From a jewellery maker's point of view, if you don't want to, let's say it as if you don't want that much green in a piece, it is exquisite with pearls. Mm-hmm. So you imagine how many strands of pearls. I mean, a 3-stranded graduated drop of pearls with using just 3 of that is absolutely glorious. Very high-end, very high-end boutique Bond Street look. So this, definitely see this as a strand that possibly you would put with another gemstone or 10.
Yes, yeah.
I think that's probably, some gemstones you can, like we said earlier in the show, you can say, oh yes, we'll put all those together, it'll look fantastic all together. I think something as vibrant as chrome dioxide, or something as rare and as collectible,
yes,
then I think you perhaps do need to use it a little bit more succinctly, a little bit more elegantly perhaps.
I agree.
Because that's when you actually get the full hit from it.
Yeah, when you get the full life of it. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want this, it really is a connoisseur's kind of gemstone right now, but nowhere near a connoisseur's price point. If you try to buy this at trade prices now, you won't be getting 40 carats worth for that, I can tell you that for nothing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, one thing I do want to say, how great does it go in my deal of the day? They go fantastically well together. You love this opal, don't you?
There's not a word being invented yet, Rebecca, for what I think about that opal. It's yet to be invented. It's probably unpronounceable.
I love that. I'm sure I'll come up with it for you at some point. Okay, everyone, let's move on because we've got loads more to fit in within this hour. In what hour, please, Poppet? In the 4 o'clock hour. I'm bringing you now some multicoloured sapphire. I'd love your initial thoughts when you hear the word sapphire.
Oh gosh, okay, sapphire is certainly what I call my jewel colours. If you find that treasure chest at the bottom of the ocean from a pirate shipwreck or whatever, those are the colours I expect to find in it.
Yeah, I love that description.
Yeah, obviously one of the top 5 gemstones, but the glory of sapphires and fancy sapphires is just that. You've got your blue, which I can see are there. You've also got your fancy sapphires as well. So it's just a match made in heaven, isn't it? It's one gemstone, different hues, different colours, and it's a sapphire.
Yes. It is. It's statement. It's notoriety.
Yeah, it's very well known, and it's this is what the likes of Bond Street in London and places like Dubai, New York and that, you know, this is what they deal in: diamonds, sapphires, rubies, emeralds, tanzanites.
Definitely. And with this as a necklace, I mean, you've got so much here to work with, you truly do. Would you ever expect to see an entirely natural sapphire necklace with the likes of your fancy sapphire in there, which of course we know are very rare indeed in the trade, but also in the crust of the earth? Would you ever expect to see an entirely sapphire necklace for under £40? Your price point today, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm not even staying there. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you've got to get yourself to the phone lines. 0800 644 655. Do you know why? Just shy of £30. What a Bobby Dazzler. But today, £19.95. It's mind-boggling. Now, everybody, I've got very few opportunities. I'm in my last chance saloon right now. That means 30 or less. My foot's through the door. I'm heading to the bar because last orders is just around the corner. At that price point, that isn't the type of thing we'd normally expect to see, let alone just on even a treated sapphire. On a treated sapphire, but this isn't. This is natural. This is natural. This is the real deal.
It's a long strand as well.
It's really lengthy. Yeah, that for me, with a little bit of an extended at the bottom. Just let you know, double figures, way into teens now, way into teens now. Hardly any of these left. Last few of my double figures on this one now. Last few. And for me, that would need a nice extended chain on the back, but that would be a necklace length for me.
Oh,
with an
easily,
extended
quite
chain.
easily. But with your extended chains or your little, because I like to have a bit of a chain round coming up to the clasp anyway. I've actually, for me, I've got a pair of earrings, a bracelet and a necklace on that strand.
Yeah,
Easily, and possibly more, just be a bit more inventive.
Yeah. Yeah, nautical is massive this year as well, and I would say with that beautiful fancy colours, you've got nautical here. If you take out the pink tones, save them for something else. I think it's stunning. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've got people checking out multi-purchasing, lots of you multi-purchasing on this. If anyone's just tuned in now for the first time and you're looking at this going, ooh, sapphire. Okay. Well, that's not the price of sapphire. Yeah, it is the real deal. No, it's not plastic. No, it's not glass. We are just, I'll be honest, I'll toot our own horn here, epic purchasers of genuine gemstones. That's why you've got a great price point. Treat yourself whilst you can, because I've got, how many of these left now? About 6? Less than that, actually. I've just been told less than that available now. My internet is being silly, but I've just been told less than 6 of this available now. $19.95 for you today. Okay, cabochons of Kyanite now. One of the most difficult gemstones in the world to get your hands on. If you want to come in and get your hands on these, now's your chance, because we very rarely see Kyanite anymore at all, do we? Let alone in cabochon form.
I just thought that, yeah.
What do you love about Kyanite, please?
Colour. It's where sort of sea blue meets and a sort of an English Channel blue.
Yeah.
Meets the silver sort of moonbeams.
Yeah,
really. There's a lot of moonbeams going into Kyanite as far as colour, and actually phenomena is concerned, I think, with Kyanite.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got a beautiful quality here, you really, really do. You can see this is from the absolute rooftop of the world, it really is. When you're dealing with Kyanite of this location, you're looking at Kyanite from some of the highest locations in the earth. You truly, truly are. It's one of the most difficult gemstones to get your hands on. It's one of the most difficult to cut. In fact, it took us years and years and years to master exactly how to shape and to cut this, because it was just crumbling. It was just falling apart for many, many years. It took skill, time, effort, energy and money to learn how to create pieces like this, and we have today. Bearing in mind, ladies and gentlemen, you do get this same size and you do get this same cut. For me, hello pair of earrings, or me and friend matching rings. Your price point today for both of these, £14.95. Now, I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, I have brought you a lot of Kyanite in my time. It's one of my absolute favourite kind of hidden treasures of the world. For me, when I brought to you Kyanite made in set jewellery, you know, £49.95 is the price point I would expect for one individual piece in a ready-made, in a kind of a piece of jewellery that I've brought to you before, kind of essentially ready-made. You know, the £49.95, not the $14.95. That for me is astonishing. And yes, you do get both of them. You do get the two of these. Beautiful depth to these, so very, very workable. I mean, would you ever expect a price like that, Linda,
No,
for
absolutely,
two?
no, absolutely not. In the village where I live, we've got a jeweller. He makes a lot of his own jewellery, but he also buys in second-hand, antique, vintage jewellery. And I noticed, in fact, my granddaughter noticed it she said, oh, what's that? Because we always look at the opals, because she loves that, and we always look at the rubies, because Ruby's her name. And I said, well, that looks like a kyanite. So I went inside.
Yeah.
And I shouldn't say this, should I? But I went inside and I said, oh, that ring there. I said, what's the stone in it? And he said, we're just trying to find out. I said, it looks like kyanite to me.
Wow. And was he over the moon with that?
Well, I just said, well, I told him a quick background, and I said, it looks like, he said, so he's just verifying that at the moment.
Fab.
But it's so rare
to
be seen on the high streets.
Absolutely, so rare that even he is someone who sounds like he's been in the business for a while.
Yeah, he has. It's just that he hasn't seen much of it.
Yeah.
So he didn't think he didn't think kyanite when he first saw it.
No, which is just phenomenal that we have the opportunity to bring it to you. Well done, everybody. Totally and absolutely natural. And I mean, look at the sheen and shimmer you're getting under the surface of this. It is just absolutely captivating, isn't it? I absolutely adore it. And at £14.95, treat yourself whilst you can to this beautiful pair of Kyanite pairs. It was Kyanite. Good old Kyanite, got a belting set of lungs on her. Okay, where are we going? Ooh. S-hooks. That is exactly what came into my mind, Brucey Bonus. S-hooks. Ain't no party like an S-hook party, yeah? I did a dance routine to that once for my friend Stacey Bell's party. She lived at a chippy, and we did it in a chippy, like in the entrance to like the chippy. Yeah, brilliant. Anyway, not the point. The point is, I'm bringing to you now a mammoth selection of your S-shaped hooks. Look at the different designs we've got here. I'm going to show you each of the different designs, if I may. So first things first, you've got this one, very, very large, tiny detail of a swirl at the end with that wonderful gizmo coil detail on there. I've then got this one, which again has a little bit of a nod of the gizmo, but you can see almost has that serpent design within the centre there. You see that one? I've also got for you, this for me is like a gizmo coil that has been gizmo coiled, because you've got that almost bead detail upon there. And then last but by no means least, a really large section on this one again, which looks like a gizmo coil that's been gizmo coiled. But a larger section on that one, as you can see here. Every single one of these extremely decorative. Every single one of them really nice and substantial, because you're looking size-wise at around about the 30 by 12 across each of them. 12 of them in total, and they are mammoth. I mean, if you just wanted to link these together and make yourself a big, bold statement chain or a handbag chain, then you're absolutely in the right place. The fact that you're also getting a storage box with these as well is great. They're really sturdy clasps, as you can hear. That means that if you're clumsy, like me, even if you accidentally kind of turn these upside down in the bottom of your bag or whatever, they're not going to go everywhere. And of course, you can reuse this box time and time again. Get your hands on all of these, 48 pieces in total, and the box. Your price point today is rolling. It's rolling down. We're going to take this down faster than a penguin rolling down an icy hill in winter. £14.95 for you today is the price of this one. I mean, realistically, price per pop, because they're so substantial and so sturdy and because they're so decorative, I mean, it must add money to your pieces you sell them on, mustn't it?
Well, of course it does. Yes, it has. I mean, you know, you should buy as well as, you know, when you're buying things to sell, you should buy the best for the best price that you can.
I agree.
That's a good business philosophy, obviously. There's a few more other bits and pieces that come into the equation, but that's the basic thing: buy well and sell well.
Yeah.
And with something like this, it's part of the stable part of jewellery making, but also because they are so detailed, etc. Like you said, you could link them all together into a really quite unusual necklace. But they can be used as focal points as well. You could just put an asymmetric one together with loads and loads of chain hanging from it and everything. You need that type of fixing. So don't just see it as a clasp. You know, you can work a piece of jewellery around it.
You really can.
Yeah.
And this can be the focal, definitely.
Absolutely. I mean, if you've got, did you say there's 12 of each?
12 of each design, yeah.
Yeah, 12 of each. Well, you've got a pair of really quite quirky earrings.
Oh yeah,
You know, just
really
put
quirky ones.
the two matching ones in an earring. And, lovely, absolutely
Love
beautiful.
that idea.
Yeah.
Working out approximately 31 pence per
Well,
piece.
absolutely crazy, isn't it?
Less than a stamp, that is.
It is. I bought a pack of first class stamps the other week, and that's
Did
the
you have to
first-
remortgage your house,
Yeah,
Linda?
it's the first time I bought them in a while, and I was visibly shocked.
Me too. Up and up and up. Oh, I tell you, don't get me started. That is a great price point. $14.95. Well done to all of you. Lots of you still have it in your baskets, but do make sure that you check those out whilst you can. $14.95. Nice work to you all. Okay, Pokely. How do you feel about a bit more black spinel? Now, a black spinel, you popped in your kit. You up your pickings a bit all, Linda.
I try.
You know, you're at the tree picking picks of
Tree picking picks
gemstones.
of gemstones, that's me.
And they're smooth.
Linda Tree Picking Picks.
That's what they call you, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's
Why
my
did
label.
you, out of all the pieces you got to choose, go for this stunning gemstone? Spinel.
Spinel intrigues me, and I learnt a fact about it a few weeks ago.
Tell me.
You probably will know because of your wealth of knowledge with gemstones.
Oh, bless
But you know, we call it the Master of Disguise, etc., etc. Well, and this is on the GIA. Excuse me. That's the Gemstone Institute, is it? In
Yeah,
America?
Gemological Institute,
on
yeah.
their website. That the actual science of gemology was formed because of spinel, and it was, is it this or is it that? So consequently, the science of gemology then to recognise and to test for mineral came into force, down to spinel, which I find totally fascinating.
And I think that is exactly the type of thing that this gemstone does for you.
Yeah.
Because of the structure of it, because the structure of it is like, say, diamond, because the look of it is similar to possibly an onyx, because kind of all of these different elements are almost like other ones, but it took them a long time to kind of pinpoint, yeah, it's like that one because it's got this, this and this, but it hasn't got this. Okay, so it can't be that one. It's one of those gemstones which is
Very
just
much so, yeah.
so captivating. I've just been having a little look through our starter book as well, because this shape really did remind me of something, and it's in our starter book. Don't forget, if you place your order today, I will be bringing you we will be bringing you a free DVD and a free Get Started booklet, and this shape is perfect for this Get Started simple bracelet. Imagine the first thing you make being a spinel bracelet. Oh my goodness, I mean, you are going to be working with one of the most prized gemstones in the world to create something really beautiful. I mean, I would wear that sort of thing every day, and with spinel, you absolutely can. That's in your starter booklet. If you make an order today, you get that absolutely free with the DVD as well. 79 carats worth of this we are getting in total. The sparkle, the shine, the sheen is exceptional. If you want it, you know what to do. Price point today. I mean, seriously. Under £20 for this carat weight on this exceptional gemstone. What do you think of that, please?
Astonishing, but you know, at that size as well, and carrying so much drama. Spinel is a gemstone that you, as with many gemstones, you can just use it, just like rethread that and then continue up the neckline with some chain or something. But just one in the length of pearls, just one in the length of any gemstone that you can think of, is absolutely glorious. It's an incredibly wearable gemstone. It's quite high on the Mohs scale, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's
around about an 8.
Yeah, so it's very wearable, you know, for an everyday piece.
And that, for me, is every day as well, because I know it's going to go with everything else I've got in my wardrobe.
Exactly.
$19.95, nice work to every single one of you. Don't forget, not long until that absolutely breathtaking, oh my goodness, how have I managed to get my hands on that? What an absolute treat. Blue opal. That's not far off at all. Okay, Toaster, where are we off to? We are going to... Oh, I've completely forgotten. No problem. Peridot. Now, Peridot, another gemstone that we had a bit of a difficulty with in 2015. I don't know if you recall, but starter of kind of 2015, you were getting really heavily included Peridots we've managed to kind of come through the other side of that really, and we're getting beautiful clarity time and time again, and this one's definitely got it, and I mean got it in abundance. Get ready for sparkle, shine and brilliance. The melting of colour is phenomenal. Peridot, ladies and gentlemen. Just hearing Linda whispering to herself, and I love that.
It is, it's really, I always wait for that shot when the camera gets up close. And
Yeah.
I'm thinking, oh, you know, is it faceted, is it not faceted? And when I get there, you know, it's just that hit between the eyes. Just how stunning Peridot is. It's a one-off colour gemstone. I can't think of another green gemstone that's got that.
This type of hue. No, you're right.
No, it's so pretty.
This is from China. Now, when I'm looking at China, but Chinese peridot, I'm looking for one thing to kind of help me decipher the location. And the vast majority of the thing I'm looking for will be the yellow back palette, that lemon back palette. And you'll usually get it when the light hits around, when the light isn't just hitting the surface, it's actually hitting the inside. It's called internal luster, internal life, whatever you want to call it, of the gemstone. If you get to see a yellowy tone, that is more than likely indicative of either the location itself or very close to the location of Shanghai. Take a little look at this, because to my eye, I am definitely seeing those citrus tones. Can you see them? Can you see it there? When this is sitting around, look at kind of in the centre of the screen there, you can see yellows. Well, I can. You see at the tip where they're kind of hung upside down? I can see lemony back palettes in this, and that to me would suggest we're very close to the Shanghai location, because you can get peridot from lots of different places in the world, such as, you know, the USA, where the back palette tends to be more limey. You can get it in different areas of the world where the back palette's almost a brown or an amber colour. This, for me, is giving that yellow, that golden tone, which I really like. If this were described as Shanghai, I tell you what, you won't be paying this price point. And you most certainly wouldn't be paying the price point I'm about to show you again. You ready for this? At $17.95 already, you've got yourself an absolute steal of a deal of one of the most loved gemstones in the world. But at £12.95, you've got yourself something that, for me, anyway, is something I would be getting my hands on to pair with every single thing I want in my wardrobe this year.
Yeah, again, exquisite for spring brides, because it goes beautifully well with pearls. This particular colour peridot for me is what I call my lily of the valley peridot. You know the lily of the valley where the white flower just hits that gorgeous green, and then you get that hint of yellow as well. I love that description. One thing I would say as well is, when you're thinking of peridot and you're thinking of green, some people can become quite afraid of it. For me, it sounds odd, but I would always go to never be afraid of Mother Nature's colour. It goes with absolutely everything, doesn't it? I mean, when you think of any colour of beautiful flower, you will pretty much guarantee you've got a green stem there, haven't you? But for me, I would say, just try it with a different shade of green, such as this Russian chrome dioxide, because for me, they just work so well. And it goes to show you do not need to be afraid of working with those together. This was one of the best quality Russian chrome dioxides I've brought to you in quite some time, and there are still a handful or two available. I love that as a pairing, I really do. Okay, coming up now. Is it already? It's deal of the day o'clock. Pretty good, doesn't it? Don't you think? It looks pretty good, but it ain't nothing in comparison to what you're getting in real life. This opal is so fantastic that I can honestly say I've only seen one of its quality before, and that one time I saw it, I had to ask Fleur to buy me one whilst we were in the break, because she already had a tablet out ready, because she too was buying one.
This is that type of quality that me, as someone who has done my GIA, as someone who truly enjoys kind of finding out and learning about gemstones, and the fact of the matter is, you know, I could just say that because it's my job, couldn't I? But I think it's obvious to you at home that it does really interest me, it does really inspire me, and I do find it quite sort of connective, if that makes sense, with each of the strands, and it really does interest me. For me to say that, as someone who sees, well, how many gemstones in a day? Loads of gemstones in a day. More gemstones in a day, actually, than you see, because we don't get to play everything on the show. For someone who does the GIA, has a true passion for gemstones and sees a heck of a lot of gemstones every single day, for me to say that this is one of the most breathtaking opals I've ever seen, I hope that would kind of say to you that really we have got something special on our hands. But maybe it doesn't. Maybe you want a second opinion. Well, luckily enough, I am joined today by someone who literally said in the break, so no cameras on, so it's not for show or play or anything else like that. You're lucky, actually. None of us here at Jewellery Maker really like that at all. If we don't like something, we won't ham up that we do like it on screen. What's the point in lying about it? You'd be able to tell. But this was in the break. I showed this to my guest designer today, and literally she said that her breath was taken. She just couldn't say enough about it. Truly, no cameras on us whatsoever. Linda, tell us what you adore about this strand, please.
Well, Rebecca asked me to just move over in the break to have a look at the strand, and the initial look at it was just, oh, yeah, oof. And then it went up in the air, which unfortunately I said, please can we show that shot, please, and it's just too difficult. And then we've got this pink fairy just came down into the base of the gemstone in every single, like aurora pink, if you know what that pink is. And she was just playing in each. I know that sounds romantic, but that's the only way I can describe it. Yeah. It's the most exquisite blue opal I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot. I don't know what else. As I say, it's taken not only my breath away, but my speech. Yeah. So as I say, we need to invent some more gemstone descripting words. But just trust me, it's beautiful. There is no way you will have a negative about it when you get it home whatsoever. So please, even if you're just hovering, get it home. Take your 30 days money back guarantee and make your decision then. But don't leave it if you.
Do not leave this alone. If you love high fashion, if you love high-end gemstones, then this is it for you. It's one of the best quality opals I've seen, and it's definitely high fashion because I don't know if you agree with me, but it's serenity and rose quartz like that in one gemstone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, your graphics are on screen. Absolutely true, real deal, totally natural sky blue opal. Now, you might be thinking, hang on, why? If you know, Linda and Becky are saying, I can see loads of pinks in there. Why can't we see it at home? I'll tell you exactly why. Massive amount of lights within here. Vast majority of them one directionally upon me. In fact, behind me, there's only one tiny spotlight that points at me, and you can't even see it actually. It's not that one, it's that one there, and it's tiny. It's not as big as all of these lights. Now, because you've got more impact on the surface than you do going through this, you do not get that sense of depth. You do not get that sense of glow. You're just gonna have to trust myself and Linda on this, okay? Why would we lie to you? Because if you didn't like it and you thought, that's naff, you'd just send it back, wouldn't you? So there's no point in us sitting here and making up something that's happened, and plus we wouldn't be allowed to. We'd essentially get sacked, wouldn't we? If we couldn't prove that we did see pinks within this. Also, just to let every single one of you know that with opal, I love and adore opal. I love loads of gemstones, and I really do. I can't say I love every gemstone I come across, but I really do love opal. And for me, opal is so close to my heart that I want people to understand and see why I love opal so much. So what I like to do when I bring you an opal is bring you the Becky guarantee, and that means you can still use your 30-day money-back guarantee and everything else. But sometimes if I have really high-quality opal that I myself am really happy with, I say to you that if you don't love it, send it back, 30-day money-back guarantee. And if you think in this instance, when you wear this and when you hold it up to the light outside, whether that be natural light or yet light in your house, when you hold it up to the light and see the light kind of going from front to back quite evenly around, if you don't see any opalescence, any kind of pinky tones running through there, send it back. You never have to buy opal from me again. That's as simple and as straight as it is, because I love opal so much. I would never ham it up to you. I would never over the top do it. And the fact of the matter is, purchase it today, because truly the price point you're about to see is not indicative of quality, and I mean that absolutely 10 times over. I gave you a little bit of an inkling of the price point. I told you it would be under a certain price, and I didn't mean by 5p. Ladies and gentlemen, your price point today.
Oh, goodness me. Ooh.
Genuinely.
Oh. You know, again, well, it's the local town rather than the village I live in. They've got a vintage jewellery shop there, and they actually have the cheek to put man-made opal in the window. You know, and this man-made opal is trying its very best to do that, and it can't.
And it's not, and it can't do it, and it cannot do it.
Right.
That price point is absolutely phenomenal. I'm getting a light behind this, but don't forget you won't see any pinks now, A, because this light is blue, but also because it's still not an even light, it's still not a normal natural light. You can tiny, maybe-ish, kind of a little bit, see it over here, but I promise you nowhere near, and kind of here-ish, I promise you nowhere near the actual quality that you are getting. Truly, you're getting way more pinks, and it's kind of this really interesting, almost eerie pink actually that you're getting. It just kind of gravitates from the centre outwards, doesn't it?
It certainly does, yeah. And it moves with the movement of it.
It does. This is absolutely epic, and I would genuinely say to you, at $41.95, I'd be okay with that. At $21.95, I'd be purchasing this quick shop. And I'll be honest with you, the blue opal that myself and Fleur purchased, however long ago that was, only a couple of weeks ago, that was of an equal quality of this, an equal quality at staff cost. We got that for around £18. 18 or 17 or 18 pounds, but that was at staff cost. So already you're paying less, actually. Okay, obviously the shape's slightly different. Those ones are kind of the flattened, cushiony ones, but you're paying way less than you would normally expect to. Your names have gone up on my screen for a second time now, and there are still lots of you there. I'd love to know kind of your idea of what to do with this, just to really let the beauty of this shine.
Well, the thing is, because of the price, I'd like to say it doesn't have an effect on what I'm going to make, but because of the price, I probably want to buy 3 strands at least.
Me too.
And sort of indulge all the pieces of jewellery. But, you know, at the end of the day, because of, let's forget the price, let's look at the quality, let's look at the colour, let's look at the stature of that gemstone. Just one on a silver chain, you know, that would be phenomenal. 2 just dropped as, you know, as earrings, phenomenal. 1 as a drop on a bracelet.
Bracelet, stunning.
An ankle bracelet, absolutely amazing. But because the price doesn't match the gemstone and the stature of the gemstone, then whoa, go big time with it, you know, and just loads of tassels and drops, different levels of drops from a chain and that.
So you can really go for it.
Absolutely. At that price, you can do whatever you like. You can keep it exquisite, and it will look mega. And it should look mega expensive, because that's what it should be.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I would never expect this kind of price point on a quality like this. Janet's agreeing with me. She's saying, OMG. I got mine. I cannot believe the price of that. It's my mum's birthstone, October. And she loves blue. Had to get it. Thanks, JM. Janet, first off, I'm really jealous of anyone whose birthday is in October. But second off, I think a lot of people will be on board with you with this being one of their favourite colours. And kind of thirdly on that, I love the fact that every single one of you is getting this. Whether you are Sue, Claire, Sal, Lorraine, Kirsty, Jan, Elizabeth, Tracy, Janet, Kay, Kaz, Lee, Natalie, another Janet, Wendy, whether you're Jean, Joanne, Denise, Patricia, whether you're another Jean, an Evelyn, an Everlee, a Sharon, a Sally, a Sue, a Christine, a Liz, and Linda, a Paul, a Ken, a Len, a Val, a Gail, a Susan, all of these different names, no matter which of those you are, I know full well, for me anyway, that when you get this home, you're going to think, that is even better than I thought it was going to be. That is better than it looked on screen.
Absolutely.
And how exciting is that you get that opening it up and you get the, I liked it on screen, in particular for the price, but the quality, whoa.
Absolutely. If you do bridal commissions, or say you're just making it for a family wedding, that's something blue for the bride. But again, at this price, you could basically give all of the lady guests one as a little favour, or certainly the bridal party, couldn't you? And then offer to turn it into whatever. But it would make a divine little backdrop on a bride's dress, so that the top covered button and then that opal.
And then the opal.
Yeah.
We've got Jeanette in with us saying, I bought the pink version, so no way was I going to miss out on the blue strand of opal. Thank you. No problem at all. You know I love to bring you really stunning gemstones whenever I can. I know that you're going to open this up and you're going to have a massive smile on your face. I'd love to see what you made with this if you may. You know, pop them up on Facebook if you want to. Feel free to get in touch with me on my Facebook. Don't forget, it's Rebecca Redican, Redicin, presenter. And if you make anything with this, I would love to see them, because for me, a piece like this, I have images in my mind instantly of what I make, but I love the amount of other designs that people have in their own
Well,
minds.
it's that word infinite. Everybody will make something different.
Definitely. Now, there's loads of you with this in your baskets. I'm being told there's only 35 in baskets. There are people waiting on those phone lines. We'll be with you in literally seconds. The telephone kind of has quietened down a bit now, so you have got time to get through. We will be with you in literally a matter of seconds, but if you want to treat yourself to these, I absolutely would say go for it, because no way in my mind are you going to be, if you like what you see on screen, let's just say I don't think you're going to be disappointed.
If you like what you see on screen, then you'll fall over in exquisite shock when you get it home.
So have a cushion close
have a cushion
by.
rating, yeah.
Get your crash mat out. This is just phenomenal, isn't it? I love that. Well done to every single one of you. A stunning, stunning purchase there. It really is. I've shown you with the likes of the aquamarine. I think dream pairing.
Absolute dream pairing. Just so beautiful.
Yeah, really eye-catching. There's still some of those available
So
if you wish to
beautiful.
get your hands on them. Really pretty, aren't they? And also, if you've got any kind of, what about? Oh, hello, where's it gone? Oh, no, it's moved, but I was going to suggest that morganite. What do you think?
Definitely.
Yeah,
Oh, definitely, because that will make that pink in the opal even more friendly if you come out with a morganite.
Yes.
Oh, look.
Something like that as well we could do. Come back. Couldn't we?
It has actually brought the pink out, Rebecca. I saw the pink twinkling underneath there.
You are right. It does. It kind of intensifies it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There's over 30 in baskets on this wonderful blue opal, and there's still people coming through for it. Last person to purchase it was, that place I can't say, West Lothian. And I said it quite well then. I said that perfectly. Someone record that. That's going on my show reel. Finally, I could say it. But Swansea's been in for it as well just recently, and West Midlands just checked out as well. So well done to all of you. We're continuing to check that out. Do be quick to the mark. Excuse me. $11.95 for you today. Really stunning strand there.
No, it is.
You happy with it?
It's one of those strands that, again, the price doesn't reflect the effect that the strand has on you, because it would be one of those strands that I would get home and leave for a fair amount of time, along with like my really high-end pearls and my really high-end sapphires and rubies that I've got that I haven't done anything with yet, because they are of a considered purchase. And this maybe a considered purchase to some people, but sort of, on block. It's a cup of coffee and a sandwich and perhaps half of a very horrible cake.
Hello, can I have a sandwich of coffee and half of a very horrible cake, please?
And that'd be $11.95, trust me.
That's brilliant. Can I have half of that horrible cake? No, not the nice one. The horrible one.
Oh gosh, yeah, and I'd have to pay $11.95 minimum for that.
Brill. Well done, everybody. Treat yourself, not to a horrible cake, but to this beautiful strand, $11.95. Last few of those ones. Not a huge quantity of those ones left, actually. And can I just say, oh, bless you, people in your baskets, you give him, my beautiful producer Toby, a bit of an attack in there. He's sort of, why aren't they checking out? Come on, guys. Remind them, check out.
It is actually, look.
He doesn't understand what's going on. He's like, why? I don't get it. Why are they not checking out? Please check out, just because Toby has already got a lot of hair going on. on the head, on the face. You don't want to stress him out so much that it goes bald. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, we do not want that to happen. We do not want the stress of it, okay? So if you could just check out, you'll make my producer Toby infinitely happy and hairy. Thanks. Okay, where to, pop it? Multicoloured moonstone. Oh, really nice strand. Do you remember on, I want to say Sunday, we did for you a multicoloured strand. They were similar to this, but a more delicate size. If you did get your hands on that, this to me is the perfect pairing. What I've got here is a true neutral strand. Now, neutral. I think sometimes when people say neutral, a lot of people instantly go white. Instantly go maybe even black and white as neutrals, as bases, as base colours. Actually, those colours are very, very stark. They're very, very intense, I find. When I think neutral, I think of something that I can wear every single day, whether I've got a red dress on or a grey t-shirt, or I've got a blue suit jacket on, or I've got a green hoodie on. For me, neutral is the type of colour that will work as a leveller, as a baseline for anything that I have in my wardrobe. And for me, this is exactly that. It is that multicoloured moonstone. And it is an absolutely stunning shade that we have here. What do you think of these, please, Linda?
I think they're astonishingly beautiful. Again, this in fashion, this nude look, it never goes far away. And it always comes zooming back.
You're right.
So that sort of fulfills it in accessories. And the previous strand of those large nuggets that we had, we just said, well, if you're frightened of them, just keep them all together. Blah, blah, blah. If you want to mix and match anything with them, then put these into that design, because you certainly will be able to do that. Obviously because it's moonstone and it's multicolour moonstone. So you've got, I mean, in that peach moonstone, there were elements of silvers and whites going on as well.
Yeah, definitely.
But I just think that multicoloured moonstone like this is so wearable. Again, you've got all the skin tones that it will work with. Mother Nature's looked after that again in the shades that she's created it in. It's
just captivating, I think, and a perfect pairing for anything. It really is. Your price point today, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, gosh. Wait, what?
Oh, my word.
Toby just went, it's happening. Don't check out your basket.
He's getting too much like the other producers, you know. A bit
£6,095. At £11, I was like, oh yeah, that's good. At you're just showing off, Toby. Don't show off. That is phenomenal. I'm absolutely over the moon. Thank you, producer Toby, for bringing us that price point on this, because I would never ever expect that price point for 8mm rounds of a moonstone, let alone ones that we've actually picked almost two different strand colours and worked those together. And not only that, we've actually gone in order to do it. And I know that sounds like a really, really small, minimal thing, but all of that takes extra time. If I could just strand this any old way that I could, then that wouldn't matter. But there is extra time and effort and detail put into things like stranding it in such a manner as this. $6.95.
That's amazing. I watched Steve Bennett, you know, the CEO of the company that owned Jewellery Maker prior to now, and he did a showcase on moonstone, and it was a joy to watch his how he spoke about it. I mean, I could probably put that better, but it was an hour, and it was a complete and utter joy. He just loved the gemstones so much that it was just brilliant to watch, and it just sparked off my creativity and thinking, I've got to make moonstone jewellery now, because of the way I suppose I could use the word eulogised about it, because that's how it felt, you know, that it was a passion and a sincere passion for the gemstone.
Absolutely. And I've got to say, for me, if you do want to work with this, there is no need to be afraid at all, because it's going to work with everything. Did you get the blue opal? I love that opal. Look at that. Gosh. What a pairing together, don't you think? You've still got a few opportunities on that one left. But also, what about pop?
That's a pop, yeah.
See, but it's not OTT, is it? With your Russian chrome dioxide?
No, not at all. No, it certainly isn't.
Oh, hello, friend.
Oh, that's lovely. That actually is very lovely, isn't it?
We had these on previously for you. They were our cappuccinos. And they are still available. Cappuccino agate. I think we had them on in the first hour, did we? Or maybe the second. Do feel free to have a little look. If you're looking online, do just have a click on today's products, and it'll be in the kind of, you'll be able to scroll down and this will be there. Or talk to the call centre and say, cappuccino agate, anybody? And you will be able to find that for you. Really stunning strands there, and they go beautifully well as well. Get your hands on the last few. $6.95 Moonstone. It's going to go with absolutely everything. Really is. Get it whilst you can. Nice work to you all. Now, has anybody noticed we're seeing less and less of pearls recently?
Yeah.
Have you noticed that?
I think this is the first show I've done in a long time where I haven't seen any.
Yeah.
It really is.
I'm bringing you some now.
Well, thank goodness for that.
I know, you'd be worrying otherwise.
Yeah, I would be worrying.
But I have to say, this weekend, minus the kids, I probably brought you 2 strands of pearls over the entire weekend. Maybe 3 at a push, but no more than 3.
No, now you've mentioned it, and I watched the shows from home as well, and I haven't seen hardly any pearls over the last week.
What?
It's worth waiting for.
What do you think about these stunning silver pearls? Oh, wowzers. What do you think of them?
They're absolutely beautiful. A coloured pearl is a thing of delight. A ivory white, a nude pearl is a thing of delight. But a silver pearl, somehow for me, it zings into my brain, and I automatically think occasion wear. You know, all pearls are, but I think probably bridal occasion, anniversary occasion, childbirth occasion, things like that. A silver pearl just covers a wealth of emotions, and it's a colour that I think we all really love.
Yeah, I agree with you. Silver is always one of our most popular colours, whether it be a coating on a gemstone or whether it be a chain. Now's your opportunity to get your hands on it. You ready for this? £5.95. Absolutely silly, absolutely ridiculous. This is real deal created in a mollusk. This is real deal pearl we've got here, created over a really long period of time from this mollusk, this living mollusk, kind of excreting bit by bit this beautiful high shine, very viscous nacre, building up time and time and time again to be able to bring you this unique and individual pearl. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you love your organics, you know that £5.95 isn't normally the place we go to. You know, with organics, when you're purchasing things like jet, amber and high-end pearls, you know, such as these ones, you know that you're never normally paying anywhere near the price you've got on screen. But today you've got the opportunity to do so. I'm in my last chance saloon now, though. It's about to sell out as soon as possible. Load you with it in your baskets for £5.95. I am not surprised at all. Get your hands on the last few whilst you can. Seeing less and less of them today, and we have been for a while actually. Quantity wise, actually, I think I'm in single figures now, am I? Pretty much, because I've got loads of people checking out, not only 1 or 2, but 3s as well. Well done to every single one of you. £5.95. Squeezing in one more for you right here, right now. And they are silver-plated adjustable rings we're going to give to you now. Now, these are coming at you with this stunning texture upon them, which I think is going to work really nicely alongside the likes of the chain or the bullion wire that we did for you earlier on. These are really captivating. And you see how you've got that detailed design around the outside of these? Quite nice for a lady and a gentleman, actually. If you wanted to just make it a very simple band, just pop these little elements off and you've got something really pretty. If maybe you do have a bit of a rough edge, you can obviously just file those off or actually put something over the top of it, as the likes of, you know, your polymer clay, for example. These are really very unisex indeed. You've got the 3 kind of additions of the loops here, which means you can attach lots of gemstones to these. You can also actually use these almost as a prong set design if you wanted to kind of hug those different arms around the likes of a gemstone. You can have 2 on either side of these. It's got a really, it's one size fits all because it has got that adjustable section. And if these are too large for you, like me, I've got sparrow wrists and sparrow fingers. It's slightly too large. You can squeeze them together so that they overlap, or of course you can cut them and then shave them off if you want them really small. Your price point today, that's for 10 of them. £6.95 for 10 of these, ladies and gentlemen. They're working as a great back canvas for all of your designs and all of your pieces. And don't forget, if you want to, look how high shine they are on the inside, flatten them out. You could actually hammer on the inside if you wanted to, couldn't you? Using them as kind of maybe a bracelet, you know, like a name bracelet, having a name tag on these if you want to. £6.95 is just absolutely phenomenal, isn't it? It truly, truly is. Genuine silver over the top of these as well, don't forget. 10 of them in total. Linda, thank you so much for today, wonderful.
Thanks very much. It's been a joy.
Oh, good. I'm glad. It was lovely to see all of your designs. It really, really was. When are you on with us next, please?
Next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday, morning, mid or late?
Mid again, I think.
Mid again. What have you got for us?
Oh gosh, what have I got? I've just opened up the kits, and to be absolutely truthful, I can't remember.
But they must be good.
It'll be exciting. It'll be exciting, yeah.
So do make sure you're staying tuned for Linda. She'll be back with you on Wednesday on the afternoon show. I, myself, and my entire team will be back with you tomorrow. We're on with the wonderful Jan Dwyer, and she has got sensational Forget-Me-Not kit that I know you're just going to absolutely love and adore. At £6.95, get your hands on the last of these. Stay tuned. You've got Hannah and Claire coming up for you. Have a wonderful, safe evening. We'll see you very soon.
There are 2 easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker. Sarah Elvin brings you her DVD, Friendship Bracelets. This fantastic DVD is filled with excellent techniques to create the perfect friendship bracelet. This includes the chevron style bracelet, the knitted style bracelet, and the crisscross bracelet. Friendships are forever, and so are bracelets. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today.
Do you want to tell everyone about the great purchase you've made from Jewellery Maker? Do you want to shout about the great service you've received? Then why not download the Jewellery Maker's Viewer's Voice app, available for iPhone or Android, and record a video that could be played on Jewellery Maker. Simply search Jewellery Maker Viewer's Voice in the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store and download our Viewer's Voice app straight to your phone or tablet. You can record as many videos as you like and send them straight to us here at Jewellery Maker. All you have to do is then carry on watching us as usual and wait for your video to be played. Download the JM Viewer's Voice app and you could be the next face we see here on Jewellery Maker.
Good evening, welcome to Jewellery Maker. If you have just tuned in, I'm Hannah Stuart, taking you through until 9 o'clock this evening, I was going to say this afternoon then, joined by the award-winning Claire Macdonald.
I love the sound of that.
I bet you do. See your head. I know. Should we have to get out the door? You okay, lovely?
I am. I'm really good, thank you. That went very quickly then. I don't feel very prepared yet.
Well, you
I need to make a bit more mess.
You need to be. You need to be prepared for the next 4 hours. My goodness me. We've got so many treats coming up for you this evening. I've got a fabulous kit, well, 2 fabulous kits actually. We're giving away a dash hound. Yeah. We're giving away a dash hound tonight. First time ever here at Jewellery Maker. Claire's made some wonderful pieces with the kit that we had given to her just a couple of weeks ago. They are so cute. Just look at him. Isn't he gorgeous? Now, Claire, you do actually have dash hounds, don't you?
I do. I've got 2, yeah.
You were going to bring them in, weren't you?
Yeah, but they've disgraced themselves, so they're...
You actually want to give them away today. You should have.
Yeah. Give one away and the 2 real ones.
Yeah. No, you can't do that. We're not really giving away a real dash hound. A piece of Claire's jewellery. All that we're going to ask you to do is name the dash hound. What does he look like? Is it he or is it a she? What do you think, Sam?
He.
You think it's a he? Producer Danny's going to go with Bruce. I quite like that. What are your dash hounds called?
One is called Gizmo, after the gremlin...
Gizmo coil tool,
and the Gizmo,
obviously.
Yes, yeah. And one is called Gunther.
Oh, yeah. That's so cute.
And then we've got Gonzo as well, but he's a Chihuahua. He's not a...
You got 3?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
You could have given at least one of them away.
You're welcome to have, yeah. Two out of the 3. Gonzo can stay because he's good.
Ah. Right, so name the dash hound. Pop your answer on a text, 60777. Start your message with the word JM Studio, but we do need your customer number. When we're going to announce the winner? In the 8 o'clock hour. So do make sure you're staying tuned to that dash hound names. I'm going to call him Dave, after my dad. And it's a D, so Dave's a dash hound.
Yeah, Derek, the dash hound.
Yeah, it's not as good as Dave. Dave's a classic name, I think. It's great.
Dave is a good pet name.
It's good, isn't it? I used to know somebody with a cat called Dave.
My friend's got a cat called Dave.
Really?
Yeah, my friend Katie, yeah.
Odd choice, isn't it, for a pet? Have a look at these. Jump rings for you. These are really, really pretty. Now, they are closed jump rings, and they're huge as well. These ones always remind me of a very famous designer. Yeah, they do. Have a look at these. See what I did there? They're really pretty, aren't they? 20 pieces in total, 18 millimetres in size. These are fantastic. So you could incorporate these into your chainmail designs, but using them with cord as well, if you've ever seen the paracord, I really like these. Just simply, a few of those popped onto a necklace on some paracord maybe, or some threads there. It looks really, really pretty. Very fancy, very designer looking, aren't they? 20 pieces in total. Claire, what would you do with these?
What I do with ones like that is I use cord, so I just tie a knot on the one end. Say if you've got like 6 bits of cord, and then go through and go so all the way around your wrist, and go through the other end, and then if you get sort of the smaller jump rings on the cord, so you can sort of like pull it tight. Yeah, it's really popular.
Have a look, nice, isn't it? £6.95. That works out to approximately 34 pence per component for you there. Really easy to get involved this evening. 0800 644 655, or you can join us on the web at JewelleryMaker.com. Your code for these is CSAZ37. If you've been watching all day and haven't opened up your order yet, I think you should do it now, because we've got so many treats coming up for you tonight. Fiona in 5 says, hi all, I think the dash hound should be called Danny. Danny Dash Hound. Oh, right, this is going to be... He's obviously going to want to pick that one, isn't he? Elaine Siri says, an old friend of mine had a cat called Dog and a dog called Cat.
Aww.
That's good, isn't it? Dog, cat. I love it. Text in your answer, 60777, name the dash hound, and we're giving one of the dash hounds away. We've got a whole litter over there. CSAZ37. Well done if you managed to get those. Right, let's have a look at some lapis. Which one, sorry, love? I've got them. Carved flowers. These are really, 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 really pretty. And do you know what? They're so sizable as well. You could quite easily use just one of these and wire wrap that into a ring, no problem at all. And that would be a big, big statement look that you have there as well. Gorgeous lapis. You've got a real textbook lapis hue there, real royal blue hue, really strong and saturated in colour. Now each and every single one of these has been individually hand carved to perfection, but not just the flat side of the gemstones as well. If you have a look around the sides, that's going to be perfect for wire work, isn't it, Claire? With
yeah, absolutely, because you've got something to you know, grip onto, or sort of, so that little edge. I'm just thinking they'd look lovely with the jump rings you just had. You could alternate, couldn't you? Same sort of size and shape.
That'd look gorgeous, wouldn't it? And they are really sizable, 16 millimetres in size. You could quite easily wire wrap one of those into a statement ring, couldn't you?
Yes, yeah, you could.
Excellent, I love that. And do you know what? There's so many on this strand. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22 for approximately 25 gemstones there. And again, using these for charms. Charms are really popular at the moment. Whether it be bag charms, mobile phone charms, just popping charms onto adjustable bangles, which we've seen you do before, haven't we? Just using one of these as a charm.
Lovely, really nicely with the first kit, because you've got all that copper coloured wire.
Look at this. That colours they go gorgeous together, don't they?
Yeah.
The pearls that we have coming up for you as well, I'm just thinking, let's have a look at these together. Pearls and lapis, that's really regal, isn't it? The gorgeous classic white pearls you've got there, and the whites and the blues together do look really regal. They're stunning. I love these pearls. Can we do these next? Yes, thank you. 0800 644 655. So £9.95. There's 25 individual gemstones on this strand. That is so low. That works out to pennies per gemstone for you there. And you've got genuine lapis, a massive 300 carats. That's 39 pence per gemstone. Can you imagine paying 39 pence for a ring? I can't at all, especially genuine gemstone ring. JYPO31 is your code for these. Jan in Gloucestershire says, love that necklace. Great to see both Desmond the Dachshund or Dexter, Darren, from Jan in Gloucester. Yeah, I quite like Dexter.
Yeah, I was thinking Dexter.
Dexter.
Dexter the Dachshund, yeah.
Dexter the Dachshund, good contender there. Sarah in West Sussex says, these are lovely lapis roses. I made a necklace combining them with JM's lapis crosses from a kit. It looks a bit Tudor.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
That would look really nice, wouldn't it? I can imagine that, actually. That would look gorgeous. Do you know what? They pretty much go with everything, you know, from every coloured wire. So whether you go to is your gold wire or your copper wire or your rose gold coloured wire, your silver, it would work with all of them, wouldn't it? It's just fabulous. £9.95, loads and loads of you checking out. I've got multi-buyers there as well, so well done if you've managed to get those. Some more suggestions. Kerry in Staffordshire says, I think the Dachshund should be called dioxide.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one, isn't it?
Yeah. It's not an easy one to shout out though, is it, when you're trying to get him back? You know, you want a quick, snappy name, I think, when you're trying to call your dog back, don't you? Dogside! Margaret in Midlothian says, I think it should be called Donny. I like that. After a famous Donny who sang Puppy Love. Aww. Of course, Margaret in Edinburgh. I like Donny. That's quite a strong contender for me. And Dave, of course. Right, let's have a look at the pearls then. These are gorgeous. I'm going to hold these up against the black background. Imagine these on a bust in a boutique window. No price tag. What kind of price tag would you think they'd be? Genuine culture pearls, never ever been seen on their own before. They are gorgeous. Look at the pearlescence on these. They look so expensive, don't they? Really, really high end. These are beautiful. 10 by 6 millimeters in size. Your top drilled rice beads you've got here. These are stunning. Can I hold these up to the neckline, Brucey? Is that okay? And that's a really, really long strand. So as many of you do with your strands of pearls, just restrand them, either pearl knot them, or just restrand them. Add a solid sterling silver clasp on there as well. Get them valued. Please make sure you're getting your pieces valued. I know it's very difficult sometimes here at JewelleryMaker. I think we forget to do that because we bring you such low prices. You forget to get your pieces valued. But in actual fact, we had a customer last year. She emailed us in and said that she bought a strand for £19.95, strand of white pearls, restranded them, added a solid sterling silver clasp and had them valued at £495. Win. That's what I say. There are so many pearls on this strand. These would make great earrings. And actually, do you know what? You could make so many pairs of earrings with how many you've got here, couldn't you? These would look gorgeous. And again, with any of your coloured findings. Timeless, classic you have here. This could be your family heirloom piece of jewellery. Do you know, I actually really like the way that they sit on this strand.
It's quite interesting, isn't it? I was just thinking as well, it'd be good if you were going to do a ring too, because you could just wire in the narrowest point, couldn't you? And then you'd have the widest point sticking up.
That would look nice. I'd be really proud, wouldn't it, as well? They are stunning. Do you know, they're really, really sizable as well. Remembering that these are the real deal. They're not fake, they're not synthetic, they're not faux. So just think about the last time you went shopping and the price tags that you've seen on pearls. Now, the last time I went shopping, I saw a pair of pearl earrings in a jeweller's window. You had to ring the doorbell to get in. It was, and I can't make a direct comparison because they were huge and they were perfect rounds, but they were £8,500 just for 2 gemstones. The necklace, the necklace that matched them. Danny's actually having a full-on conversation with me, excuse me. Danny, can we talk about this later? Ask me later. Really? Really? Just for 2 gemstones? Yeah, £8,500. So the necklace that matched, that was sat next to them, didn't even have a price tag on it. But it all depends on where you live. It depends on where you're selling, of course. It depends on the size of the gemstone. It depends on the roundness of the gemstone, the quality that you're looking at. But just remember that if you underprice your gemstones, people will doubt their authenticity. So please, please do your research. But also, get your authenticity certificate as well. It's an extra 25 pence if you add it to your order. You can print it off free of charge. £9.95. I'd have my money back on a pair of earrings.
Absolutely,
no two ways about it.
because they're sizable, aren't they?
Yeah, really sizable. And I think as well with pearls, have to be 925 sterling silver, wouldn't it? I don't think I could compromise there. I think pearls should almost be added to the big 5 and it should be the big 6. You've got an organic gemstone there. And actually these shapes as well, Claire, I'm thinking, you know the adjustable ring mounts that we have with the loops on. Just like a nice little cluster.
Yes, you could do, couldn't you? And I mean, that'd be wonderful, wonderful shape if you were going to do, you know, floral pieces, because the way they would sit, and you've got that sort of almost like an egg shape, haven't you? So it's it'd be beautiful, beautiful flowers.
They're gorgeous, aren't they? Lee in Cardiff, I can see the quantity going up. I just went from 4 to 5 to 8. Lee in Cardiff, well done. Barbara in Derbyshire says, hi Hannah and Claire. One of my granddaughters has a mini dachshund puppy called Toby. A grandson has a dachshund called Oscar. Oh, Toby and Oscar.
They're sweet names,
aren't they? Yeah. I used to have a dog, I can't even remember what she was called now. It was many moons ago. Sandy, that was it, Sandy. I did love her, honestly. £9.95, CODP 74. These are about to sell out. Well done if you've got these. They're good. £9.95. We could have put a 1 in front of that 9, I tell you. Right, the kit. Let's have a look at the kit. These colours, look at these. Beautiful. Loads and loads of wire for you in this kit. This is fabulous. And it is your copper coloured wire. Oh my word, there is so much here. You've got your 0.6, your 0.8, is that your 0.25? Yeah, your 0.25. And is this your 0.4?
Yeah.
Yeah. Whoa. 0.8, 0.6, 0.4 and your 0.25. That is loads and loads of wire. 10 metres of each. 10 metres of each you have there. That's 40 metres in total. Then you have 15. Oh, okay. So there's 15 of the 0.25. So that's actually 45 metres of your copper coloured wire you've got there. Now, copper is probably one of the most popular colours. I think your silver, your gold and your copper, they are really, really popular colours that you have here. And your antique bronze, that's your 1mm gauge. So actually, Claire, the sizes that you have here...
You're pretty much covered, aren't you?
Yeah. You really are, aren't you? So you've got your 1mm, which is great for your structural pieces, your taupe necklaces. Obviously, I think you probably use that on the dash hound to make the outline, would you call it?
Yeah.
In my working terms, the shape, so yeah, your 1mm great for your structural pieces. Then you've got your 0.8, which is great for also making rings and stuff like that, and using for findings along with your 0.6 as well. And your 0.4 and your 0.25 great for weaving as well. So we've got it all covered there, pretty much. So you've got 55 metres of wire. That is such a huge amount. And then 95. Am I missing something here? I know I'm not good at maths. Right.
Is the 0.4? Did you get more of the 0.4?
50 metres on the 0.4.
I think it is.
Bonus.
Yeah, because I haven't touched the second sample of any of it, and I've done
Well,
quite
I
a bit
trust
of.
you, Claire, because you know your wire.
I think that's probably what it is. Yeah.
So 95 metres in total. Wow. That would go such a long way, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
95 metres. That is a lot of wire. That really, really is. And gemstones that you've got to go with your wire as well. These are gorgeous. Just have a look. I love the variety of gemstones that you have here. You've got the most exquisite strand of Sunstone. Sunstone is just magnificent, completely natural. You've got these beautifully summery hues there, and you've got your gemstones that are full of adventure essence as well, which is this glittery like appearance that you can see coming from the gemstone there. These are divine, and I've said it quite a few times. The last couple of times that we've had Sunstone is that the recent parcel of Sunstone that we've had has been the best I have ever seen. It's just incredible. So you've got 25 carats of your graduated Sunstone there. Your rondelles 3x1 to 6x3 millimetres in size. You have 10 carats of your hematite, your microfaceted hematites there, 2 millimetres. I love these, just so sparkly. Great for attention to detail in designs as well. Those are so sparkly, aren't they? And then you've got 90 carats of mukite as well. And again, this is a gemstone that I love because of the variety of colours that you get within this gemstone. Beautiful blush pinks, you've got raspberry tones in there. 90 carats, 6 millimetre rounds you have. They are stunning. And together, they look fab, don't they? So in total, you've got 115... 125. 125 carats of gemstone and 95 metres of wire. Now, I have said a couple of times, outside of kits, we've not seen much wire at all. 95 metres, that's a lot of wire. Even if you're not a wire worker, you're probably going to need wire in some part of your jewellery making, whether that to be to make findings or some kind of connection or something like that. 95 metres is going to go an awful long way. For wire workers, this is absolute heaven.
And wonderful, you know, in that colour, like you said, and and then you've got the complementary antique bronze as well. So
they're gorgeous. Yeah. Look at those colours. Love these. Now have a look at the litter of dash hounds. They're so cute. See, we could have Donnie, Dasher, Dave,
Deirdre,
yes. Don't all have to be boys, do they? They are so cute, Claire. Claire has insisted, by the way, that she has a photo frame back. So we can't give away that one. Producer Danny thought it was a wirework photo frame. You could do that, Claire, in fact, couldn't you?
You could do, yeah. If you have the, I think the wire crinkler tool, you could do that.
That would look brilliant, wouldn't it? So cute. £39.60. You don't have to make the dash hound if you want. You can make any animal you like, but also lots of other pieces as well. £39.60. If you came in today and bought every single piece of, from this kit individually on the web, this is the price tag that you would be paying. However, because we've bundled them together for you, we're going to take them down to £2.86 per component. That is so good, isn't it? There's 95 metres of wire in there. In fact, one of those is 50 metres. So 50 metres of wire for £2.83. I'm in. I am in. You've got your 1 millimetre gauge, your 0.8, your 0.6, your 0.4, and your 0.25 millimetre gauge, and 3 strands of genuine gemstones here. That is a phenomenal, phenomenal deal for you this afternoon, this evening even. That's incredible value, isn't it, Claire?
It is. And I mean, I've done the dash hands, but I've also tried to do sort of a bit more of a, I suppose, less fun, more elegant piece of jewellery, because, you know, if dash hands, if wire work like that isn't your cup of tea, you know, just to try and show, you know, everybody as well, you can get, you know, that I mean, that strand of Sunstone is absolutely, I mean, there's nothing like it, is there? It's like, it reminds me of like,
I love that.
It like same sort of thing as like a Labradorite. You know,
Yeah.
you've got those little flecks of almost gold
Yeah.
rainbow in there. You know, so
It's like gold dust, isn't it?
yeah, it really is. It really, really is. And that 0.4 wire is lovely and soft. So the weaving capability is brilliant.
I love it. I love this bracelet as well. And do you know, doesn't the Sunstone look fab with the
Oh
copper
yes,
wire?
yeah. Really, really feminine. Really feminine.
That is such a pretty design. So you could make something like that if you didn't want to make the dash hand. I love the dash hand. Do you know what? I think that's going to be really popular.
Really,
Yeah, I think if you had these pieces on a craft stall, I think they'd be so popular. Really unique and beautiful. They're gorgeous. I love this one with the strand of mukite as well.
Oh, it looks lovely, doesn't it?
Yeah,
with it? It does.
really, really does.
I can never work out which one is my favourite tone of mukite because it's I really like the violet-y type. You know that.
That's pretty, isn't
And then
it? That one there.
Like the strawberry cream.
And then the
pinks.
pinker ones. I know. It's one of those strands, isn't it? But again, it's one of those strands that actually people will pick up your design if it's mukite because they always want to have a closer look at those different colours and that gemstone that you don't find very often. Well, I've never seen it on high street actually. Never mind, not very often. I've never ever seen it on the high street. Not to say it's not there, but I think you'll struggle to find mukite anywhere else. It's an incredibly beautiful gemstone. It's a great strand for all year round as well, I think. You know, you can carry that through every season, can't you? So we've got 5 dash hounds and the bracelet as well. How much did you have left?
Loads.
Oh.
I haven't touched the second sample, and obviously all my pieces that I end up sort of saying no to and throwing away. So yeah, absolutely loads. I've still got quite a lot of gems as well.
So you could have made a lot of dash hounds.
I could have.
Right, hundreds of dash hounds with the wire. Well done if you checked this kit out, by the way. There are so many in baskets. Quantity wasn't huge on this kit, so do make sure you're checking out. We've only got double figure quantity. There's so much wire in this kit. This is fantastic. And that copper coloured wire, 95 metres in total there was with the antique bronze there as well. That's absolutely tons to be going on with. Okay then, Claire, I'm going to let you carry on.
Okay, so we're going to do the dash hound. So I've started off with the built the structure with the 1 mil.
Okay.
For 2 reasons. One, so I've got the maximum strength, but then also sort of colour wise. If you have a look at dash hound, so I've sort of like gone for like your typical like you almost like your black and tan types. So I mean, if you wanted to do, mine are actually just the tan ones, so you could just do it all in the 0.8 and just give it a little little hammer, just work hard on it slightly. So if we start off with this one, you'll be able to see it better as well. So as always, so we're going to undo a little bit off the reel. And you can see, you know, how lovely, brilliant wire to work with. But what I want to do, as I always do, so I'm just running it through my fingers, just so that I sort of get a feel for the gauge that I'm working with, get rid of any of those kinks, warm it up a little bit. And I'm probably going to take about, I'd say I probably got about 60, 70 centimetres there, which is going to be more than enough.
Okay.
So I'm really sorry if I accidentally on purpose, I need a big working area.
She's such a diva. I must have a massive working space.
I need this big space. So we start off. So I've cut it off the reel.
Yeah.
And tools I'm going to be working with, just standard. I want my flush cutters, my round nose pliers, and my chain nose pliers. Just so nothing. You know, just my standard tools. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to find. It doesn't have to necessarily be your midpoint, but I'm just going to find a point and I'm going to use my chain nose pliers. Yeah. I'm just going to turn back in on itself. So I want to create quite a sharp angle. So the place we're starting at is the tail. So if I just pop that one there, so you can see where we're going to start. So we're starting at this end, and we're going to work from the tail to the nose. Okay?
Did you kind of find yourself a template from somewhere, or did you just literally feed one of your dogs lots of biscuits and tell him to sit still for a very long time?
No, it's sort of, I do what I usually do. If I'm doing something like this, so I'd look at line drawings, colouring books, tattoos, things like that. I mean, dash hound is quite a popular motif as well at the moment. I had some, I think, was it for my birthday, or I think it was for my birthday, I had some, yes, Ellen gave it to me for my birthday, but I think it got a heart on it and some dash hounds. So it's obviously, it's quite a popular little motif. So I find a shape that I like, and then I add the detail to it. So if we start off, so I'm starting at the tail. So I want to so I've made that initial bend here, but I want to really crimp that together. So all I'm going to do, I'm just going to move down on my pliers to a wider point, so I've got quite a good surface area, so I've got a bit more control of the wire, and pinch together. So now if I bring it to the side, I can separate those two out. So I've got, if I look at it from the top, so I've got the illusion of the single wire from the front. So I'm just going to grip here, and if I so I'm taking the shorter length. It doesn't really matter, but if it's a little bit uneven like mine is, I would take the probably the shorter length down to the bottom, and we'll have the longer length at the top. So if I work out how big I want his tail now, so in this one I've probably got about 1 centimetre, and I'm just going to give it a little curve up, just like that, because they're quite happy. So they've got a little waggy tail. So now I'm just going to start off on the top section, so on my longer wire, and I'm just going to use my thumb as a bit of a mandrel and just tease that wire around. So I'm just going round, and that's going to be sort of the top of his bottom and his back. But if we start off at his legs now, so I'm working with this bottom wire. So if I come out just a little bit, so I've just got a little bit of a dip. So can you see in the same way that I moved the top and curved it round, so just a little bit here. And I'm going to start, and where I want, so I'm going to go a little bit further, and I'm going to start with the inner leg, if you like. So I'm going to just drop down. So again, I'm still working with my chain nose pliers. I'm going to drop all the way down. So then I'm just going to swap over now with my round nose pliers, and they're quite little dumpy legs, so I'm just going to bend round. So I've just used my round nose pliers in, and again I'm going to curve round little feet. So if I bring that round, so I'm almost giving him like little boot type thing, because he's not he's almost like a bit more of a caricature of the so you can you don't have to be too anatomically correct. We can have a little play about with his features, and I think that works quite well when you're doing something like this. So he's got his first little boot there. So if we come along, so I'm going to go back in line with the outline of his body. So if I just bend that back, and then I come back down, so I'm bringing it back, and I'm going to do exactly the same there. So I'm just going to create these little boots. So again, bring round my round nose pliers, move round, and give him his little feet. Now if you wanted to add a little bit more detail, so you could give a little squish at the bottom. Can you see sort of flatten his feet out, if that's what the look you wanted. So if we just bring that down, so it's almost like two musical notes, isn't it? So if I bring that in, I'm going to swap to my round nose pliers and bring back up. So I've now given him his little feet, but my wire is now going back in line in the direction that I want it. So I'm just going to bend there and go back in line. So if I just pinch that together, so I've created his little feet, his little legs, and I'm back going in the direction that I want. He looks like quite a porky one, doesn't he?
Little cutie. Can I just squeeze in these, Claire? I've got some ring stands for you here, which are fabulous for all of you that do have craft stores, but also for your own collection at home as well. I do, for some reason, and I don't know why this is, but for some reason I have the tiniest jewellery box in the world, and a huge jewellery collection.
I was going to say, I would have thought you would have.
Yeah, I literally don't know why. It's probably half the size of this tablet.
Really?
Box. Yeah, it's tiny. I just don't know why I've never bothered to get a bigger jewellery box, but I don't. But I have managed to get a few necklace busts and the ring stands over the last year here at Jewellery Maker. And they are really fantastic because you can get so many pieces of your jewellery onto the stands, the ring stands and the necklace busts as well. So great just to have at home in your own collection, really, for your own pieces. You will get 5 of these in total. The size on these, I don't have the size on my screen. Oh yes, I do. 6.5 centimetre diameter they go up to there for you. So you can actually get quite a few pieces on here. But when you have made an absolute masterpiece, if you are selling that on your craft store, you want to display it. properly, don't you? If you've got a website as well and you're taking pictures of your jewellery that you want to sell, you want to display that properly so that you look professional, and you are then showing a masterpiece. I can pop this one on here, my spare ring on there, but I don't have any of this. Claire hasn't made any today. She hasn't worked hard enough. Do you remember that day you made like 20 rings or something?
Yes, but that's exactly what I was going to say. Like, so when you sometimes when you create something, and I haven't got any at home, and sometimes I think, oh, it doesn't look very good. It's not. But then when you come here and you put it on those, I think it really
makes a big difference. Really makes a big difference because it just displays them beautifully, doesn't it? And you can it really stands out. If you've got them on a crystal, they really do stand out. £4.95. That's less than £1 each. That's incredible, isn't it? And it's well worth doing, again, for photography as well. You know, you can change the angles of your photographs and put your rings on there and display them perfectly. CEPO04. I've got some more wire for you. Half round wire this time. I love the half round wire and the square wire, you know. These are fab. You've worked a lot with the half round and the square, haven't you?
It's absolutely brilliant. I just think it gives you such a different look. It's, you know, it's brilliant stuff.
Do you know what I find with the half round and the square wire as well, that they, compared to normal wire, they just sit up against each other perfectly. So it does give you that really neat finish, doesn't it? This one is your 0.64mm gauge there, so slightly thicker than your 0.6. You've got 5 metres of your half round wire there. So you've got kind of the flat side, haven't you, and then the domed side of the wire as well. It is a fantastic wire to be working with. You do get different effects with this. If you twist it as well, again, you get different effects with this as opposed to the round wire. But you've got that perfect, it almost gives it a machine finish, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you can use, you don't have to just wrap it around the square wire. You can, in the, you know, my wire writing DVD, we do a little rainbow, and I use that at the bottom to bind it with. I think it might be actually that one, because it was, you know, that in that like champagne gold colour. But you get that, like you say, a really neat machine finish.
You really do, and I think that might be quite helpful for those of you that are beginners or just starting out with your wire work as well. At £3.95. If you came in and you got the kit, I would definitely be getting this in addition to the kit. You've got that extra colour, that gold colour there, and you've got your half round wire. JSBN24 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655, or join us on the web this evening at JewelleryMaker.com. Just make sure that those of you shopping on the web are completing your orders and checking out your baskets. Deborah in Manchester. Hi Claire, how about Diddy Dash Hound?
Yeah,
Diddy. Oh,
I like that.
Diddy. I hope you're writing all these down, Danny. He is. He's on it.
Diddy the Dash Hound,
I like that.
Yeah.
Denise in Kansas says I would name Claire's Dash Hound Dapper Danny. Dapper Danny, he likes that one. That's going to the top of the list, isn't it? Oh dear. Right, I shall let you carry on.
Okay. So here we've done his. So we've got his tail, top of his back, and we've got his first little pair of his legs. So we're now going to come to. We're going to give him sort of. If you look at a dash hand, so they've got quite a high arch, sort of where their tummy is. So what we want to do is, if we just grip in here, and then we want to take that. So in the same way, I'm using my thumb quite a bit just to give that. Can you see? So if I just curve up like that, almost like a greyhound or a whippets, things like that. So we want quite a skinny little belly there. So again, you know, we're trying to create that sort of that little sausage shape. So we go. So, and obviously because you've got your top line going up here, so which we haven't really worked on yet, but it's useful to sort of bear in mind. So compare the one to the other of where that works. So if we we're going to go on to our next bit now. So we're going to do our next set of little front paws. So if we work down now, so we want again sort of another looking at a characteristic of the dog that we're going to do. So we want him to be quite narrow and quite long. Okay. So whereas say you know, maybe another breed of dog, we might start thinking about having his other feet coming about here, but we're going to elongate him. Okay. So again, sort of like this, almost like a caricature of the shape. So if we start off, so again, I'm going to working with my chain nose pliers. So I'm going to start with the front one again. So I'm just going to bring down and do exactly the same as I did with the back ones, create these almost like these little boot shapes. So I'm doing that with a mixture of my round nose, chain nose and my hands. So again, so I'm going to go up to that line, bring across, so that if I look from the front, so try and keep all that where I'm working here in line, so just the one here, and I'm going to bend back round, so bring that, and you can see how lovely this wire is to work with, and do exactly the same, so little booty, and I'm going to bring that round, and come down here. So at this point, I'm just going to open that up a little bit and come back in line. So again, so I've created in exactly the same way, but he's now got his little, so he's got his back legs and his front legs. So if I just leave that now for the moment, so I'm just going to tuck that bottom one out of the way. So if we start off on the top, so I'm just going to press it against the surface so that I can sort of try and get so that top line and that bottom one marry up, because obviously if I let it go like that, he's going to be he's going to have a big bottom, isn't he, and a very narrow bit there. So if I just sort of start to tease up here, and I'm going to want to work out sort of whereabouts I want his head to be. So I'm going to just take my round nose pliers, and I want his head to sort of start off about here. So I know he's got a nice long body, and I'm going to start and give that just that little dome of his head. So again, just working with my thumb just to get that little curve. So what I want to do now is because they have quite long snouts. So again, we're going to sort of exaggerate these characteristics so that he's a bit more of a, you know, an amusing dog. So there we go. So I'm just going to move that up a little bit. So what I want to do now is I'm going to use I'm swapping over, so I've got my chain nose pliers, and I want to just create a little bit of detail here. So I'm going to take this, so if I show you from the top, I'm just going to go all the way at the back and almost like a twisting motion. And just by doing that, I'm still going back in the same line, but I've got a little bit of, it's a bit more of a three-dimensional shape, and I've just got a little bit of detail here. So if I go back round, and again, so I'm just going to go in the same way, so just giving him his little bit of a snout, so you can see I've just tucked in there, and we're going to give him his little nose. He's looking quite mole-like, isn't he, as well? So I've got the little, using my round nose pliers, just giving him a little bit more of a, so I can use one of the gems if I want to, or I've used it as a point to end with the wire. So again, I'm just going to give him a little bit more of a jaw, and I'm coming back in line. So again, if we pop it down and we see how he's looking like a bit of a ferret as well, isn't he? Right, so we've got there. So what we want to do now is we've still got this big long tail of wire here, so we've got plenty of wire to give him a bit more feature in his face. So if we swap over now to, I've got my chain nose pliers again. So what I want to do, I'm going to grip here, so I'm coming, I'd say just sort of halfway down on that dome, and I want to bring up, because I'm going to now start doing his ear. So then I'm going to come all the way back on myself, but I want to open it. I don't want to come back down at the back of all of the dash hand. I want to sort of come to the front. So I'm just going to bring that all the way around. So if you can see there, so I've come sort of like through the centre of the design. And I want to bend and crimp that together so that when I look from the front, I've only got that one wire. So it's going to be part of his ear. So if I bring that down, so if I just smooth any of those kinks out. Bring round. So again, so I'm just going to start to create his ear. Now hopefully at this point you can start to see he's hopefully going to look a little bit more dog-like. So if you're going to maybe do a basset hound, you might elongate that ear. So they do have quite big ears, but not as big as a basset. So what we want to do, but now so we've got our ear shape, but we want this wire to be coming back over here so that I can start adding detail in his face. So I'm just going to grip here and go and retrace myself all the way back around the background. So I'm just bending in exactly the same way as I did, same motion there, and I want to crimp that together. And I grip here and then retrace my steps, so I'm going back so that, and try and do it neatly so that I've got that illusion of that single wire from the front.
Yeah.
And that does two things. So that enables that this tail is in the position that I wanted to give him the features.
Yeah.
But also, if you have a look, so if I open that up, what I can do, I can weave into that now if you want to add detail there. So I'm now in the position to give him the eye here. So if I just come back in here, I'm just going to use the narrowest point of my round nose pliers, and I'm gripping on the one side of the ear. So I've actually got 3 pieces of wire in my pliers there.
Yeah.
But if I just nice tight little loop all the way around, full circle all the way, and then I've given either, you can, if you're going to add the gems, because you've got those wonderful
hematites,
so the faceted hematites, which sit really beautifully in that and just give you a little bit of sparkle, or you could just leave it blank. And then I want to just, again, a little bit more detail. So I'm going to mirror, and again looking at sort of the markings that you would get, the typical markings on a dash hound. Yeah. So where we're looking at that sort of that black and tan area. So we want to do exactly the same. We want to mirror the line that we've done here. So we do that that funny little move. So we're gripping with our chain nose pliers, almost like a curve up, just to create a little bit more of a curve round. So if we bring that, and we're now in a position that we've got the detail on the face that we want, and we can get rid of this tail. So if you wanted to make a for example, I've used one of with the badges, the brooches, so you could use this 1mm as your brooch pin. Yeah. So what we need to do, we need to secure that off. So I'm just going to warm that up a little bit, and so you can see as I'm doing that, it's sort of it's going in the like a curve. So that's starting off. So I want to then sort of feed this, and I'm going to go all the way back through. So when it comes to about here, then I need to swap over from my hands, and I start with the tools. So I'm just feeding that round to make that loop smaller and smaller. Yeah. But I'm gripping here, so none of that design moves. The only bit that should be moving is this bit from my thumb onwards. So if I wanted to make a brooch pin, I would leave that section on, or I can snip it off. So I'm just going to use my chain nose pliers to just squidge that down a little bit. So if I just bring that down, so he's got his nose there. So it's entirely up to you whether you give him a little nose or a big nose bite, however many loops you'd go round. So what we need to do now, we need to get this section, this tail here to attach. So all I want to do is, so again, I'm going to go on my chain nose pliers and just take that up a little bit. Yeah. So if I just bring that there and gauge how high, because obviously I've still got a bit of play with that wire there. I mean, you can see, so you would, you can make him as sort of fat or as thin as you want him to be, but I would say probably about here. So if we start, so I'm going to snip off, because I don't need all of that. I just want to start creating a loop with that little tail there. So we'll just open it out a little bit. So you can see I've started to make that loop. Yeah. Now if I open up his ear, you can take that bottom one, that bottom ear, and if we slide that in and give that a squidge down, that should hopefully secure our dash hand shape. So again, so if you wanted to, what I would do there is I would also turn that over, so from the back, and hammer out. Not where you've doubled up anywhere, but certainly along this line or along here. So if I wanted to, if I was going to create this in to make it a little brooch, so I'd probably go around twice here. So if I just go around again in exactly the same way, just to get that out here. So I've got two little wraps now around his nose, and I've got all this nice long tail now to create my brooch. So I'd come out slightly at the back, so that I've got a little bit of depth there, and bring all the way, so I can go all the way at the back, and I could turn that in slightly, and I can come out like that. So if you've got your flush cutters, obviously just give it a little snip at the end
Yeah.
and file that down so you've got a nice point.
Yeah.
And then I would because you don't need to you can hammer all this section, the dog itself, and then I would hammer that so you've worked hard on that so you've got, it's much more springy.
Yeah.
And then you can obviously just push it like that. So once it's gone through your clothes, you can just angle his tail a little bit and angle that bit, and you've got your little pin.
So cute. So cute. Don't forget, we are naming the dash hound this evening. 60777, start message with the word JM Studio. We've had Donnie, we've had Danny, we've had Diddy. Yeah. We're liking Diddy, aren't we? Yeah. Dave was the name that I came up with. We've had lots of really good names. Keep sending them in. 60777. We're going to give a piece of Claire's jewellery away at the end of the show. Have a look at these clasps. These are really, really pretty. You've got your gold colour, your rose gold colour and your silver here. 3 different designs, different sizes as well, I think. They're really, really pretty. Now, I'm always saying with our toggle clasps that actually they are so fancy, I don't want to hide any of them. Generally with a toggle clasp, you'd have that at the back of a wrist with a bracelet or at the back of the neckline on a necklace, but they're all so fancy. We don't ever really want to hide them. So make them a feature in your designs, either on the front of a bracelet, on the front of the wrist, or you can have that in an asymmetrical design in a necklace if you wanted to. Or what I really like to do, which lots of the designers are doing, is taking them apart and using them as 2 separate components. So maybe using the round in a pendant and using the T-bar as a cufflink as well. You can make them go even further. You have in total 15 pieces. So you've got 5 of each design there, 5 of each colour. So that's 15 pieces in total. So in actual fact, you could maybe mix that up a bit and use some of them as pendants, some of them as cufflinks, have some of them as toggle clasps. But again, having the option there, you know, you've got your gold plated, your rose gold plated and your silver plated. So maybe if you are doing commissions, great to be able to offer that choice, isn't it? £18 and 85 pence. I really like that spiral on the gold. Just taking that bit off there, popping that on your jump ring onto your chain. Would look really pretty, wouldn't it?
It would. And sometimes, I don't know how, because they're quite solid, these, but sometimes you can manipulate those, that section into, you know, like a horseshoe. So your little horseshoe charm. That's
a good idea, isn't it? Great idea. And also, Claire, would you imagine that these ridges as well, great for wire wrapping as well?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So loads of options with those. £8 and 95 pence. So for 15 pieces, that's like what, 59 pence each. That's incredible, isn't it? Incredible value there. 0800 644 655. Do remember you've got 30-day money back guarantee. That 30 days is there just for your peace of mind. Within that 30 days, you can go and have a look anywhere and see if you can beat us on price. I don't think you're going to do it. 30 days. We could give you 30 years. I don't think you'd do it, I tell you. £8 and 95 pence. NCGC96 is your code for these. Make sure you're checking out as soon as you can. Lots and lots of you with these in baskets. Claire, have you finished with your dash hound? Or have you got any more to show us?
Well, I can just show you. So all I would do is, with your tiny gem, all you need to do is sort of wire that into the you know, the eye there, if I can see. But you can see, you know, as soon as you put that in, you're getting that you know, that glint, that because of, you know, how sparkly it is.
Little glint in his eye.
Yeah. So I mean, you could just leave it as that. If you know, weaving is your thing, and you've got, because you have got all that beautiful 0.4 wire. Yeah. So I've done a mixture on mine. So some of them I've used, so on the larger ones I've used the 0.4, and on the smaller one I use the 0.25, because obviously you know, if you're taking it down sort of scale wise, but then also feature with, you know, if you've got little you know, you always have, like, well, I tend to have you know, little snippets of chain, things like that, which is why so I've given them little collars and leads, you know, just play about. So I've got a little bit of like the red wire, the white wire, but you can see on that one, so you've got all that area. So the areas that I've created on his face and on his feet, so that's where I've highlighted to have that the weaving in the copper. I also I think you've got some as well, is it some, you've got some antique bronze, haven't you, a bit later?
Yeah.
Because I just used a little bit on the one on the photo frame and just did a little bit more weaving on his ear. But you've got all those, you've got loads of different areas that you can, you know, play about with. So
that's great. He's so cute. I love that. Thank you so much for showing us that, Claire.
thank you.
He's gorgeous. Keep your names coming in 60777, and we could be sending you one of these designs at the end of tonight's show. We've got time for a star buy. Chain, loads and loads of chain I've got for you here. Have a look at these 20 metres. I've got 10 metres of each. Do you know what? There is so much here, and I love the colours that you have here as well. Have a look at these. Really, really pretty. These will be great for any of your vintage designs. Look at the heart-shaped linked chain that you've got here as well. Isn't that really pretty? Very, very delicate. So you've got 10 metres of your antique copper brass heart chain. The links are 3 by 4 millimetres in size. And you've got your antique copper brass Rolo chain there. Your links are 3 millimetres in size. So actually, both of these chains, you could quite easily get head pins through there and attach charms to those or gemstones to those if you wanted to. 10 metres is such a lot of chain. You've actually got 20 here, 10 on each reel. So with a metre long length of chain, you could get 2 16-inch lengths for necklaces if you wanted to, and a 7-inch bracelet or anklet. So with 10 metres, you could get 20 16-inch necklaces. No? Did I say 20 or 10?
It's maths. I see it. I'd zoned out a bit there because it was figures and math.
I love that. I zoned out, Hannah. You were boring me. 10 metres on each. So let's just go with one. So 10 metres, that's 20 16-inch necklaces. So with both, that would be 40 16-inch necklaces and 20 7-inch bracelets or anklets. That's such a lot. But of course, you don't have to go with 16-inch if you don't want to. I just refer to that because it is one of the most popular sizes here in the UK. LXGC90 is your code for this one. £32.90. What does that work out to per metre already where we are? Maths again. Tumbleweed moment. LXGC90. You could, in fact, if you are a crafter, no reason why you can't have this on your craft stall, offer both options and sell it by the inch if you wanted to, you know. I like a 30-inch necklace. I have to say I like a long drop-in necklace. Big statement look as well. But we're all different, aren't we? 800 644 655, loads and loads of you coming through. £1.14 a metre. So actually with a metre, if you can get 3 pieces of jewellery out of a metre, that's pennies. That's ridiculously low, isn't it? And there's so much here. So much here. £22.95. The layered up look is very much on trend at the moment. And actually, you've got so much chain here that you could do that. You can embellish clothes. You can embellish handbags. I was looking at handbags today, actually, that covered in chain. So on trend right now. LXGC90 is your code for this one. You can get as many as you like. There's no limit to how many you come in and buy today. If you want to take a couple of these, remember you've only got one P&P as well. No matter how many times you shop with us from midnight last night right through until midnight tonight, you've just got one P&P of £2.95. That's standard here in the UK. £4.95 premium. 2 to 3 days on premium. That'd be me. Definitely. I'm so impatient. Right. Do you know, I actually asked what this was earlier on, didn't I? I did ask Danny what this gemstone was when I picked it up. I couldn't work it out for a minute because there was so much colour coming from it, but they're rounds, which is why this confused me. We don't very often see opals in rounds like this. We might see the nuggets, we might see the drops. Have a look at the colour from these opals. Oh my gosh.
It's almost like luminous, isn't it?
Yeah, can you see why I was a bit confused? Because there was so much colour, but I think it's because they were rounds as well. If they were drops, I would have thought, yeah, that's opal. But I've never seen this much green in opals before. And it's like they're like little glow sticks, but glow orbs. Aren't they?
Gorgeous.
They are some of the best quality, if not the best quality Ethiopian opal I think I have ever seen. I've never seen this much green in opal before. You've got 20 carats in total, 3 to 6 millimeters in size, and that is a 30 centimeter strand that you have there. These are so high end. Now the bad news is I've only got 11 chances available for you. Look at those reds. Reds, greens, yellows. I've never seen such neon colour either from opals. I mean, that is just so vivid. And they're 100% natural as well. All the work of Mother Nature. And it's not just like we're kind of looking at every other one or every 2 or 3 gemstones. Every single one is just full of so much colour, full of colour. Now I'm going to count out how many gemstones you've got here because you could make this strand go a very long way. Look how long this strand is. Right, I'm going to count out 20 because I'll be here all day otherwise. Let's have a look. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. I'm going to go with a good 60 to 80 gemstones on that strand, even with your graduation there. And you know, sometimes, well, you hear us say it a lot with opal, you know, I have to bring in the shadow hand to shadow out some of the studio lights, but really, I don't have to, do I? Look at that colour. That is just ridiculous. Look at those neon greens. Whoa. Now, obviously, these will be high-end. I don't think I've ever seen opal rounds, Ethiopian opal rounds before. PAUD 79 is your code. Claire, what would you do with this strand?
I'd be tempted, 2 things. I'd just restrand it and have it as a really wow necklace like that. Or maybe take off a couple either side and have some earrings. Or I'd be tempted, you know the pearls that you had earlier? I'd be tempted to put them with those. I think the colours, would go really well.
Wow. Danny just said you can't find any rounds on our website at all. No round opals there at all. And we're at £79 and 95. Can you imagine how incredible these would look in natural daylight? Natural daylight, these would be blinding. Those colours are just so exquisite. 0800 644 655. Again, you know, this is a considered purchase. If you're looking and thinking, do you know what, I love them, but that is a little bit out of my price range for today. Use your 30-day money-back guarantee. Our Director Ben has just said, do you know what? This is my favourite strand of opal ever. Do you know what? I think I'm with you there, Ben.
Yeah, I think I am as well. Yeah.
I've never, ever seen colours like it. We've got multi-buyers for this strand. That's how good this strand is. These are exquisite. Every single one of those is so high-end, so colourful. I've never seen, do you know, even in jewellery, I've never seen Ethiopian opal this colourful. They are gorgeous. If you've got those in your basket, do make sure you check out. Well done, multi-buyers there. Woo! Gorgeous. Right, coming up for you after the break, I've got, of Quartz, It's a Good Deal.
Ba-bum.
I wonder what that style Y could be. I love Danny's names for bundles and kits. And I've also got some wire coming up with you. Look at this, look at this. Loads of wire, absolutely loads of wire. 0.4, 0.25 millimetre gauges, 200 metres. Don't mind if I do, I've seen just a few.
Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre. Sarah Elvin brings you her DVD, Friendship Bracelets. This fantastic DVD is filled with excellent techniques to create the perfect friendship bracelet. This includes the chevron style bracelet, the knitted style bracelet, and the crisscross bracelet. Friendships are forever, and so are bracelets. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. If you have a question or a query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2, or alternatively you can email help@jewellerymaker.com. When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today.
Come and join guest designer Mark Smith with his fantastic DVD, Chips and Nuggets with Wire. Mark guides you through everything you need to know to create these stunning pieces. From the tools that you will use to different types of wire and the gorgeous gemstones featured, it's like having a personal tutor in your living room.
Chrome diopside, which as the name suggests, gets its vivid green colours from chromium. It's not a particularly well-known gemstone. Diopside, or sometimes known as Russian diopside, was first discovered in the early 1800s and derives its name from the Greek words dis and ops, meaning two-faced, in reference to the two ways of orientating the gem before cutting. Diopside is unusual in that it has perfect cleavage in two directions. To see more of this incredible gemstone, stay tuned to us.
Good evening, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. If you have just tuned in, thank goodness I never had a sweet on the break, because for some reason everybody that had a sweet on the break has lost the ability to talk. Was you trying to tell me something then, Sam? I think she's right. I've got 5 seconds left. Excellent. Welcome to Jewellery Maker. If you have just tuned in, go and have a look on the website, see if there's anything still available from today's show. I will be here right through until 9 o'clock this evening with the lovely, so I'm going to say it again, award-winning Macdonald. She is, you know, designer of the year, I'll have you know. Go and have a look at the kit, actually, if you've just tuned in. A fantastic wire opportunity, 95 metres of wire in that kit, and beautiful gemstones for £22.95, I think. Gorgeous. Can I show you these? Quite possibly my favourite strand today. This is gorgeous. Beautiful amethyst. They're coming up for you at 10 to 8 this evening. How high-end are these? I love them. And these will be Claire's challenge as well. She's got the other strand over there. They are stunning.
They're beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, I love that colour. I love that coating. peacock colours you've got there. And coming up at just our buys this hour, I've got a trio of quartz for you. Look at these. Very, very sparkly. Really, really pretty, aren't they? They'd be fantastic again in those wire bundles for weaving with. Really beautiful size. So you've got 3 strands of those coming up. I also have 200 metres of antique bronze wire. Again, great addition to the kit. Or just your wire stash that you've got. 200 metres. I thought 95 metres was a lot. 200 metres, your 0.4 and your 0.25 you've got there. So these are coming up for you. Hang on, this isn't a kit. How come we've got wire outside of a kit? Oh, special cupboard. That'll be the special cupboard. Do you like these, by the way? I love these. Look at your pencil charms. These were really, really popular last time I had them. They're gorgeous. And do you know, I love the colour for the summer as well. Maxi dress, suntan. They look fabulous. And those are coming up for you at 7:30 as well. So lots and lots of treats. Right, let's have a look. Peridot. Wow. Now, this is going to be a considered strand. I mean, have a look at the Peridot, look at the quality, look at the saturation of colour, look at the clarity, the faceting on these. These are gorgeous. So, so beautiful. Now, Peridot is a gemstone that is 100% natural. It's the only gemstone other than a diamond to be formed in the mantle of the earth. All gemstones are formed in the crust apart from diamonds and Peridot. These have such strong saturation of colour. Can you even believe that these are natural? They're stunning. And you know, with the amethyst that we've got coming up for you later on, look at those together. I love Peridot and amethyst together. Peridot and citrine, Peridot and your blue gemstones, so it might be a sky blue topaz. One of those that works with so many other gemstones. And they're green. It's Mother Nature's backdrop, isn't it? They are gorgeous. Now, on this strand, you've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, approximately 38 gemstones. Now they're 5x3 to 7x4 millimetres in size, 30 carats. Do you know? Oh, I said a considered purchase. £9.95 for what we are looking at here is not a considered purchase at all, not for Peridot. If you're doing any of your birthstone pieces, this is the birthstone for August. I think these would lend themselves very beautifully to earrings.
Yes, they would, yeah. And you'd only need, well, you could do 2 different sorts, couldn't you? So you could just have a single stone, or you could have, you know, like the chandelier type, so several clusters. Yeah. But that shape, I'm just thinking, if you put those, you know, with the pearls that you had in the long strand of pearls. Yeah. So if you put a few of those, and I mean, so that together, so that 2 strands, that's under the £20, wasn't it then? Yeah. That's incredible. That's
ridiculous, isn't it? Because I mean, if you put pearls and Peridot together, you'd sell that on high double figures, if not 3 figures, depending on where you're selling. That's incredible value. If you've not yet got Peridot into your stash, get it now for spring and summer. Perfect. Oh, cabochons. No. Have you ever seen Sunstone cabochons?
Oh, not for a while. I don't think in this studio.
I've never seen them. I'm pretty sure I've never ever seen them. Have a look at these. Sunstone is one of those gemstones for me that I just love. I love any gemstone with an optical phenomena. Or a beautiful optical property to it. Now with your Sunstone, you've got the adventure essence, which literally looks like diamond dust that's been sprinkled into the gemstone. It has a gorgeous glittery-like appearance to the gemstone. These are stunning. With the strand of Sunstone that we had in the kit, and the wire, the copper-coloured wire wrapping one of these cabochons.
I think, I think when I worked with them, which is a long time ago, and I prong set all of them and had a big statement necklace. But if you got that kit, I mean that it would go perfectly with those because you've got all the gauges you need to prong set them or do any type of setting, haven't you?
They would be perfect.
Or your weaving.
Yeah. Definitely. In fact, these should have been in that kit. they're that perfect. They should have been together in the kit with the strand of Sunstone and the antique bronze wire. Unfortunately, there is a low quantity, which is probably why they weren't. Can you see? Look at that adventure essence. Did you see that coming through at the bottom there? They are stunning. Now, I've got 250 carats in total here. I've got 3, 4, 5 individual cabochons, different shapes, different sizes. You may get different shapes and different sizes. You may get less cabochons but bigger individually. You may get more cabochons but smaller individually. I can't guarantee what you'll get, but I can guarantee you the carat weight of 250 carats. And I can guarantee you the price tag of £14.95. Just wire wrapping one of these long drop in a pendant with the copper wire, with the antique bronze wire that we've got coming up, that would look gorgeous. You know how I was just saying before the break, I really like a long drop in a chain, say 30-inch length of chain, big cabochon, statement look for the summer over your maxi dress, winter over your chunky knit jumper. It's something that you can wear all year round. These are perfect, aren't they? Zoe in the West Miller says, hi Hannah. When is the wire coming up? As I'm out at 7:15, been keeping fingers crossed for antique wire for ages. Pretty please. Zoe in the West Midlands, it's coming up at 6:50, 10 to 7. Excellent. And then you can go out, happy days. Brilliant. £14.95. Well done if you got those. Right, black spinel for you. Oh, dream. Look at this for a strand. It's one of those that is, it's a gemstone essential in your stash, really is. Black gemstones, white gemstones and clear gemstones, gemstone essentials, because there isn't anything that they won't work with. So from your other coloured gemstones through to your different coloured findings and wire, through to your different coloured threads, these will work with absolutely anything and everything. And for me, black spinel, it is the ultimate glamour in any design. Now, I happen to be going, I've got a bit of a date night actually with one of my buddies, one of my bestest friends. Her name's Claire, and we're going to see a show. And we're going out and everything, aren't we?
Yeah, I was wondering who you were talking about then.
Not you, obviously.
Who are you going out with?
Who else does she know called Claire?
Oh dear.
I'm just thinking, actually, Claire, that if we could maybe set you another challenge. I'm just thinking, night out, London town.
Yeah,
this would look gorgeous, wouldn't it? I've always wanted a bracelet like this.
I think, I really like that. I love amethyst and rose quartz and, like pretty gemstones. But I think spinel might be coming up to be one of my favourites because it's so striking, isn't it? It really catches, those facets, and it really catches your attention.
Really does. And do you know as well, I think whatever form it comes in, it looks really expensive.
Yes.
It's one of those gemstones that looks so high-end, so expensive. Do you know, if this was mine, I would simply restrand it, just pack that design out in a bracelet just like this, because I love this so much. £14.95. Now they're 7x5 to 15x9 millimetres in size. That's 180 carats. But if you wanted to use them individually as earrings or statement rings, just multi-buy. I would, £11.95. I'd do both. I'd have that bracelet absolutely packed out, and I'd have the earrings, I'd have the statement ring. 6 pence a carat. Now black spinel is the master of disguise, often mistaken for that of a black diamond, but do you know, any day of the week, give me black spinel over black diamonds. Sometimes you get flaws and pits in black diamonds. Spinel, just stunning. LXRU50. Do you know what? I'm going to have to get this strand today. The amount of times I've said I want a bracelet like this, I've got no excuse.
Maybe we should have matching ones then.
Yeah.
Should we do that? Because I'm not saying your top isn't lovely, because it is lovely, but the minute you put that on...
But the minute you say, I'm not saying your top isn't lovely...
No, but with the minute you put that on, it looks, even nicer.
You dig that hole there. £11.95. Loads of you there checking these out. Well done, and lots of you with these in your baskets. Now, text topic tonight. Would you like to win yourself a dash hound? He needs a home. But you know, he's the best behaved dog I've ever known. He hasn't asked to go out once. He's not barked. He's just been as good as gold, hasn't he? If you would like to win Claire's jewellery here, the dash hound, we need to get a really good name for this dog. We've had Danny, we've had Donny, we've had Tansy. Quite like that. What else? Dave, that was my idea. Did you come up with a name?
I think I said Deirdre.
Deirdre,
we had Diddy
yes,
as well, didn't we?
Diddy, we like Diddy as well.
Yeah.
Bruce, I quite like Bruce.
Yeah, and Toby and Oscar were
Oscar.
real ones, weren't they?
Yeah. What was the other one?
Do we have a Darren as well?
Diego. I like Diego.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Dante. Yeah. Do you know what? There's so many good ones. It's going to be tricky to choose. It's all down to our Danny, though. 60777, start message with the word James Studio. Name the dash hound. Right. I heard you, Danny, but I wasn't listening. Excellent. Oh. Look at these. Oh. Whoa. Now, do you know what? I'm looking at these, and I'm not straight away thinking statement. I'm thinking catwalk. These are so catwalk, aren't they?
Be great with the chain that you had earlier as well.
Definitely. They would look stunning together, wouldn't they? The 20 metres of chain that we had and these, I mean, my goodness me, you'd have to, wouldn't you? Quite often I say with these strands, you know, you can use them individually because they're so sizable. 17 by 6 to 37 by 5 millimetres in size. That's 370 carats that you've got there. However, do you know what? As soon as I've held this up, I just thought, no, I'm just going to have that huge statement look. That is so catwalk. Imagine all of the things that this will go with in your stash as well. You know, if you want to throw in that little bit of lustre into a design, if you want that real impact, then this is definitely one of those gemstones to go for. YPP 037. Perhaps just wire wrap one of those into a ring. Ooh, I've got one there.
Yeah, I was just thinking, Jan does them, doesn't she?
Yeah.
So turns it on the side. Yeah. That'd be great.
It would look fab, wouldn't it? And again, you still have a very impact look. Oh my gosh, that one's huge. You still have that high impact look, and actually really designer. Oh, £5.95 for you. That is incredible. Do check out designers, by the way. I don't know, there's lots of them on Instagram, lots of them on Facebook, on lots of social networking sites. Have a look at designs. You know, keep yourself up to date with designs, because there's a lot of them right now that are going for that irregular shape, that are going for that very much less is more, using lots of nuggets, rough nuggets, even diamond rough nuggets in their designs as well. And what do we bring you here at Jewellery Maker? Those gemstones at ridiculously low prices, £5.95. Jeanette in Devon, he looks like a Claude to me.
Yeah.
That's quite
yeah,
nice.
That
makes him sound like a very posh dash hound, doesn't it?
Yes.
Claude.
Yeah.
I like that. Do you know, that's just reminded me of that movie that my son made me sit through once upon a time where all the dogs were talking. I can't remember what movie that was. Have you seen that one, Claire? There definitely were. This film definitely exists, I tell you. Francois in Easter 6 says, name the dash hound. Evening, ladies. How about Ted or Teddy from Francois? Yeah. I like that as well. Oh, can we just name the whole litter? Do remember to include your customer number, by the way. Very important that you include that so that we can get your details to send the dash hound to you. I've got a dash hound. Imagine saying that. Fabulous. Right. So let's have, now these. I want to give everything to Claire as a challenge. These are so pretty. I can see, in fact, Claire, I think you've used something very similar to these before in designs. I can't remember using one of these in a charm or a ring. Could have been both. Look at these.
Yeah, I don't think, they're lovely, aren't they?
Aren't they so pretty? Look at the detail in these. I'm thinking bridesmaids and bridal pieces with these because of that delicate colour that you've got there.
That's a gorgeous colour, isn't it?
They're stunning. You've got your peach shell carved rose flowers here. They're 12 millimetres in size, and you've got 10 pieces there. Now, these are centre drilled as well. Oh, these are, look at the detail in them. Now, these have been hand carved. I don't know about you, I can do that. I can even get close to that. They are so detailed. There's so much detail in them. And what I've said very recently, you know, with the kind of less is more that lots of designers are going for as well, with intricate work, it makes people pick up your jewellery. Whether you're wearing it or whether it's on your crest, it makes people pick them up and have a closer look at the detail in your work. What would you do with these, Claire?
So where did you say the drill hole was?
Centre drilled. Oh, hang on, are they half drilled? I'm just trying to work it out now. Do you know what, the carving is so, I think they're half drilled. Yeah, they are.
But I mean, even if they didn't have a drill hole, what straight away I'd be thinking, because you can prong set,
Right.
And when you've got that shape, it's very useful if you're quite new to prong setting,
Right.
because you can almost just follow the indentations that are on the side. But you know, they're lovely, aren't they?
Oh, they're so,
beautiful?
again, all of that lustre and the detail, it makes them look so high-end. Very, very high-end indeed.
You could just create almost like a right angle in some of the wire that you've got, and then just hang them, you know, hang them off a shepherd's hook, couldn't you?
Yeah.
You know, nothing else other than that, and just glue in that right angle of wire. You know, and then you've made just sort of like a head pin, and then just have that.
That looks so pretty. And I'm thinking as well, Claire, these have got quite a flat surface on the back there. The drill holes there, you can use that if you want to, but I'm just thinking you could quite easily pop some glue on there and glue them to designs and
yeah,
those
absolutely,
kinds of things,
yes,
couldn't you?
absolutely.
They're so pretty. £14 and 95 pence as earrings, stud earrings. They'd look gorgeous. I think for bridesmaids, they're beautiful. You've got so much lustre there. AMGP54 is your code for these. You'll get 10 pieces. That's £1, 49 pence each. I've got a whole bouquet. Whole bouquet. In fact, if you did buy a bouquet that was £14 and 95 pence, how long would that last? Most of them say 7 days, don't they? I've yet to find a bouquet of actual flowers that does last that long. These will last a lot longer, won't they? AMGP 54 at just £14 and 95 pence for you. Colleen in Dorset says, I think the dash hand should be called Donald. After Claire.
Oh, as in Claire Macdonald. Yeah.
Yeah. I was, Claire is your name, not Claire. Do remember to include your customer number. Do remember.
Oh, Donald the Dasher, yeah, I like that.
Do you actually want me to ask her that question?
What was that?
Danny would like to know if you were related from Steve Macdonald off of Coronation Street.
Isn't he really miserable? I don't watch it, but isn't he really...
He's actually quite funny.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, but even still, you know.
Right, I'm not speaking to you now, Danny, that's it.
AMGP54, brilliant. Yuri Midlothian, you've got two. He's digging a hole now. He says Steve Macdonald is his favourite character. So, there you go.
Too late to backtrack now.
Well done if you've got those. Right. Blue lace agate. It's not just any agate. This is gorgeous. Now, in fact, have a look. Baby pinks, baby blues together.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Don't they look gorgeous together?
That is wonderful.
Really, quite vintage actually, with the blue and the pink there. I like these. Now, blue lace agate, for me, this isn't just any agate. It's a very, very high-end agate, your blue lace agate. Beautiful, beautiful hue that you have here. This is the colour I would like to see the sky every day of the week. Not like today. Not like today. This is really beautiful, and again, a great colour to use in your gents pieces as well. You know, with macrame, this would look really, really fabulous. You've got your 6mm rounds there, which are very, very versatile for whatever medium that you're working in. And actually, this colour, put it with your tanzanite, you know, put it with your other blues, put it with your purples, with your pinks, your yellows, your greens as well. It's one of those that works great with many, many other gemstones. You've got 90 carats in total. 6mm rounds, and there are so many on this strand. Do you know what I think? I'd go for simple stretchy bracelets with this. I do like the 6mm gemstones as simple stretches. Very much on trend this season, stacking and racking, isn't it? We see that come around quite a lot, you know, layering up your jewellery. Those would look beautiful. Little 925 sterling silver charm on there as well. They'd look fab. TNPO 34 is your code for these. Well done if you've already managed to check out. Lots and lots of you with these in your baskets. £12 and 95 pence. Blue lace agate you have here. You've got this gorgeous, it's almost like a cloudy sky. Almost like, not a cloudy, yeah, cloudy sky, that's what I meant. Yeah, but blue, but you've got these white, I don't know how close we can get there, but you've got the banding in the gemstone. You've got almost like fluffy white clouds within the gemstone. It's so, so beautiful. I don't think I have ever seen blue lace agate go this low. £19.95, I think, maybe. I was expecting this strand to go down to. £12 and 95 pence for your blue lace agate is phenomenal. In fact, the only one less than this on the web is the 2mm rounds. For 6mm rounds, that's beautiful. How about, you know the morganite that I've got coming up later on? Where's the morganite? I don't think we have seen it. Here it is. Oh. Baby blues and baby pinks. They are gorgeous. And this is morganite, by the way. This is a massive, massive carat weight. You're not even going to believe, where this is going. Oh my days. Maybe you'd just like to check that. It's going into £20. I really don't like doing this because I did this the other night with a strand of opal. And we crashed the web. We actually crashed the web. Yeah. Yikes. That's coming up for you. And 8.45. 8.45. Lydia in Hampshire's got, do you know what, there's so many people multi-buying here. Debbie in New Jersey, very regular video there, you've got 2. Lee in Cardiff's got 3. Susan in Swansea's got 2. Linda in Hampshire, you've got 2. Tracy in Somerset says, hi team. I'd call him Maxwell. Oh, I like that. I like, do you know what, there isn't one name that I don't like. That's Danny says that sounds like one of the tougher dogs from Lady and the Tramp, Maxwell. Yeah, you wouldn't mess with Maxwell, would you? We've not really. Isn't it funny that most people go for the male names? We've only had Deirdre from you. We haven't had any of the girly names. What about Daisy? Daisy the Dash Hound. Cappuccino. Oh, cappuccino. That's what we need, a fancy coffee machine. Have a look at these. These are gorgeous. Do you know what? We couldn't have a strand any more on trend for you. These colours, animal print everywhere, all over the catwalk this season. We've seen lots of tribal designs on the catwalk. These are perfect, just perfect for your animal print and for your tribal designs as well. 250 carats of your cappuccino coloured agate trapezoids, which is the shape that you can see here. 30 by 20 millimetres in size. Wow, these are so. Do you know what? You'd only have to use one of these in a design, and you would still have an incredibly statement piece of jewellery, wouldn't you?
You would, and if you've got all, all the wire that you've done this evening, so the ones in the kit or the antique bronze, I mean, you could just take one of the gems and do some. I've done it like a little bit before on a completely different gem, but it works really nicely. So if you take 2 strands of like a structural wire either side and then weave, so you've got almost like a a mesh, a mass of wires either side. It just sort of encases the gem, almost like setting a cabochon. But it's a really. I think when you've got that size gemstone, you just need one. You could put it, on the chain that you've done earlier as well. Yeah, that would look really nice. Or on cord, or.
But gents jewellery as well, they work really well in gents pieces. Can you see how individual every single one of these gemstones is as well? They're all really unique in their pattern that they've got, but they're all very much the animal print, aren't they? OIGP 68. So if you are a crafter, it's very important to stay on trend and up to date with your designs. These will be a big, big hit. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 individual gemstones there. So that's an average of 25 carats per gemstone. I love it when the maths is easy. £7.95, not even £1 per gemstone for something that is so on trend. Well done if you managed to check these out already. Lots and lots of you coming through. OIGP 68 is your code for these. And again, I'll just use them individually. Jeanette in Devon says, how about Sweetheart? Because she looks like one. Talking about Claire. Sorry. The Dash Hounds, Sweetheart. Yeah, that would work. Of Quartz it is. Is it time? Of Quartz it is. It's time for me, sorry, it's time for me to start one. These are so pretty. Really, really pretty. A fabulous gemstone, but you've got so many fabulous colours here as well. 3 strands, great bundle for you. Really, really versatile. In the ladies' pieces, in the gents' pieces that you're making, They're just perfect, aren't they? Look at that variety of colour you've got there. You've almost got your amethyst purple, your apatite blue, and this is like a sapphire blue that you have here. Really, really pretty. Now, I do have some budding beaded jewellery, as Sue, I did see her, I forgot to ask her for a biscuit. Damn. 3 strands. And look what Sue's done with these. They're so pretty. And actually, this is something that is very much on trend at the moment. You know, if you have a look at friendship bracelets, wish bracelets, macrame bracelets, they're everywhere. These are gorgeous. So you could just take any of your coloured threads that you've got in your stash, any other beads that you wanted to. You could macrame with them, you could kumihimo with them if you wanted to, making simple friendship bracelets. In fact, with this one, this is just a simple stretchy bracelet there. Couple of spacer beads, rose gold colours. They really, really complement the amethyst purple hue that you've got there. That would be so easy to do, wouldn't it, Claire? Oh yeah, yeah, it would. And I think you'd wear something like that all the time, wouldn't you? And like you said, very, very on trend. So you could make several different styles, and you just you know, you can combine them in lots of different ways. They're gorgeous, aren't they? And you could really mix and match these colours up as well if you wanted to, couldn't you? So it might be that you want to use the amethyst purples there with some of the neon apatite blues that you've got in there, or the darker blue hues that you've got in there as well. They are phenomenal. Now, you could easily get 6 bracelets, maybe even more, you know, depending on how sparing you are with the gemstone. If you did a design like this that Sue's done, she's used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16 gemstones. So she actually would have had so much of that strand left after she'd made this bracelet, and that's just one of them there as well. So just an example of what you could be doing with this bundle. You don't have to, of course, but if you're brand new to us here at Jewellery Maker, coming in for the first time and you're thinking, where should I start? Where do I start? What do I need? Gemstones, great to come in and get yourself some gemstones, especially with colour variety as well. It's a great place to start. And you could do something as simple as making a stretchy bracelet. You just need your clear elastic. Oh, it doesn't have to be clear elastic actually. Any elastic, in fact, restranding your gemstones, tying that in a knot and just popping some clear nail varnish on there so that knot doesn't come undone. You've got yourself a simple stretchy bracelet, and it doesn't take very long at all. But you could use these in earrings if you wanted to, in any jewellery at all. And with this size, 4 by 2 millimetres in size they are, 40 carats on each strand you have here. That's 120 carats in total at £11.95. That works out to approximately £4 per strand there. That's ridiculously low, isn't it? 9p a carat. Wow. CZGC 87. What would you do with these then, Claire?
Well, I was just thinking as well, if you started off with quite new to jewellery making and you're used to buying rounds, it's a really nice way as well to work with rondelles. So and mix your your rounds with your rondelles. So you know how you got like your blue lace agate earlier. You could alternate if you've got rounds, rondelle, round rondelle, and have a play like that, because then that, I think, opens up a new style of jewellery making for you too. But yeah, I mean, you could do anything as just use them as spaces between other gems, because they're all different shades of blue or purple, aren't they? So they're going to go with pretty much
they'd look fabulous.
Everything.
In fact, have I got the strand of pearls that I had earlier on? If I just bring these as an example, as Claire was just saying, using them as spaces, like any one of these strands would work well in with your pearls there. I mean, just look at those colours together. They look fab, don't they? 0800 644 655. Marion in Lincolnshire, Gillian in Hampshire, Linda in Hampshire, well done, Francois. Susan in Swansea, you've got 2, congratulations. Ivy in Renfrewshire, Collector in County Durham, well done. Pauline in West Midlands, Joe in Greaterland, and lots of you with these in baskets. Get them home, they are fabulous. Do you know what, you wouldn't necessarily expect this much sparkle from quartzite either. It's a gemstone that generally absorbs light, takes that light in and makes the gemstone glow from within. But because these have been faceted as well, you've got so much sparkle there. I love this bracelet as well, Sue. Gorgeous. Right, aquamarine chain for you. But first, let me show you the wire. We've had lots of texts in about this wire already, lots of you waiting for this. This is coming up for you at 10 to 7, 200 metres. Zoe in the West Midlands texted in and said, I've been waiting ages for this. When is it coming up? 10 to 7, that's coming up, so not too long to wait at all. 200 metres. I've already bought you 95. In fact, we bought you more than 95 metres because we bought you a couple of reels of wire separate to the kit as well. Wire-tastic tonight. Can I just flash you these again as well? Have a look. Oh, do you know what? I think this is my favourite strand of the evening. These are gorgeous. 10 to 8. These are coming up for you. They are so pretty. They're going to be sell-out, aren't they? They're going to fly. Well done. Right. Let's have a look. Aquamarine chain. Ooh. Do you know what? I've never seen one of these chains in aquamarine before, I don't think. Gemstone chains. These are really, really popular. We have essentially done all of the work for you, really. You know, if you think, oh, look at this. Do you know what? I think this might be one of my favourites. Summer, holidays, anklets, bracelets, bridal jewellery. Oh, loads and loads of options. How pretty is this? This is gorgeous. Do you know, you've got 925 solid sterling silver chain here. We say it's 50 centimetres, but actually, if you have a look at all these wrapped loops, all these rosary links you've got on this chain, you're probably looking at more like a metre of solid sterling silver chain that you have, solid sterling silver wire, sorry, that we've used in this chain. You've also got 35 carats of genuine aquamarine there as well. I've never seen an aquamarine sterling silver chain before here at Jewellery Maker. Not to say we haven't had them before, we haven't had this one before, but it's the first time I've ever seen one. And for me, this is just perfect. Now, if you think about how long it would take you at home to make this. So, you know, with the metre long lengths, sometimes guest designers have said, you know, 4-6 hours. Some guest designers have just said, you know what, I wouldn't even bother. I don't have the patience for that. But even if you did have the patience for it, are you going to be able to get every single one of those loops consistent in size, finished to perfection? It's going to take a long time, isn't it?
And all the, you know, head pins that you're going to...
Yeah, exactly. All the head pins, the featherweight head pins there as well. That are on these gemstones. I mean, that's a lot of work. You know, the price tags that we take these chains down to don't justify the work, never mind the stone itself and never mind the gemstone that's gone into them as well. What would you do with this clay? It's really a shame to kind of cut it, isn't it? And
it is. I mean, because it would be a lovely, you know, and if you sell jewelry, it's a quick make, really, isn't it? Because you just put a clasp on and it's a beautiful necklace. But you know, you could get your couple of really lovely, like your anklets or your bracelets out of it, which I think, you know, you'd have that movement, which when it's a cluster chain like that, you know, you'd want to make the most of all that, because it's you know, it's got a lot of movement in there. It really has. It's quite bohemian, isn't it? Very boho chic. I'm thinking in a headpiece as well, this would look very pretty, wouldn't it? It'd be bridal lovely. Headpiece. Yeah, it would.
Gorgeous. £25 and 95 pence is where we should be. But do you know what we're going to do for you this evening? We're going to go to a record low price tag for you, CENV, £17 and 95 pence. Let's not forget, I'm always saying here at Jewellery Maker, the most expensive coloured gemstones on the high street for me are aquamarine and topaz. To get 35 carats of aquamarine, I don't think you'd get 35 carats of aquamarine in a necklace on the high street. I think you'd have to go to a boutique. And if you did, can you imagine the price tag that would be on that necklace? 35 carats of genuine aquamarine. Look how sparkly they are as well. They're so, so pretty. You've got textbook colour there, beautiful brilliance and beautiful, beautiful sparkle. I'd keep this back, you know, for my bridal designs. I think it's just something blue on your wedding day. That would be so, so pretty. Well done if you've managed to get this record low price tag for you. Tracy in Kent says to JewelleryMaker.com. I would call him Dasher, and if he had a brother, I would call him Dexter. Loving the show, ladies. Do you know what? Have both of those names come up before? I think Dexter has. Dasher and Dexter. I was just saying, Dasher makes me think of, I was going to say Rudolph, of a reindeer, I mean. Good names though. Put them on the list. Don't forget to send in your customer number, by the way, as well, and you could be winning yourself a dash hound this evening. Oh, well done, Kathleen in Essex, Patricia in Bedfordshire, Lee, well done, Anarka, well done, Collector in Neath. You've got yours, Rachel, Sue in Bedfordshire, Karen in Bristol. Make sure you're checking out your basket as soon as you can. You could even add a solid sterling silver charm on there, couldn't you, if you wanted to? They are fabulous. Right. Agate bicones for you. Look at this colour. Wow, blue. These are so blue. Look at this colour. Wow. Do you know what I love about this gemstone? It's the depths of colour. The depths of colour that you've got there, but also they have incredible diaphaneity in that they're allowing so much light into them. So they're really glowing as well, aren't they? Beautiful, beautiful glow to this gemstone. Never been offered on their own before. Bicones, beautiful shape. It's very unusual shape, isn't it, Claire?
It is, yeah. It is. It's making me think of Fleur did. I think it was at the weekend just gone. I think it was the hand to wrist bracelets, and there was sort of a mesh with the bicones there. And that was a lovely design. So you could do that with chain to emulate almost like that diamond shape. But yeah, it is. And wonderful, if you do sort of different beading designs, they can sit together. Really, really pretty. I cannot get over the colour in this strand. They look great on screen, but as I'm looking down, they are so much stronger in their colour. They really, really are. They're beautiful. Great for your gents pieces again. Beautiful shapes to create that contemporary jewellery as well. 6mm in size, 0800 644 655. Again, the morganite that I've got coming up for you towards the end of the show. Look at those colours together. Dreamy. £5.95 for genuine gemstones. Let's not forget, here at Jewellery Maker, we only bring you the real deal. No fakes, no synthetics. We say no to faux. Catherine in Pembrokeshire, Daisy the Dash Hound. Yes, I like Daisy. That's nice, isn't it? Daisy, top of the list maybe? What's top of your list right now, Danny? Can I ask? You can't have Danny. Geronimo. Who sent that one in? I didn't see that one, did we? Geronimo. Yeah, Geronimo's good. Geronimo. One, yeah. Angela sent that one in. Top of the list right now. Catherine in Pembrokeshire, thank you. It isn't just Danny that decides. We'll all have a little discussion on the break. I think Danny will come out with his sheet at 8 o'clock. And we'll let Claire choose, actually. It's Claire's Dash Hound. She's giving away the Dash Hound. We'll let Claire decide. Right, coming up for you in just 10 minutes time, not even 10 minutes time actually, I've got your antique bronze wire, your 0.4 and your 0.25. Wirework weaving heaven, right here. These fab, wowzers. Right, have a look at these. The depth of colour is just phenomenal. Great with the first kit again. Great with the coloured wires that we have on opportunity. Is that the right word? On offer. That's what I meant to say. Oh my goodness me. Yeah, what we have on offer this evening with the antique bronze wire and the copper wire. That'd look fabulous. $100 carats. 100 carats of your brown quartz you have here, 5x3 to 8x5 millimeters in size, 18 centimeter strand that you have here. Again, I'm going to bring in the antique bronze wire that we've got. Also the copper wire that we've got coming up for you, or that we had in the last kit actually, would work really, really well. In fact, any of your coloured wire, your gold wire again. How about your sunstone with this as well? You know, those peachy tones, those earthy tones. I was thinking, is that, with the, you'd only need a couple, with the cabochons that you did. I'd just, so if you create it, so you've got the cabochon and all that lovely copper wire, and then just a couple of those sort of like accent gem, I think that'd be a really lovely piece. £9.95 for you as well. Add it to your order. Earthy tones with your mukite, with your jaspers as well. They'd look beautiful, wouldn't they? RORU17 is your code for those. Red jasper flowers. Oh, look at these. Do you know what? These would work well with the quartz that we just had, actually. Look at these. I did just say jasper. It's the earthy tones that you get. Now, these
are fabulous. They really are. Look at those for statement rings already. Earrings as well, they look really, really pretty. Again, with the mukite strand that we had in the kit earlier on, putting those earthy tones together, I really, really love those, and they are colours that are very much on season. On season? Oh gosh, on trend this season. I don't know what day it is. Do you know, all weekend I said it was Friday. Literally all weekend. You see, I was here most of the weekend. Every day I thought it was Friday. 130 carats of your red jasper you've got here. Your 5 petal flowers, they're 16 millimetres in size, and there's 16 individual gemstones that you have on this strand. So just using one of those, wire wrapped into a ring, that would look so, so pretty. You could really make that strand go a long way by using those gemstones individually. But look at the depth on them as well. That's a big, big carat weight that you have per gemstone there. 130 carats. So we've got 16 gemstones, Danny. What does that work out to per gemstone for the carat weight? They're huge. What would you do with these, Claire?
I've worked with not that colour, but that shape, you know, on headpieces. So I'm just thinking about, you know, if you were going to do, you know, like the races, so fascinators or not necessarily bridal headpieces, but if you tiara twist at the bottom, because you've got that lovely almost cup shape, it stands really proud. It looks really, really nice effect. Really nice effect. I used it with, you know, the enamel wheat chain that we do. Yeah. Sort of, so that's your foliage, and then you've got your flowers. That would look amazing, wouldn't it?
16 individual pieces you've got on that strand there. £7.95 for you. That's not even 50p each by my mathematical calculations. That's incredible, incredible value there. And per carat, that is pennies. 8 pence, 49 pence per gemstone, 8 pence per carat. GP62 is your code for these. Again, I'm thinking with the upcoming season, spring and summer, we're seeing lots of headbands lately with kind of daisies in and stuff like that. So it'd probably work really nice as headbands as well. You can use some of the necklace collars. You can use those as headbands if you want to. We do bring you headbands as well. You could wire up them, so that would look really pretty, I think.
With that, because it looks like there's quite a substantial drill hole as well, so you could, in the same way, you know, when we spoke about the cappuccino one, so doing wire work either side, so you could do your, you know, your bracelets, bangles, things like that. So you could just, so you've got one central one sort of at the front of your wrist, and then you know, weave either side. And you could do the same with your macrame, couldn't you, as well?
Definitely. They're so pretty. Well done if you managed to get those. They're fabulous. I'm just going to check with you. This one.
It's going on and on and on and on.
A metre of emerald. A metre. That's such... Do you know, have I had this strand before? I think I have. Now, when I had this, it flew out so quickly. Can you imagine? I mean, it doesn't make sense, does it really? You know, we talk about big carat weights here at Jewellery Maker, which we bring you, you know, on a daily basis, which we kind of take for granted. We're a bit blasé about that. But a metre long length of emerald. Emerald being one of your big 5, one of the most precious gemstones on the planet. And we've got a metre. I don't think we should be calling this a strand. Yes, we have. That is correct. That was like a year ago we were having this discussion. It was literally a year ago, because it was before our Danny went off on his travels to Oz. And I said then, you know, for me, a metre long strand, this isn't a strand. It's more like a garland. It's like a garland of emerald that you have here. This is just fabulous. Now, it's fabulous for me because emerald is my favourite gemstone. But do you know what? If you are someone that is not a lover of green gemstones, let this be your try it out strand. A metre of emerald, being one of your big 5 and one of the most precious gemstones on the planet. Emerald features in the crown jewels. You know, it features in the Queen's own personal collection. This is incredibly high-end. Now, what I love about this particular strand is the fact that you have all of these tones running through. So you've got your Brazilian emerald tones there, so these really, really dark, rich forest greens, which are typical of Brazilian emerald. Now the whole strand is Brazilian emerald, but you've also got hints of the colour that you would expect to see in Zambian. You've got hints of colour that you would expect to see in Colombian emerald there. I'm loving the different tones. So it might be that you want to take out these gemstones and kind of graduate them into colour. A metre. A metre. Have you ever heard anything so bonkers? CXRU28. Now £19.95. That just should be price tag. Oh. Do you know what? I'm going to count out a few gemstones. Oh, we're going to try and work this out now. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right. If there's 50 to there, we're probably looking at 50, 100, 300 gemstones, possibly even more. There's absolutely tons. So averagely, if we were approximately looking at 300 gemstones, that would work out to 4 pence an emerald. That's so low, don't tell anyone. CXRU28, £14.95. My word. Well done if you managed to get those. It's time for you to start buying. Antique bronze wire for you, 200 metres. 200 metres of wire. Now, do you know what? I've been saying a lot lately that we don't very often see wire outside of kits, which we don't really. We might see some of the coloured wire sometimes. It might be chartreuse coloured wire, your pink coloured wire, your red coloured wire I had the other day as well. But these, some of the most popular colours that we've had for you so far. We've had the copper coloured wire. We had some gold little extra bits earlier on. And I've now got 200 metres. This much wire we don't see outside of kits, do we? 200 metres. You've got 100 metres of your 0.4 and 100 metres of your 0.25 there as well. Now, Claire, you are a wire worker. Yes. This would go, even when you're using it for weaving, this is going to go a long way, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And what's so good about that is if you do weaving anyway, then you know, brilliant, and you need that. If you're new to weaving, to have that much is wonderful because you can really, really hone your skills then because you're not being so precious about it. Yeah. And to get the feel for, you know, if you weave with a 0.25, you get a very, very different result to if you weave with a 0.4. It's a really, really beautiful sheen that you get. Yeah. So although it's the same colour wire, but that difference in gauge will give you very, very different results. So
again, wonderful. If you're brand new, you know, you've got enough time of practice. Oh with
yes, yeah, and really, you know, and build your confidence like that with it because you've got that huge amount.
Yeah, that's fabulous, isn't it? And your antique bronze there as well. You know, vintage jewellery. We had a vintage fair, vintage weekend just a couple of weeks back. It is very much on trend right now. It's one of those things, I think, vintage jewellery. It's never really going to date. It's always a classic look, isn't it? Vintage jewellery. Using your antique bronze coloured wire in those designs will look fab, and it works. You know, with some gemstones, we look at certain gemstones, don't we? And straight away, you've got a go-to colour for that gemstone. You know, with a lot of the greens and the blues, a lot of people talk about antique bronze using this particular colour of wire in designs. But again, even if you are just starting out and you are brand new, 200 metres, let this be your practice because we will take every penny and every pound off of this wire for you. 0800 644 655 SLGC 30 is your code for this one. I have, at this moment in time, about 50 in baskets. What's the quantity like, Danny? Okay. We've got a 3-figure quantity. When I say 3 figures, just 108. That quantity is going to fall so quickly. 108 sounds like a lot, doesn't it? It sounds like a lot, but when we think about the amount of people that tune into us here at Jewellery Maker, when we think about the amount of people that do wire work, it's not a lot. 108 is not a lot. You need to be dialing now. 0800 644 655, or you can watch on the web, and you can set up your account on the web. You can pop things in your basket. I strongly recommend you check out straight away. Do you remember when one reel would be £24? This is 100 metres on each, so 200 metres already, that works out. This should be really easy maths, Claire, and I still can't do it. 200 metres, 24, Hannah. Come on, you can do it, you can do it.
Oh.
12 pence a metre.
I knew it was 12 something.
Did you?
Yeah, but I don't know what. But
12 pence a metre at that price tag. See, this is when I say, if you are a beginner, it doesn't matter if you waste a few metres. £24 down to 7 pence a metre. We've taken no, we haven't taken £5. We've taken £10 off of that price tag. Do you know what? I've got so many of you multi-buying for this deal tonight. I do not blame you. So many of you multi-buying, that quantity is going to fall so much quicker than it would have if you were just checking out one each. Lee's got 3, another collector's got 2, well done. Zoe in the West Midlands says, yay! Got my wire, very happy indeed. Yes, Zoe, well done. Forget that's a $14.95 for 200 metres of wire. And as Zoe texted in earlier on, she said, I've been waiting for this colour for ages, don't see it very often. We don't see antique bronze, not in these gauges, not with 100 metres on each reel very often at all. Helen in Cornwall says, Dixie the Dash Hound. Loving the show from Helen in Cornwall. We are naming the dash, we're giving away a Dash Hound tonight in the form of jewellery. Claire didn't want to give a real dog.
They're called Doxies, actually, yeah. So yeah, Dixie the Doxy, yeah.
What do you mean they're called Doxies?
Their
called...
nickname is a
is
little
it?
Doxy, yeah.
Ah, I see.
So I like that one.
Dixie, yeah. That could be a strong contender. Strong contender. Francois says Susie, the Dash Hound. I like that. Again, it makes it sound, it makes the Dash Hound sound quite posh. Susie. Susie can tootle along with, what was the other one?
We had a Geronimo, didn't we? And
what was the posh sounding one?
Oh yes.
It was
was it a French?
Yeah, Claude. That was it.
Yeah.
Susie and Claude.
Susie and Claude.
They're the posh Dash Hounds. Do remember, as Francois has, send in your customer number so that if you do get selected, we can send it to you. So Denise in Norfolk says, I think he looks like a Monty classy little chap.
Oh, little Monty.
Little Monty, like a Monty, classy little chap. Monty. Is that in your top 3 now? Apparently this is an ever-changing top 3 that Danny's got going on. It's ultimately Claire's decision. Just like to say, she's not going to pick Danny. 800 644 655 SLGC 330. Oh my days, honestly. From Monty to sausage, says Margaret in Belfast.
Yeah, little sausage.
Little sausage. I like that. But that's just instantly made me think of sausage sandwiches, and now I'm hungry, Margaret in Belfast. Oh no, good old sausage sandwich. I've got 20 left and 14 baskets. I can work that out. You're not going to do it. You're going to have to check out as soon as you can. Well done. If you have managed to get that wire. SLGC30, well done. After the break, I have coming up for you your pencil charms. Love these. And you know, you're going to get 3. You're going to get 3 of these as well. And my favourite strand of the night, the coated amethyst. Claire is currently working a magic on that. Whoa, you. Did you make that or did you just find that?
I found it down here.
Yeah, that's what I thought. We'll have a look at that design a little bit later on. Don't go anywhere and I'll be back with you in a few minutes' time.
There are 2 easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker. If you have a question or a query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2, or alternatively you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Do you want to tell everyone about the great purchase you've made from Jewellery Maker? Do you want to shout about the great service you've received? Then why not download the Jewellery Maker's Viewer's Voice app, available for iPhone or Android, and record a video that could be played on Jewellery Maker. Simply search Jewellery Maker Viewer's Voice in the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store and download our Viewer's Voice app straight to your phone or tablet. You can record as many videos as you like and send them straight to us here at Jewellery Maker. All you have to do is then carry on watching us as usual and wait for your video to be played. Download the JM Viewer's Voice app and you could be the next face we see here on Jewellery Maker.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker, Ivy House, Henley Road, Outhill, Studley, B807DU. Get making and good luck.
Join guest designer Gemma Crow as she brings you a fascinating DVD that teaches you how to create all of your important findings that are essential to everybody's collection. Gemma will take you through step by step to create all of your finishing touches that bring your pieces to life, essential for all jewellery makers. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
So about 2 feet below here is what once was a lake bed. Then the lava flowed over the top, coming up from the earth, as we've talked quite a lot on this trip. This is all to do with the tectonic plate movements just off the coast. And for some reason, this bubble comes up here. And what Chris and Derek have said is this is an area where they tend to find, or can find sometimes, a little bit more concentration of the sunstone. It's never a guarantee. You could spend days and days and days here and not find anything, and then you could find a few pieces, and you never know when you find a piece, is that the first piece you can find, the last piece you're going to find. But Chris tells me he's had a good time in here, so we're going to have a little dig and we're going to see what we can find.
Good evening, welcome to Jewellery Maker. If you've just tuned in, go and have a look on the web, see if there's anything still left from the last couple of hours. Now, we did at the start of the show have a fabulous kit, and we saw a whole litter of dash hounds, and we're giving a dash hound away. All you have to do is name him. We've had so many names. We've had Dixie, we've had Deirdre, we've had Daisy, we've had Geronimo, we've had Monty, we've had Claude, we've had Susie. Name the Dash Hound. We will select somebody a little bit later on, in an hour's time actually. We'll select someone and we'll send you Claire's Dash Hound. The wire work one, not the real one, don't panic, Claire. But do send in customer number. Don't forget to put your customer number on the end so we can send it to you. Now, coming up at 8:45. Ooh la la, look at this. Morganite, yeah. I did say it's going under £20. Can we not do that now? We can. We can. Going under £20, I've got a massive, massive carat weight of Morganite. Just do your research into Morganite, by the way, before we do this. You've got a while, because there's lots of designers that usually do Morganite. We've been struggling to get hold of this gemstone. Do you know what? When I typed Morganite in on a search on a particular designer's website, it came up with no results found. Even they can't get Morganite. Look what we've got. And that's coming up for you a little bit later on. The Amethyst is coming up at 10 to 8. 10 to 8 for you. How beautiful are these? Look at those colours. Fabulous, fabulous colours. So those coming up for you in about 50 minutes time. And I'm going to start. Oh, look at the next kit. Ball chain. Yeah. Oh, look at all these stamps. Is that silver coloured wire? Is that silver coloured ball chain you've got there? Oh, look at all of these stamps. Oh, not long, an hour's time, they're going to sell out. Have a look at these. Now, lovely Peter Fajita, do you have a blackboard around?
You always call him that.
Sometimes. Peter Fajita, or he is Jack Sparrow. Occasionally he turns into Johnny Depp. He just acts like that. Did they?
Yeah.
Apparently Pete and Sam got married on Monday.
Yeah.
At last. Do you know what?
Oh, that's made me really happy.
It's not made me happy. Where was our
Didn't
invitation?
invite anyone. It was.
I can't talk, can I? I can't talk. Best way to do it, Pete, if you ask me. Have a look at these. Congratulations, Sam.
Thanks.
We better have a whip round. Have a look at these. There are so many of your crimps and your crimp covers here. Whoa. Now, oh, do you know, as I tipped them out, I thought I shouldn't have tipped these out, should I? Because I really don't want to mix these up at all. So, you've got your crimps and your crimp covers there. Now, if you are brand new, you're thinking, what on earth is a crimp and what is a crimp cover? Essentially, you would use only 2 of these in a design. So if you're making bracelets or you're making necklaces, what we would do, when I say we, I mean guest designers, what you would do when making your jewellery is, if you have, say for instance, your beading thread or some of your wire, and you're stranding your gemstones onto that. So you've got your gemstones there, but then at the end, you'll want to create a loop so that you can connect that to either a jump ring or a lobster claw fastening or something, and that also stops your gemstones coming off. So you kind of double that thread over like you would with a needle and cotton. And then you crimp that. And when I say crimp, what I mean by that is using your crimping pliers, you essentially squash it. That's what you do. So you'll squash it down so it will grip your 2 threads together. You'll have your loop at your one end, and that's not going anywhere. But because when we have squished it down, they look all right. But if you're selling your jewellery and you want to give it that professional finish, you will then pop your crimp cover over that to hide the crimp tube. So you've got your crimp cover there, so you'll pop that on, you'll give that a little squish as well, so then it will become a very decorative piece in your jewellery. So as I said, normally, typically you would only use 2 in each design, whether that be a necklace or a bracelet at each end of your strand. So actually 600, that's 300 pieces of jewellery you could make. Oh, that's a lot, isn't it? KDGC 41 at £14 and 90 pence for you. This is probably one of the best stash topper-uppers I think I've ever seen. 0800 644 655. That's not even your price tag either. For 1,200 pieces. Gold, again, being one of the most popular colours. £9 and 95 pence. Now, No, it's not, Danny. It's not even a penny a finding. Danny just said it's 8p a finding. I could do this maths. It's not even a penny. Not even a penny per finding. Do you want to buy them individually? No, sorry, I can't sell them individually. Can't take less than a penny. £9.95. We've got people multi-buying here. Times 3. Times 3. That's 3,600 crimps and crimp tubes you've got there. Well done. Wilma in London, you've got 2 as well. Murray in Inverness, well done. Deborah in Northamptonshire. Angela. Hadriana in London. Lots and lots of you with these in baskets. I'm so sorry, Sam. I think I was just doing it as I wasn't really looking and just kind of. What time do you want to leave tonight?
About 3.
Yeah, 3 a.m. all right with you? I'll help you, Sam. I will help you, I promise. 0800 644 655 KD GC 41 is your code. Well done. Right. Sorry, Danny. Nugget bundle. Have a look at these colours. Wow, this is like moon. No. Okay, that's what I picked up. That's what I picked up. Okay, that'll be next door. I've got it. I've got it. We'll come to that bundle a little bit later on. Look at these baby blues and baby pinks. Stretchies. Yes. Look at these. They are fabulous. Huge, huge gemstones. Can you see how much inner glow each of these gemstones has? They're gorgeous. Soft pinks, soft blues you've got there. In fact, you could put them with the, what was it, the quartzite that we had earlier on? It was, wasn't it? The quartzite, they look gorgeous. With these as well. Look at these. They'd look fabulous. There's a bundle right there, isn't there? Now you've got 3 strands, 3 beautiful strands of your quartz here. Your blue quartz, and you've got pinks. You've got 1 in the blue and 2 in the pink. UEGC 79. £13 and 85 pence is not your price tag. I'm going to count out how many you have here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 37 approximately there. 37 on 1 strand. What would you do with these, Claire?
I put, you know, the spacers that you had, the gold spacers or the crimp tubes.
Oh yeah.
So you could just make your crimp covers into like the, you know, squidge them together so they're like the little round ball, and then put them in between. Yeah. And yeah, like you say, so you know, you like your stacker bracelets, couldn't it be?
They're great for the summer, aren't they? And also, again, as Claire will know, the kids are breaking up again. Did you know?
Yes.
Yeah, week and a half. They've only just come back and they're off for 2 weeks again in a couple of weeks. But trying to find something that is affordable to do in the holidays can be quite tricky sometimes. And I always think jewellery making is such a great idea. Strands like this, perfect for making simple, stretchy bracelets. At £8.95 for 3 strands, that's not even £3 each strand there. 1 in the blue and 2 in the pink there. 0800 644 655 UEGC 79 is your code for these. Well done. Okay, excuse me. Right. Let's have a little look. Ooh, ruby, emerald, and sapphire. We did discuss this strand in the break. Now, ruby, emerald and sapphire, to own 1 of these would be incredible. To own 2 would be fabulous. 3, however, wow. Who owns ruby, emerald and sapphire outside of our jewellery making family here? I don't know anybody. Genuinely don't know anybody that owns all 3 of these gemstones outside of the jewellery maker family. 24 carats. 24 carats you have in total. When you come here at Jewellery Maker, if you're shopping for the first time, maybe it's a friend or family member that's put you in the direction of Jewellery Maker, you might have heard about the prices. So, you know, you may have heard that actually you can get a strand of ruby, emerald and sapphire under £50. And you might think, oh, I believe you know, I could get 24 carats under £50, but what kind of quality is that going to be? You know, Ruby, emerald and sapphire, 24 carats under £50. I totally get it. I totally get that. The reason that we can do these prices is our buying power here at Jewellery Maker. It's also the fact that we cut out the middlemen as well. So we don't have, you know, from the mine to the manufacturer, the shop. There's so many people, so many different points at which your gemstone goes through, from a mine to an actual shop or store. Here, it goes from the mine to the cutting house to us. So we're cutting out all of those middlemen. We don't have all of those overheads, which means we can pass on the deals to you as well. Thank goodness we have incredible buying power, and we have a fantastic gem hunter as well. 24 carats of ruby, emerald and sapphire. So it's the real thing. It's not fake, it's not synthetic. Genuine ruby, genuine emeralds and genuine sapphire. And we can bring it to you today for £12.95. There is no small print, there is no catch. This is the price tag that you are paying today, plus your P&P. That's it, nothing else. So actually, with your P&P, which is £2.95 standard here in the UK, we're actually way under 20, way under £20. That's incredible. KQVX07 is your code for this one. Well done if you managed to get those. Herkimer quartz. Wow! What an incredible, incredible gemstone. This is just magnificent. Now, it can't be called Herkimer unless it's from the Herkimer county. But this gemstone, if you've ever heard of the Herkimer diamond, it's often referred to as the Herkimer diamond. It's not a diamond, it's actually quartz. But it's often referred to as Herkimer diamond because of the shape of the gemstone. This is a gemstone, believe it or not, that Mother Nature has faceted herself. We haven't done this. This is a gemstone that is naturally faceted. How bonkers is that? Do you know what I mean? It's like Mother Nature was really showing off when she did this. It's like, well, do you know what? I'm not just going to give a gemstone colour. I'm going to facet it myself as well. This is incredible. You've got 40 carats of your Herkimer quartz here. Graduated nuggets, 5x2 to 7x2 millimetres in size, and that is an 18 centimetre strand. I think in the last year I've probably seen this gemstone 3 times. We do not see it very often at all. Really unique, really individual. No two will ever be the same. Because of the inclusions that you get in every single gemstone, it makes them unique, it makes them individual. I think this is a really cool gemstone to use in your gents pieces, you know. Really cool. You've got 40 carats there in total. £8.90. Did you do that on purpose by accident? He knocked the pound button. £8.95 for you, straight down on price, and look how much you have in this strand. And Nicole in East Lothian says, hi all, loving the show. I would call the dash hound Dizzy. Oh, I like that. Yeah. Especially when they chase the tails. That makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah. Dizzy. Where's that going on the list? There are a lot of... Isn't it funny? Why are we, do you think we're coming up with all the D names? It's your alliteration, isn't it? Yeah. It works well. It kind of just rolls off, like, you know, Steve, that wouldn't work so well with it. Steve the Dash Hound. I quite like that. I'm going to have 2, Steve and Dave. Yes! That's got in at number 1 now, apparently. Steve at number 1, Dave at number 2. Yeah, it's quite funny, isn't it? Dizzy, they're all D names. Thank you for that. And if you do want to send in any more entries, 60777, make sure you give us your customer number as well. Carol in Bristol says, I had a dash hound as a girl and she was Mitzi. I think Claire's looks like her too. Might put that top of the list then. Mitzi, I mean. Ditzy. Bit different. And another one from Alison in Manchester. Claire's, do you know the spelling of this is really throwing me? I said earlier on, if somebody said to me, spell dash hound, I would spell it dash hound. I think it's das. Because I'm not familiar with dogs and stuff. So Danny said he had to spell it, copying it, and he still struggled to spell it. Claire's dash hound should be called Rhinestone. It's going in the top 3. Rhinestone. That's making me think of Cowboy. It's a song, isn't it? Well, Danny's singing in my ear,
Is
like
it?
a rhinestone cow, dash hound. Yeah, I've heard of it, but yeah, that's what I was going to sing, but you said dash hound, so rhinestone dash hound. Excellent. So we do have a text competition to win a dash hound this evening. The wire work dash hound, that is. He is so pretty. Wow. Look. Oh, her. This is so perfect. I just love him. He's the cutest little thing. So this could be on its way to you. We'll let you know who the winner is at 8 o'clock, by the way. Right. Let's have a look at some... Let's just stop for a minute. Let's just stop for a minute. Just let me know what price tag this is going to. Sorry, my earpiece went all funny then. Say it again. Right. Now, this strand deserves a minute's silence. I'm not even joking. You haven't even seen it yet. Oh my days. Sorry, Sam. Sam's like, you haven't done a minute's silence. I couldn't last, could I? I can't do 10 seconds, never mind a minute. This, and again, you might hear me say this quite often. I mean it every time I say it, because for me, the quality of gemstones just keeps getting better and better and better every time. This is the nicest strand of tanzanite I've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker. This is so high end, and this colour is exactly the colour that I want in my tanzanite. Cornflower blues you have running throughout this strand. The shape, the faceting. I've never seen such a sparkly strand of tanzanite. To say this is high end is an understatement. The carat weight you have here is enormous. Now, knowing what I know about tanzanite right now and what's happening in the industry, we can't do this. Should we do this in a bit? Do you just want to check? You sure? Okay. We're going to do it now. This for me, it doesn't sit right with me at all. And, you know, I'm going to be honest, this may not be in your budget today, the price that we're going down to. I would sacrifice tomorrow's budget. In fact, I would sacrifice the rest of my week's budget here at Jewellery Maker for this strand this evening. Many of you are familiar with the situation of this gemstone already. For those of you that are not familiar with the situation of this gemstone, it's not looking too good right now. It's a gemstone that was only discovered in 1967. So it's a fairly new gemstone to us here in the gem world. It was made famous by Tiffany & Co., one of the biggest designer houses in the world, in 1969. Now, this gemstone took the gemstone world by storm, so much so that this gemstone was added to your big four. So your big four being four of the most precious on the planet, rubies, emeralds, sapphires and diamonds, is now your big five. Rubies, emeralds, sapphire, diamonds and tanzanite. Tanzanite is one of your big five, one of the most precious gemstones on the planet. Now, it's a one locational gemstone. It only comes from one place in the entire world. That's Tanzanite 1 at the foothills of Mount Kilimanjaro over in Tanzania. Now, when we started mining for this gemstone, we started mining near the very surface of the mine, and this was called A block. So we dug as deep as we could and ran out there. So we had to move along in that mine into what was called B block, dug deeper still, ran out there, had to move along again into what was called C block, dug even deeper still, ran out there. Now we're into D block, which is rumoured to be 1,000 metres below the surface of the mine. Now, in gemstone terms, generally, when you're doubling the distance that you're mining, you can double the price tag of the gemstone. However, this is not the case for tanzanite. This price tag hasn't just doubled, it hasn't tripled, it hasn't quadrupled. Prices have gone up 200 to 300%. They have absolutely skyrocketed over the last couple of years because there is such a lack of this gemstone. Now, the tanzanite is still coming out of the mine, but what's coming out is a very, very poor quality. Very poor quality. And because there's such a lack of it, it's at premium prices. So the strand that you're looking at here, this parcel of tanzanite, we've had this for some years. Now, generally, tanzanite stays in the gemstone, sorry, not tanzanite, gemstones stay in the gemstone industry for approximately 50 years, a lot longer than you'd ever think. So this tanzanite that we're looking at now, we could have bought this 5-7 years ago. It can spend anything from 3 to 5 years at the cutting house alone. Amanda in Merseyside says, wow, this is a lovely looking strand of tanzanite. I love tanzanite. It really is, isn't it, Amanda? So, really, you know, if you're thinking, well, how come you can still bring us tanzanite and how come the prices are still so good? That's the reason being, because we have this kind of jet lag effect whereby this is tanzanite that we bought some years ago when it was still coming out of the ground. We were still getting great prices. Sarah in Worcester, she says, are you having a cow? Look at the purples. I know. See, do you know what? I really hope that you're agreeing with me in saying that this is one of the nicest strands of tanzanite. No, it's the nicest. It is the nicest strand of tanzanite I've ever seen. Now, there is rumoured, and do you know what I've always said, and I still kind of think that 2016 is going to be the year, and I've said this for years. I don't know why, but 2016, I think this is the year that we will get that email, that we will get that confirmation that that's it now, D-block's done, there's no more tanzanite. When that happens, prices, they're not going to go down, they're going to go up even more. There is rumoured, and it's just rumours, to be another seam in the mine of tanzanite. Now, trouble is, as I was saying before, if you're doubling the distance, you can double the price tag. However, we've seen the price tag do much more than that with tanzanite. And it's so deep that it's probably not going to be financially viable for anybody to mine it. If anybody does attempt to mine the tanzanite, it's going to be so costly that prices for everyone in the trade will be sky high, even more so than now. In a nutshell, we will never, ever be able to repeat these prices if we buy another parcel of tanzanite. We're not going to be able to do it. £59.95. You have the most high-end, the most exquisite strand of tanzanite I have ever seen. You've got the cornflower blues, you've got those deep dark ocean blues, you've got those purples there. We've been telling you that this is a gemstone that's 1,000 times rarer than a diamond. With the current situation, I think it's far rarer than that now. £44.95. We've taken £15 off of that price tag. This looks great in the studio, but do you know what? You wait until you get this home. Just wait until you get this home. 0800 644 655. When you think of your big five, being diamonds, rubies, emeralds, sapphires and tanzanite. Rubies and sapphires, they're multi-locational gemstones. Emeralds, again, multi-locational. There's Zambia, there's Brazil, there's Colombia. Diamonds, there is such an abundance of diamonds, enough for everybody to have a teacup full each. There are so many diamonds, I don't think we're ever going to run out of diamonds. Tanzanite, yikes, it's the only one of your big five, the only one of your big five that we are struggling to get that is thin on the ground. Now, I can sit here very confidently and say that in 10 years' time, there will be so many of you at home right now. Yeah, smug, patting yourselves on the back and thinking, I am so glad I did what I did. But there's going to be some of you that are absolutely gutted because we won't be bringing you tanzanite anymore, possibly. I don't think anyone's going to mind for that seam. I really don't. If they do, we're not going to be able to bring you these prices. We won't be able to repeat them. I'm always saying, every time I'm here, anybody in the gemstone industry ever tells you can get a certain gemstone for £1 a carat, they just wouldn't believe you. This is way under £1 a carat for the nicest strand of tanzanite I have ever seen. 65 carats of your graduated faceted wheels, 4x1 to 6x2 millimeters in size. Commissions, bridal pieces. I've got people multi-buying. Do you know what? I don't blame you. I do not blame you. Keep a strand for yourself. Lock it away. That's what I would do. I can't use the word investment, but if I was sat where you're sat right now, I would be locking this away for a few years at £44.95. Oh gosh. Amanda says, I think the dash hound should be called Bobby Dazzler, as he is, or Corker, as he is a corker of a design. Oh, I like that, Corker.
Good. I like
Every time I read these names in my head, I'm whistling and shouting. Corker. Dave. KU-RU91 is your code for this one. Claire, where would you start with this strand?
I think because of that shape as well.
Yeah.
So when you cut the strand,
okay,
and you make jewellery with it, you're going to get like almost double the blues that you're getting there, because once you separate them out, you know, you're going to get so much more surface area with that design. You know, because it's a wheel.
Yeah.
You know, space like I mean, the impact of that strand is incredible anyway. But when you start to make jewellery with it, I think it will almost double, because, you know, can you see the difference there? So once that strand is cut, and say, you know, from the pearls earlier on, or something contrasting, or you know, we do the 9 carat gold now, don't we? So, you know, even if you're going to separate out with crimps, things like that, you know.
Oh, you only just want to use a very small amount of that in a design. Do you know, there's one here that is so blue and purple. Look at this one. I don't know if you can see that on the camera there. Just this one here is just, look how blue this is. Oh, do you know, you've got to get them home. 30-day money-back guarantee. You are not going to need it, I tell you, at that price tag. Massive congratulations if you've managed to get that strand. And do you know what? If you've got 2, high five. Wow, that is beautiful. Right, I believe it's time. It's time for a start buy. I love these charms. I think they are so pretty. Do you know, these are the kind of thing every time I go back to Wales in Pembrokeshire, there is a crystal shop. I call it a seaside shop. They sell lots of crystals and incense and Thai Buddhas and things like that. And they quite often have charms like this, or pendulums on chains and stuff. And do you know, the price tags on them are phenomenal. They really, really are. And I think, you know, I look at them and think, well, actually, you know, you've got a really substantial amount of gemstone, and you do have a huge amount. I mean, look at your total carat weight. I mean, individually they're huge. Your total carat weight is phenomenal. They are something, you know, if you are a crafter you know, you're particularly into your crystal healing and stuff like this, these will really appeal to people that are into crystal healing and stuff. Have a look at the myth and folklore behind this gemstone, because there is so much, there really is. These, again, it's like we've just done all of the work for you, isn't it? You know, just literally popping one onto a chain and you have a statement look right there. Just beautiful. How pretty is that? Again, maxi dress in the summer over your jumper. That is good to go already. 29 by 8 to 30 by 8 millimeters in size, 65 carats in total you have there. Now, silver plated, so you've got the look of 925, you've got the luster of 925, but you certainly don't have the price tag of solid 925 sterling silver there. Now, these are brand new. You will be the first people to get these into your jewellery making stash. You can have these as earrings, couldn't you, if you want to? You've got an entire suite there, the earrings and the pendant. You could wire wrap around these as well, couldn't you?
Yeah, so you could embellish them, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, or put other gems around the top, or put it on, you know, like the leather cord, things like that, or, you know, the wax cords that we do, and then it's quite unisex, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just going to say, for the gents on some of the leatherette cord that we have, that would actually look really, really nice. And again, as I was saying about the weaving gemstones around these as well, actually, with the gauges of wire that we've had, they're perfect for that. You could put some the faceted hematite that we had to add that sparkle. They would look really, really pretty. But you could pretty much do that with any of your seed beads if you wanted to embellish these further. But you know what? They're beautiful all by themselves. You've got 65 carats of your white agate there, and you will get 3 pieces. The chain, the ball chain, by the way, is coming up for you in about half an hour's time in the next kit. So you can get that as well. Great. In fact, look at these. In fact, I've got the stamps that are coming up in the kit as well. How fun would they look together on the chain? They'd look great. So actually, I'm thinking these charms, these white agate charms that I have here, would be a great addition to the kit that we have coming up for you. 0800 644 655. These are brand new. They're brand new. £9.95 is not your price tag, by the way. Not your price tag. 65 carats individually. We're looking at over 20 carats on average in each of these. £6.95 for you. £6.95. That's an absolute steal. I don't think you're going to be seeing these again. Sam's just very kindly passed over one of Claire's beautiful necklaces. I think she was thinking of me when she made this, you know. Wouldn't that look gorgeous on there as well? Again, you're going to have that movement in your jewellery, charms, which are very, very popular as well. £6.95. There was no need to take them to this. That works out to £2.30 something each. That's just silly, isn't it? I mean, that's all you'd have to do, isn't it, Claire?
I'm just thinking, you know, if you there's a high street shop, so I don't even know that they'd be silver plated. You know, like of the outfit of the Urbans. Yeah. And they do a lot of jewellery like that. It's very, very on trend at the moment. Yeah. And that, I think you'd be looking at least £20 for just a long, you know, a long chain with one at the bottom, at least. Is that a genuine gemstone? I wouldn't. Probably not. Probably not. I don't think it is, you know. I really don't think it is. Go and have a look online. You can have a look, see if you can find anything like this for £2.30 something per piece. JQNV14, lots and lots of you multi-buying. Linda in Essex has got 4. That's 12, Linda, that you've just managed to get yourself. Well done. Susan in Swansea's got 2. Kathleen in Tyne-and-Wear, you've got 2. Well done, Susan, you've got 2. Jane in Somerset's got 2. Congratulations. Collector, you've got 2. Well done to you. Patricia in Somerset. Barbara, Hillary, there's tons and tons of you coming through for these. Well done. JQNV14. Claire has used one of the amethyst in that necklace, actually. I'm going to show you this strand. I love this so much. I think it's my favourite strand, apart from the tanzanite, obviously. That tanzanite, though. Oh, look at these. These are going to fly. They're going to be so, so popular. These coming up for you at 8:45. No, they're not. They're coming up for you at 8 o'clock. No? Oh, should we edit that bit out? Yeah. I know, Hannah, read your script. I am, and I'm still not saying it correctly. I'm thinking of the Morganite, that's why. Morganite's coming up at 8:45. The kit's coming up for you at 8 o'clock. And the amethyst coming up for you in 10 minutes' time. So not too long at all. Right. Let's bring you the chalcedony. Well done if you got that, by the way. Just going to take that chain back. Oh, there we go. Hokey cokies. Have a look at these. These are pretty. Really, really pretty. Hand carved. They're gorgeous. Look at that colour. Do you know, chalcedony I absolutely love. Chalcedony rose quartz, any gemstone like that with this kind of diaphanity, which is basically the transparency of the gemstone. And what that does is it just allows light to travel very, very slowly through the gemstone. So it creates this beautiful, ethereal inner glow on its way. Gorgeous. Look at the carving on these. I love that attention to detail. Again, it's something that's quite subtle, so actually it's going to draw you to that design. It's going to make you pick up that design and want to have a closer look at that intricate work. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 individual gemstones, 26 by 14 millimeters in size, 65 carats. How many carats is that per gemstone? Over 10 carats. Well over 10 carats per gemstone.
Now you do have a jewel hole at the top. They are top jewelled. You wouldn't have to use that jewel hole if you didn't want to. I'm just thinking claw prong setting that or wrapping that into a ring, statement ring, that would look fabulous.
Oh yeah, I mean you've essentially, whatever, you don't really have to do too much, do you? Because all that carving there, so you've got a beautiful piece of jewellery. Yeah. Really lovely. I mean, it'd be lovely just one on the, you know, a long, you know, on the ball chain. Yeah. You just, you know, really long long chain.
That would look stunning. And again, you know, you wouldn't really want to do anything to these or add too much to them because you don't want to take anything away from that carving.
Well, that's it. There's a lot of work gone into it, hasn't there, already? So, yeah.
They're stunning. So, on average, 13 carats per gemstone. Brand new strand for you today, AEDL 38 is your code for this one at £17.95. We are straight down on price tag for you there. I'm just going to put one of these on the finger actually so you can just see the size of that. If that were wire wrapped into a ring, that is a statement piece of jewellery right there. Gorgeous for the summer. I'm thinking silver as well. With silver, that would look stunning, wouldn't it? AEDL 38 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655. Hold those telephone lines and make sure you're checking out. Can I do the caramel opal? Ah, let's do it. I've only got 3, so you need to be quick. I had to do this. Do you know, when I looked at this earlier on, that's the first thing I thought of when I looked at this was caramel. It just looks so, it swirls. I'm thinking about chocolate now. Swirls of caramels within your opal. How rare is this gemstone? I've only seen this once before, I think. 60 carats of your caramel opal, 5x2 to 9x4 millimeters in size, 18 centimeter strand. Oh, they're just gorgeous. Again, I wouldn't want to put anything with these, but you know what? I'm thinking mukites again, I'm thinking jaspers, earthy tones, maybe some sunstone with this. ZNJN 78, £24.95. First one has gone, well done. Hold the lines. Have a look at these. Miss it, miss out for you now. 3 very quick auctions. Serpentine, only 7 chances to get this. Do you know what? Quite often we've seen huge cabochons in kits of this gemstone, actually. I've had those a few times. In fact, these are like cabochons. It's like a strand of cabochons right here. They're huge. 35 by 25 millimeters in size. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 individual gemstones. I love greens. Just love greens. And again, these really, really unique. 480 carats. £9.95. How many gemstones did I count? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. That's not even £1 per gemstone. That's for me, statement pendant there. Again, with the ball chain that we just had. Perfect. MDKY50. Hold the lines. Fluorite. Look at the size of these. These are quite possibly the biggest fluorite rounds that I've ever brought to you. How is married life, Sam? That's good. You look well.
I'm just going off what my parents told me.
She's been off. Did you go? Was it your honeymoon?
I wasn't off.
Ah, you went on a honeymoon by yourself. Oh, well, that's a marriage off to a good start, isn't it? Apparently, Pete and Sam got married last week.
What are you doing?
All right, maybe do this off air, yeah? Do this off air. Pete just said that Sam's cheating on him. 620, you've only just got married, Sam, goodness me. Give it a chance. 620 carats. 620 carats, they're 14 millimetre rounds, and they are quite possibly the biggest rounds I have ever seen in fluorite. Completely natural, and look at the variety of colour that you get here. Gorgeous amethyst purples, glacier blues, glacier greens. GPKY64 is your code. Well done if you've managed to get those. They're huge. Right. Oh, now this is gemstone quality. Swiss blue topaz. Again, have a look at the high street. have a look at this gemstone on the high street. You'll find it. Swiss blue topaz, quite freely available on the high street. Not in these kind of carat weights though, 50 carats we're looking at here. Now, quite often here at Jewellery Maker, we will bring you bead quality gemstones. So those are gemstones that might not necessarily have exceptional clarity. There might be quality that you wouldn't necessarily see set into gold jewellery in a jeweller's. This, for me, is gemstone quality. You've got the most incredible colour and the most phenomenal clarity to this gemstone. Just look, that's like, it's like the sun on the sea, isn't it? In the summertime. Look at that. Just how beautiful these are. Swiss blue hues, every single one, really, really sizable. 4x2 to 7x3 millimetres in size. And that is a 10 centimetre strand that you have there. I would be using these very, very sparingly indeed. BSND 61, £99.95. I am surprised we've been able to get that into double figures. I've got to be honest with you. That is gemstone quality Swiss blue topaz there. And look at your carat weight. Do you know what? I don't think you could get a carat of Swiss blue at this price tag. I really, really don't. BSND 61, £89.95. We've taken £10 off of that price tag. Again, your something blue in your wedding designs, in your bridal designs. That would be stunning, wouldn't it? Botswana agate. Now this for me, this is the king of the agate. Really, really is. Very, very high end. And again, in my opinion, it's the most high end of all of the agate that you can get. The colours are just beautiful. I mean, look at the variety again, real earthy tones, you know, almost mythical tones you've got with your Botswana agate here. Faceted rounds, 8mm rounds, 130 carats in total. Loving the banding in each of these gemstones as well. It really makes them individual, doesn't it? Really unique. 0800 644 655. Say that again. We're going down to £9.95. This for me is higher end agate. This really is unique. It's collectors and we're at £9.95. Again, simple stretchy braces with this. Gorgeous. You could mix and match those colours up if you wanted to. Take the strand apart and try and match some of those colours up if you wanted to. The more pinks, the more greys, the more blues you've got in there. You've got some real claret hues in there as well. Well done. If you've managed to take these out, 130 carats of your Botswana agate you've got there. 0800 644 655. They're phenomenal. Alison in Manchester says, Claire's, it's because I'm trying to say it how it's spelled. It's dachshund. Should be called Saxon. Ooh, again, I'm going to put him with Claude and Susie. Yeah. He sounds quite posh, doesn't he? Sound like a posh. Saxon. Yes, Saxon. Okay, Anne-Marie says, hi there, enjoying the show. Just wondering if you or any of your viewers could suggest a name for my new website, please. Oh, Anne-Marie. Do you know what? Is it a jewellery website? Just check it. Do you know what I would do if I were you? I would go onto our Facebook page and ask, because you will get loads and loads of replies on Facebook. From us here at Jewellery Maker and from our Jewellery Maker viewers as well. There's a huge community on Facebook. Do you know what you'd find? You'd find a name if you went on there. You've got to check that it hasn't been used before though, haven't you? Do you think you could use that? Has it been used before? Have to check. Danny's saying Beads and Beyond.
I think that's been used.
I love that. I think that's been used. Not that one then, Danny. Think again. Think again. It's been used. Website name. Jewellery website name. Yeah. Just put it on Facebook and I'm sure lots and lots of people will be happy to help you. Coming up for you very, very soon, it's the Amethyst. It's my favourite strand of the night other than the tanzanite. Look at these colours. Should we squeeze in one more just before? Let's do it. Oh, labradorite. Do you know what I love about this strand? Is they're not faceted. They're not faceted. And my goodness me, are these phenomenal. Now, we have here at Jewellery Maker always brought you the best quality, in my opinion. We've brought you some exceptional labradorite. And it just keeps getting better and better and better. And you can see right here, look at the pinks and the purples coming through at the bottom there. You've got blues, you've got greens, purples. Oh, wow. I could stare at these all night. You know, generally with labradorite, you might see the coppers, you might see the blues in there, the greens. But to get this much colour is fantastic. 150 carats. 150 carats in total you have there because they've not been faceted. With faceting, it does give us more lustre, but also it deflects the light, doesn't it, sometimes? So essentially here, all of that light can cover that surface and really show off that labradorescence to its absolute best. And my goodness me, these are just phenomenal. Those purples at the bottom are gorgeous. Do you know those purples? You don't see very often pinks and purples in labradorite. That just shows you how incredible the quality of our labradorite is. Now you've got 150 carats of this gemstone right here, 8 to 15 millimeters inside. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, approximately 25 gemstones there. Claire, where would you start with this?
I would want to put it with the amethyst that you've got coming up. Just I think it would bring out all the different, you know, I mean there's so many colours there, aren't there? So many colours.
Do you know, I'm just going to sneak the amethyst in because just while we can see that pink and purple there.
I mean, look at that. That is gorgeous, isn't it?
Oh my goodness me. And with labradorite, of course, it's all about the angle in which the light hits the gemstone to enable you to see that labradorescence. Wow.
And the shapes would work very well together as well with those two strands, because you'd have the drop at the bottom and then the amethyst above. So you could sort of put your two wires going through coming out either side of your labradorite and going up into your amethyst.
That's beautiful, isn't it? Just stunning. We've had another text from Eleanor in Essex. I would call the dash hound Moriarty.
Oh yeah, Moriarty, yeah.
French. That sounds like an artist, doesn't it?
He's the it's Sherlock Holmes's nemesis, isn't it?
Ah, there you go. I can always imagine a dash hound with a Sherlock Holmes type outfit on. We are giving away a dash hound tonight in wire work form. You could win that dash hound. All we're asking you to do is name the dash hound. Who does he look like, or she? I think it looks more feminine now looking at it, actually. I'm going for a girly name with this one, I think. Although the majority do seem to be boys' names, don't they? And I did come up with Dave, didn't I? So, Dave and Steve. All you need to do is text in the name you think it should be called, 60777, start your message with the word JM Studio, and do remember to include your customer number there as well. It's the only way we can send it to you. Right, is it time? Yeah, it's time for your amethyst. Other than the tanzanite, my favourite strand of the entire night. The colours are just magnificent. Now, oh gosh, it wasn't even that long ago. I can remember coming in quite a few times and, you know, producers saying to me, oh, we've got coated spinel, we've got coated labradorite, we've got coated amethyst. And I would think, why? Why have we coated these gemstones? Why would we do that? They're beautiful all by themselves anyway. And then I see them, and you know, this is exactly why we have coated amethyst for you. You've got the incredible depths of colour, phenomenal depths of colour to your amethyst here. But that coating just gives it so much more depth, so much more colour. You've got peacock hues coming through, so you don't just have the purples, you've got the blues, you've got the greens, you've got flashes of pinks coming through there as well. This is such a mystical gemstone and so beautiful. Don't you think it's going to be one of those as well, that however you're wearing this, whatever designs you have, people will notice you across the room wearing something like this. It's one of those gemstones that people will pick up on your craft stall, ask you what that gemstone is. They are just dreamy. They've got such depth of colour, and you have such a massive, massive carat weight here. 0800 644 655. I suggest you come in very, very quickly for these. I think they are going to sell out very quickly. You can join us on the web today and avoid the queues at www.jewellerymaker.com. Whichever way you're shopping with us, do remember it is a free telephone number and it's not going to cost you a penny on the web. 155 carats of your mystic colour coated amethyst, 6x4 to 9x6 millimeters in size. Those colours are just divine. Think about all of the gemstones you could put this. Would you put it with any of the gemstones? I mean, you know, when we look at gemstones like this and you see this much colour in gemstones, it really opens up the gates, doesn't it, to other gemstones that it allows us to work with, to different coloured findings as well. But also, again, it's for me where I just kind of don't want to detract away from this gemstone. I mean, would that even be possible with a gemstone like this, to take anything away from it? I think just using it all by itself, that would be enough for me. Now, have a look at this. She's quite clever, our Claire, isn't she? Look at this design. How pretty is this? This is gorgeous, Claire.
Thank you. They're stunning gems though, aren't they?
They are just beautiful. I love that because I look at this and I think mystical, and it kind of does transport you, and I like the theme that you're
with
in
the start.
Yeah, that is gorgeous, Claire. Loving this design. You could do this very, very easily if you want to do yourself with this strand at home. It's entirely up to you what you want to do with this strand. 155 carats, that's a big carat weight, and actually you've got so many gemstones there. Let's count how many you have. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 40, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Approximately 50 gemstones you have on this strand. They are going to go such a long, long way. It might be that you just want to take a small section of these, you know, I don't know, maybe 5 of those on some silver chain in a bracelet, you know, with that move. Can you imagine these as earrings as well? Because again, it's all about movement, isn't it, with this gemstone? All about allowing the light to hit this gemstone at different angles to enable you to see all of those magical, magical colours. £17.95. What an amazing deal for you this evening. There's so many of you coming through, and multi-one. Andrea in Kent, you've just got 3. Gillian in Hampshire's got 3. Belinda in Buckinghamshire's got 2. Zoe, you've got yours. And Mirabelle. Mary, how are you? I hope you're well. You've got yours. Well done, Vivian. Pippa, Stephanie in Kev, Philly, you've got yours. Kay, Collector in Somerset. Stephanie in Dorset, Wilma, you're a collector, well done to you, you've got yours. Maggie in Angus, Amanda in Nottinghamshire, Alice in Aberdeenshire, you're there as well, congratulations. There are so many in baskets right now. Catherine in West Yorkshire, my friend has a dash hand called Frank. He looks like little Frank. Oh, I like that, Frank.
Yeah, and it's Frankfurter as well, isn't it? Like a little
sausage.
Yeah.
Jack says, I call him Bruce after our director. Yeah, I like Bruce. Makes him sound a bit rough around the edges, doesn't it? Bruce. Philip in Staffordshire says, how about Baron von Dashunder.
Yeah. That would be a posh one as well.
It's quite Baroness, isn't it? Like, yeah. Baron von Dashunder. Yeah, I'm liking that, Philip. Although, again, you know, when you're walking out in the park, Baron von Dashunder, you know. It's a bit, you know, you want a quick, sharp name to shout, don't you, really? We'll put it on the list. Put that one on the list. £17.95. That's an absolute steal of a deal you have there. A massive, massive well done. If you haven't dialed yet, you can still do it. There's still availability. And if you do have this in your basket, make sure you're checking out as soon as you possibly can. Did you have any of this strand left, Claire?
Yes, I've got a few here.
You can make some earrings, couldn't you?
You could, but I'm also thinking, I quite like to do, you know, obviously because you have longer, you know, if you say at home to do it, but you know, like a dragonfly design with that, you know, like, because it's the wings, isn't it? That iridescence of the wings. So, you know, if you like,
that would look amazing.
Say like Rachel Norris designs, things like that. I mean, that'd be wonderful. Wonderful to work with them.
Incredible, something like that. And there's quite a few of you with these in baskets. Do make sure you're checking out. Now, don't forget, in the next hour, I have the kit, which is phenomenal. I also have your Morganite. Morganite. Do you know, I've just got to say that, you know, I could take a couple of these gemstones in earrings and quadruple my money on this strand. Oh, yeah. Going to an incredible, incredible price tag for you. After the break, I've got the stamping blanks coming up for you in the kit. Just have a look at some of these. The ball, oh, it looks quite nice with the Morganite actually. Going with the love theme there. Very, very pretty. I've got the ball chain in the kit as well coming up for you. And believe it or not, I'm giving away a dash hound this evening here at Jewellery Maker. Imagine, honestly. So do make sure you are staying tuned, coming in, get yourself the kit, get yourself the Morganite. Remember, you've got one P&P in any one day. Do take advantage of that. Go and get yourself a fresh cuppa, and we'll meet you back here in just a couple of minutes' time for some more incredible deals.
Ruby is an incredibly popular gemstone here at Jewellery Maker. Its beautiful red tones are instantly recognisable as an incredibly precious gemstone. Ruby itself is a member of the corundum family, whose sister stone is going to be sapphire. Ruby is the only member of this gemstone that has its own name. Now, when we look at ruby, we look for really beautiful, even tones, and these can run from rich reds, which are often referred to as pigeon blood ruby, right through to lighter, paler tones, almost going into the pink tones as well. Ruby is a birthstone for July, so it makes the perfect addition to your collection if you're looking for those unique presents. And it is the 40th wedding anniversary stone as well. Ruby itself is incredibly hard, being 9 on the Mohs scale, making it perfect for all kinds of jewellery, and we know that ruby itself is the everlasting symbol of love.
There are 2 easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat, and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Get creating stunning designs in no time at all with this brilliant introduction to Kumihimo DVD with guest designer Sarah Elvin. These easy to follow steps on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and will show you the best techniques to get you started with this amazing medium. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
If you have a question or a query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2, or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Aquamarine is a member of the beryl family. So this family is named after its chemical composition, beryllium aluminium silicate. Aquamarine itself is a lovely light blue to deep green colour, and as such is named after the sea, aquamarine. Sailors in sort of myths and legends or in history used to offer aquamarine as a token to the sea to ensure safe passage as they travelled. Aquamarine can be found in many locations, but it's often discovered in Brazil, Madagascar and also Zambia. Aquamarine can be identified not only by its RI and colour, but also due to the fact this stone has inclusions within it which are called rain. Now these are tubular structures that contain sometimes liquid filled, but they are very, very unique to aquamarine itself.
Do you want to tell everyone about the great purchase you've made from Jewellery Maker? Do you want to shout about the great service you've received? Then why not download the Jewellery Maker's Viewer's Voice app, available for iPhone or Android, and record a video that could be played on Jewellery Maker. Simply search Jewellery Maker Viewer's Voice in the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store and download our Viewer's Voice app straight to your phone or tablet. You can record as many videos as you like and send them straight to us here at Jewellery Maker. All you have to do is then carry on watching us as usual and wait for your video to be played. Download the JM Viewer's Voice app and you could be the next face we see here on Jewellery Maker.
Good evening, welcome back to Jewellery Maker. And if you are tuning in for the very first time this evening, welcome to Jewellery Maker, and welcome to the Jewellery Maker family as well, because it is a huge family. There's a huge community on Facebook. You can find us on Facebook, just type in Jewellery Maker on the search bar and you'll find us there. Go along to our website, JewelleryMaker.com. You can find out lots of information there about upcoming shows, upcoming guest designers. There's tutorials there. There's workshops that we have here in the building that take place kind of week to week, really. We have a couple every week, I think, don't we?
I've got one on Sunday.
Oh, yeah. What are you doing? Why work?
Why work flowers?
Oh, wow. I might gate crash. I might come in and just say hi. Buffet's amazing. Yeah, so go on to the website. You can have a look at all the workshops that are coming up, because there's lots of different mediums here at Jewellery Maker. And when I say mediums, I mean the types of jewellery.
Yeah, the different mediums. So macrame you could do, couldn't you? Macrame with wire or micro macrame. Yeah.
There's just so there's
resin,
wire work, polymer clay, resin.
the business courses as well.
Yeah,
Angela's business
there's
courses.
Absolutely tons, isn't there?
Bridal.
Do go and have a look on the website. I'm sure you'll find something there. And you know, if you can't stretch your budget to the workshops, or maybe you live too far away to come down to us here in the Midlands, then there's loads of DVDs available as well on the website. Lots of different techniques, lots of different guest designers that teach this, and it's an hour-long DVD. It's like having your very own guest designer at home with you. Guest designers join us every day here at Jewellery Maker from 8 a.m. when we go live in the morning, right through until 9 p.m. in the evening as well. So the morning show is 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. The mid show is 1 p.m. till 5 p.m. and the late show is 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. So each of those shows will have different presenter, different guest designer, bringing you different pieces, different techniques, and lots of great deals as well. And we're here every single day of the week as well. And pretty much, if you go, I was saying the other day, if you go onto Facebook and you type in a comment, or even on our Jewellery Maker website, even if it's at 3 o'clock in the morning, within minutes someone has answered. I don't know how this is, but that's how big the community is.
It is a real community, isn't it? And everyone helps each other. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Yeah. So welcome along. And if you're thinking, do you know what? I don't know where to start. I just don't know where to start. Coming in for a kit is a great place to start, because here we are bringing you several components to start off on your jewellery making journey. And for all of you that are regulars to us here at Jewellery Maker, it's just a way of topping up your stash, but a great way. Because if you came in and bought these pieces individually on the web today, you'd pay more than the price tag we're taking them down to now. This is why it's always great to tune in live, because we take money off strands and findings for you. So this kit is just fabulous. The amethyst that we just had, how perfect would that be with this strand?
That's I put it with it, because it's absolutely, absolutely ideal.
They're so pretty. You have so much in this kit. You've got 30 carats of your Mystic Pink coated quartz, graduated faceted rondelles, 2x1 to 3x2 millimeters in size. That's 30 carats. And again, with the Mystic coated amethyst that we've just had, they would be an absolute match. You've got Peridot here as well, 20 carats of natural peridot, and then your 3 millimeter rounds. Really pretty. And again, putting the peridot with this really brings out the greens in that mystic coating, doesn't it? They're gorgeous. So there's your gemstone strands, which you can add to anything else if you want to. You have 2 reels of wire, silver coloured wire for you here as well. Again, one of the most popular colours. You have 15 metres of your 0.25 millimetre gauge, and 10 metres of your silver plated copper wire at 0.6. So that's 0.6 and 0.25. 10 metres of your 0.6, 15 metres of your 0.25 silver plated copper wire. So that's 25 metres, and it's silver plated as well. So you really do have the look of solid 925 sterling silver without that price tag there, because you've got that plating. It's the most lustrous colour as well. And you can see that there, can't you? So your 0.6, again, great for making findings with if you need to. You've got your 0.25 there, which is great for doing your wire weaving. Look at all of these stamps. Oh, loving these. Loads of different shapes. Now, you will get 4 of each shape. So I've got your heart shape here, and I've got your triangle shape, and they've already been hole punched for you as well, so you can pop those straight onto a jump ring, or pop a jump ring straight through them if you want to. Huge surface you've got to stamp on there, haven't you? You've got the round there as well. You've got the tag style, so you've got a smaller one, and you've got the larger tag style. And then you've got this circle there with a hole cut out, which in fact you could wire wrap a gemstone in the centre there.
Absolutely, yeah.
Really pretty. And you've got your circle. Oh, I have got this one as well. I've got the square there as well. So these ones, those ones have been punched, the blanks, and then these ones haven't. How would you use these then, Claire, if they've not been punched already?
Well, you could use them as, I mean, you could punch holes in them if you've got the hole punch, or you could just put chain or cord through, because you've got that, you know, they're open and they you know, in the centre. I think I've put did I put a hole through?
Yes, you have.
Yes,
I like that one. Look at Claire's designs. How pretty it is. I'm just going to lift that up for you so you can see what it says underneath. Really pretty. Look at that. Again, she was thinking about me.
Yeah.
When she, did you hear that? Yeah. Of course I was.
It came out. It wasn't supposed to come out
like
whatever.
That. Really pretty design. I love that. Now, Claire, you said this is only the second time that you've done stamping as well.
Yes, yeah. It's I mean, you know, it's for beginners, and it's an absolutely brilliant kit. If you've never done it before, I mean, you've got all those stamps there, and it's all the different shapes and sizes, but you've got everything, you know, all the different size jump rings that you've got, the ball chain, the gems. It's all, you know, a perfect. Each bit is a perfect accompaniment to the next bit.
It's a perfect beginner's kit as
well,
yeah,
absolutely.
It really is. Now, you've got your ball chain with this, and I have to say the ball chain has been one of the most popular here at Jewellery Maker. It really is, and this is great unisex chain as well. Really pretty. Now, you will get 4 metres, so 4 1 metre lengths of your ball chain. It does come with the clasps as well, for your ball chain, because these ones are a little bit different to other clasps that we use. So you just pop that in there. I can't see close up with my contact lenses. There we go. So you just pop that in there, and you just pull that along, and that would slot in. You just need to open those up ever so slightly, so that will go in, and then that ball chain will be secure in that clasp there. So you've got the clasp to go with your ball chain. You've also got some jump rings here. Now these are really sizable jump rings. Are these open jump rings, Claire?
Yes, yeah, they are.
Look at that. So you just can't see, can you? You just really cannot see where that cut is on the jump rings. They're so well made. They really are. That cut is there, believe it or not, just at the top there. So you've got 2 different sizes in your jump rings. You have your 5mm and your 7mm there. So you've got 20 of each of those as well. And they'll fit through the hole punches on your stamps there, so that you can attach those to your chain. This is just such a lovely kit. Have a look at some of Claire's pieces again. I love this one here. She's used the Mystic Amethyst, the Mystic Coated Amethyst that we've just had, with the Mystic Coated Pink Gemstone that we have in this kit. And again, you know, this is where personalising things It's just such a great gift idea. It really, really is, because it's personalising something. And often when you're personalising something, it can cost an arm and a leg, can't it? Can I show you my favourite? Thanks, Sam. Look at this. This is just the cutest. Look at this. It's a little book. And this is only the second. So you've got My Fairy Tale, this is called. Look, My Fairy Tale is you. The end. I love it, Claire.
That was for you.
You should be a writer, you know. You should. My Fairy Tale.
That's probably one of the best things I've ever written.
The end, yeah. We told her that she had to do the beginning and the middle and an end. My Fairy Tale is you. The end. I love this design. That is so, so cute. Really, really beautiful. And I love just those little peridots. Again,
oh, they work
movement
beautifully, don't they? Yeah, really.
Gorgeous. Yeah. Really, really pretty. You could recreate this yourself at home with this kit. You really could. Now, price tag, where we should be, £38 and 25 pence. So as I was saying, if you came in and bought all of these components individually on the web today, that's the price tag that you would be paying. However, because we have bundled all of this together, we can take it down even lower, £27 and 95 pence. Claire, what kind of price tag would you pop? I'm going to talk about the book.
I think, and especially if you personalised it, I think you could. I think probably about £20–25, couldn't you? If you
right.
with your gems on there, and if you personalised it, so there'd be nothing else. It'd be quite unique, wouldn't it? I think you could.
Yeah, I love it, and I cannot believe it's only the second time you've done stamping. It's just fantastic.
I think it's quite easy to. You know, well, hopefully as we go through the demo, it's you know.
Producer Danny just said, "Does that not show you that anyone can do it?" I love it.
I can't argue with that, though.
You know?
Yeah,
it just shows you that anyone can do it, really. £27 and 95 pence. I love, love, love what you have here. Adding the gemstones with these stamps as well, it creates that movement. It's that charm look. It's the movement. It's the tassels that you've got there. Everything is so on trend for this season. It really, really is. I love all of these designs. I love this one, look. Lola and Ellen. Oh, love them. Just love all of these pieces. But again, really, really simple.
Yeah, really, really simple. And you know, and if stamping's not your thing as well, you know, you've got all that metal there.
Yeah.
So you know, if you like to, you know, pierce that, say you've got your piercing saw, things like that. You know, if that's more your cup of tea, you've got all those blanks there to play about with. Yeah.
I have the stamping kit for you. Now, this is your deluxe stamping kit, which you will need. But do you know, once you've got these, this is fantastic. It really is, because once you've got them, that's it. Then you can stamp away on any of the blanks that we've got, any of the sheets that we've brought to you before. Now, this is your deluxe one, which is very heavy. You have your uppercase, your A to Z uppercase there. You've got your numbers in there. You've got your snips, which are great if you want to cut. I mean, you could always do you remember years and years ago, I always remember seeing heart necklaces on the high street doors where they're broken, cut in half, and you have one for you and one for your best friend.
I can't sing the praises enough of these snips. They were, because I needed those to do, you know, the little page that was in the book. And I was thinking, how am I going to do it? Because I thought that won't, you know, because they're substantial. I mean, absolutely amazing. Really,
they're fab, aren't they?
Absolutely,
So you could cut any of those if you wanted to with your snips in there. You've got your hammer as well, and you've got your steel block for hammering on as well. So this is your deluxe metal stamping toolkit. Once you've got all of these bits, you are on your way with making Claire's pieces here. FZGX97 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655. £27 and 95 pence is a fantastic price tag. Really, really phenomenal. If you go and have a look anywhere else at prices, I mean, and personalisation as well. You know, if you go to somewhere to get a glass engraved or the inside of a ring engraved, it really costs a lot of money. And often they charge by the letter as well, don't they?
Exactly. You pay a premium, don't you, to have that, to personalise things. £14
and 95 pence. You could have your money back in one commission, couldn't you? Quite easily.
So but I thought that was a really good price before. So that's goodness me.
Yeah, that's for everything. That is
Goodness
for
me.
everything that you've got there. That's great, isn't it? So you've got your snips in there, your steel block, you've got your hammer, and you've got your A to Z uppercase and your numbers in there as well. So it might be names, it could be a birthday, a memorable date that you want to stamp on there. Maybe I could do with that actually. Could you just do me one when you do your demo with my wedding anniversary on that? I'll give it to my husband, put on his key ring or something. Just to remind him every single day when he still doesn't know when it is. It's coming up to a year. £14.95. SZGX97. If you've got the kit, come in and get this as well. That's fabulous. Such a great price tag. It's really heavy as well. And actually, this is where I'd like to point out our postage and packaging, because if you took this to the big red mail place, and they asked you to pop this on the scales, do you know what? I can imagine that would probably be around that price tag just for the postage, with how heavy that is. It's still £2.95. Fabulous. Right, Claire, I'm going to let you start your demo.
Okay, so starting off, we have to do a little bit of measuring as well.
Okay.
So it's really good way of doing it, that if you're used to I don't know, like freestyling, say with wire work, it's sort of like, I don't know, hones your skills a bit. It obviously opens them out, and it's a completely different style of jewellery making. So if we start off, so if I do one of the heart ones.
Okay.
So how I would start is I'm going to measure out, because you don't just start stamping sort of
I would so do
willy-nilly.
that, yeah.
What I would normally, if it was to do with wire work, that's exactly what I would do.
Yeah.
But it's slightly different. We need to be a little bit more ordered.
Okay.
So if we look at how we start off. So if I use one of the phrases.
Okay.
So if we go with the, if I do close to my heart.
Yeah.
So if I write that out, so I'm going to look here.
Yeah.
And I want to lay it out. So it's a little bit like how you would lay out, I don't know, if you were doing a magazine or a Word document, something like that.
Okay.
So what we want to look at is we want to look at the spacing and how this is going to fit on our...
Yeah.
So we need to think about the spelling, the spacing, and how it's actually going to sit, and sort of concentrating that we're keeping that straight line. So if we look here, so if I do sort of, we've got our 3 lines which will fit nicely onto our heart shape. And if we look, so we want to find sort of like that central line. So if we sort of like draw a line going down here, so we're going to choose and try and evenly space. So we'll have our central letter here as our O, and then we'll have a space here. So we've got no letter, but we would need the space in between. And our central letter here will be our A. So what we need to do now, so we've got that, we know that that's what we're going to aim for. So if we keep our little bit of paper close to us, so if we start off, so we're going to look here and we're going to take our measuring.
Is this your stamping kit here? I've just pinched it.
Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, you've got your letters all in the wrong place.
Have I?
Yeah. Do you know what? I just thought I'll be a glamorous assistant and I'll help her out here and pass her the letters. They're in the wrong place.
Are they?
Let me just look for that A for you.
Honestly. Right, so if I have a little look here, so I want to, so I've got my heart shape. So I want to just sort of find like that central line going down. So I'm going to draw that on. So I've just got an ordinary pen that I can wipe off. So I'm going to go from the tip to that the hole that is already on there, and I'm just going to draw a line on so I know roughly where my central point is. So what I want to have a look now is if I do a little bit of measuring, so you can do it by eye if you want to, or you prefer to measure. So if I have a look here, so I'm going to look down and I've got about an inch. So if I just so if I mark that inch off there, so I'm going to go probably midway. So I want it a little bit higher. So I've got a bit more space at the top than I have at the bottom. So if I find my midway point, so that will be my middle line that will say to my, and if I work that out there. So you can already see I'm starting to mark out where it is that I'm going to be stamping. So again, so I'm going to go the other way now, and I'm just going to mark out some straight lines. So if I just keep going along, and I can rub this pen this pen off. So I've got an idea now of where my stamps need to go. So the other thing to assist me is I'm going to use, have you messed them all up now?
No, I haven't messed them up. I cannot find the A. Now,
I can feel myself panicking a little bit.
Sam's just passed me this because I was like, I can't find it. Sam, you have a look. So Sam's had a look and she's passed me this one. And I said, where did you get that one from? And she said the G. Now I've looked, that is the G, isn't it? That's not the A. I think you've lost your A. It's all right, we can just, you know, find another letter to replace it, I'm sure.
Well, what's here?
O and S. Oh no. Oh, hang on a minute, this could be your A. Right there. There's your A.
The one that was in the A slot?
Probably.
So, to assist me further, when I've got the right stamps, is I'm going to use my little bit of masking tape. So what that will do is that's going to secure my the stamping blank to the block that I'm going to be using, and also it will help me as a guide of where I can sort of rest my letters against. So if I just pop that on there, so I'm going to start, and I'm just going to put that going across here. So on one of the lines that I've drawn, so you can still see the lines going through. Yeah. So I'm just going to get that all nice and neat. So what I want to do now, I want to start off with, whereas I would normally, if I were doing, say, wire writing, for example, I would start with my the C, and I would be going across that way. But what I want to do to know that my spacing is going to be okay, I'm going to start with all the letters that are going through that central point. So I'm going to be starting off on the first line with the O. And if you're unsure about what you've been handed by your glamorous assistant, what you can do is, if you've got a little bit of blue tack or your polymer clay, just give it. But I didn't have any of that, so I just push it into the board. Okay, so I'm going to start off. So I want to find, I've got that central point, so I've marked it all out so I can start stamping. And this is the exciting bit. So what I want to do, I want to try and get that O. It's almost like resting against that the masking tape, because obviously you've got a little bit of a lip there. And what I want to try and do is get with one hit of the it's a much. I've got several hammers. This is it's a heavier weight, so it's out of that deluxe stamping kit. So I'm just going to start. So I'm going to rest, get in a comfortable position, and I want to try and do a one hit wonder. So here we go. So I'm in the centre, and I'm going to start and give it a one hit. Now, hopefully, if you can you see if I turn it with the light? So I've got you can see on there, so you can see that O coming. So we've got our central, there we go. Can you just see the O? Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to put that back in the, thank you. In the right place. What's that one now then?
That's your A for your heart.
Oh no, I'm not on there, but thank you. Okay. Thank you. Could I have the L now, please? The L. I quite like this. The L. I'm going to boss you around. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. So again, so I'm just going to have a little, press it in. Yeah, that's okay. So now I'm going to come along, and so again, I want to come coming down like quite close. So you can see, if you can see like that, so I'm coming down quite close with it. Yeah. And again, so holding it steady, and I'm going to do one hit. So there we go. So you can see it's sort of spacing it out, and I want it, I want to be able to see everything. So I don't want it too crumbed up. But also, what's really good about this, in the same way, when you're seeing this stamping, it's been done by hand. It's not. Don't get too het up in that it's got to be mega neat. You need to be able to read it.
I prefer it when it's
when it's a little bit higgledy-piggledy.
Yeah. I'm just going to squeeze in these hammers for you now. Now these are brilliant because you can use them for your stamping as well, but also your texturing as well, which I might get Claire to show us with one of these. You've got lots of different heads on these as well. You've got 5 different hammers in this pack. This one here, so you can see your tips are a little bit different on this. That's going to give you some texture within your stamp as well. So you could just hammer onto your stamp. That's going to give you those lines. You could go for the lines in that, and then you could crisscross those lines as well. You can change that up and make that a really organic looking piece, almost giving you an animal print with that one. So you've got lots of different heads on your hammers here. 5 different hammers, 5 pieces. Again, have a look in your DIY stores.
prices individually of things like this, you know, they don't come very affordably, I've got to say. £14.95 is where we should be. ZPGX51. It's not where we're staying though. Make sure you're checking out as soon as you can. 0800 644 655, £9.95. That works out to approximately £2 each. Less than £2 each. That's incredible. I tell you, the gents will be jealous when we tell them that we've got our hammers for under £2
in a
each.
lovely case as well.
Yeah, in a lovely, tidy Jewellery Maker case as well. I tell you, it's tidier than most of their toolkits, isn't it? I may have a number and character stamping set here as well. I'm just going to double check. I do. Ooh. Wow, these are sizable as well, aren't they? They're much bigger than the other ones. So you've got the numbers and your, what they're called?
Punctuation.
Yeah. Punctuation and stuff, yeah, special characters. So we've never offered this one before. This is brand new. And these, actually, if I just get one of these out for you, they're really, really sizable compared to the ones that Claire's got here. Look, that's the number one.
Am I allowed to use them?
Yeah, of course you are.
Just give it a...
yeah?
Should we put it on there?
Yeah.
And then we can... should we give that a... Ooh, that's good, isn't it? Yeah.
Really, really sizable, these ones are.
That's great.
That's fabulous. So you can actually, if you wanted to be really fancy as well, just use a few of those and have your price tags or something like that, or an important date, couldn't you? Again, memorable date, make that really big for your wedding anniversary, little reminder. £9.95 for you. That's phenomenal. You can also use these to give you different kind of, if you use that like a couple of times and go in different ways, it kind of gives you that texture as well if you do it several times just using the same one. It's great. Look at that.
There we go. That's really nice.
That's scales, isn't it? That's fabulous, that is. Love this one. Brand new. Nobody's ever managed to get this one before. So do take advantage of that price tag tonight. £9.95 for you. KGGX32 is your code for this one. 0800 644 655. The kit code is just at the bottom of your screen. We've still got some of the kit left. Well over half of the stock has gone, but there are still some available. So if you've just tuned in and you're thinking, I really like Claire's pieces, how can I do this? Get the kit. Come in and get your stamping tools as well, and you'll be good to go. Okay, Claire.
Okay, right, where are we? So I was now doing the S, wasn't I?
Okay.
So again, so I'm coming quite close down to it, thinking about my spacing, one hit, and I'm going along the line. So could I have an E, please?
Do you remember that on Blockbusters? Yeah. Was it Blockbusters? Was it?
Bob.
Can I have an E, please, Bob?
Thank you. So
I
again,
used to love that programme.
So I'm just going to space that out. One hit. Thank you.
I know you want a C.
C, please.
Bob. There you go.
Thank you. See, if I'd have done that the way, not wanting to criticise your
Look, you didn't ask me to pass them to you in the correct way. You just said, can you pass it?
So that's why it's really useful to just do a little test first and see which way it is. So hopefully this one. So we can have a look. So if I just take that off, and then you can, if I just turn it like that, so you can see. Can you see? So you've got your word there, but you started off in the centre, and you're working either side. So you would do exactly the same if you work out whatever little phrase or the word it is that you're going to do. Find that central point. And again, if you've got several words in there, so it's looking at how you would split up your different phrases so that you get the best, sort of the most aesthetic look on it. So you just do exactly the same. So if we work down, so if I just show you this next line.
Yeah.
So we've got, because this one what we're going to do, so our central point is actually a space, so it's nothing there. So it's just, I just want to show you how you would try and get an even space now. Thank you. Okay. So start off here. So I want to give that central point the space. So I'm going to come right over here, so I can see the line coming down the centre. I'm going to start, so if I hold that there, I might just give it a little test. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So I'm going to come down onto the masking tape, and then I've got my
why? Yeah, sometimes just create yourself.
I'm going to drop that down. So again, I'm coming on that side, one hit, and I've got my. So you just, oh, thank you. What's this one now? Oh, yeah, thank you.
One step ahead of you now, aren't I?
So now I want to work out, so I've done the spacing on the one side of that central point for the M, so now I'm going to work on that side. So if I go and pop that on here, so I've got my O.
That's the correct way. Oh, I knew she would interest me.
So again, so if I take that off, you should hopefully be able to see that next one. So if we look again, so we've got the spacing there. So our central point in that one is the space in between the letters. So we've got close to my, and obviously the next bit is going to be the heart. So if I just swap over now, so you can see. So if we have a little look at that one.
Yeah.
So this is where, I've got my 3 lines here, and you can start to see, that some of that pen has started to come away, which is what we want. Now I'd forgotten, I'd left at home the you can use it's White Spirit, I think,
right.
On there. So that's why I borrowed your clear nail varnish, because what we can do now is if I wanted to hang something at the bottom. So what I can do is, if I take, the hole punches that we do. So all I would do on this is I can get my measurer out. What is that? I keep saying,
Is it a protractor?
I was going to say protractor, but I don't think it is. Set squirt, no.
What's a protractor? The semicircle,
yeah.
isn't it? What's this one then?
So essentially, it's maths, which
neither of us are good at.
So I'm just going to work that down and find a point. So in the straight line, so I'm going to go. I want that to be about there. So I don't want it too close to the sides.
Yeah.
So if I just do the circle there, so I know it's going to line up quite nicely. And if I take the hole punch, so I'm going to use the 1.5. So if I just start to wind that down and try and get the hole above the dot. So I'm happy that that's in there. Keep going, keep turning, and that will go all the way through. So I've now got a point where if I wanted to do the, where you've got your gemstones here. And the beauty of that kit is you've got your 2 different jump ring sizes. Okay. So the only thing I added in was some. I added in the ball head pins. Right. I mean, you could do, because if you've got that kit, you could use your your 0.6 and just sort of curl up or spiral the ends if you wanted to. But you've now got a point at the top and a point at the bottom where you can connect, because you could just connect chain if you wanted to, rather than gemstones. So what we're going to do now, so we've done all our stamping and the sort of the harder work, if you like. So now if we go on to the softer work, so what we can do is if we get one of your, like a permanent marker. Yeah. So all I want to do is I want to get a little bit more definition to this, to the design, so that you can read that absolutely no problem, but I want a little bit more definition. Yeah. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go along. I'll just put this underneath, so I'll put that underneath there. Okay. And I'm just going to go along with my pen and go into, and I want to just spend a bit of time going in, so I'm sort of almost like dappling it, just to try and get within those crevices that I've stamped. So if I just went like that, you can probably see, I'm not actually going into all of it. So I want to spend a bit of time to really sort of, dapple in there to get that definition. So I go all the way along. I'm going to go all the way, and you can play about because you can get these pens in loads of different colours. So we play about. Now on this one I can show you on the back as well because I've been a little bit heavy-handed at times.
Okay.
And what sometimes happens if you get a bit carried away and you don't do sort of like your one hit, or you don't can you see the back?
Yeah.
Can you see how I've like sort of gone through onto the other side? Because I just got a bit too carried away. You can see the difference of the strength of the force for when I've stamped here to I've probably done it sort of a little bit more gently on that side. So what I want to do is I want to remove a bit of that. So if you haven't got, sorry. So all I'm going to do is get a little bit of the clear nail varnish just so that you can see. So I'm just going to take that over the top and rub off some of the, so you can see it's staying in the. I always worry about my spelling. It's the same as if you know, with like your wire writing. Yeah. I worry that. Sorry to ruin your nail varnish.
Unbelievable. Can I borrow your clear nail varnish, Hannah? Yep. But you'll get it back with permanent marker in it.
I'm going to take that off.
Yeah.
But you can also see there, so the difference. So if I point out a couple of mistakes, which hopefully, so you won't make them. So you can see it. You can see the difference of how hard I've pressed now on, or how hard I've stamped. Yeah. But if you can also see on the M, I've done sort of 2 stamps, and the stamp has moved. So I've almost got that that shadow effect. So if you want that shadow effect, great, but I would say to try and practice, and you've got more than enough blanks in that kit to try and get that, you know how I was saying, like a one hit wonder, just once, nice firm stamp, rather than your sort of trying to go at it several times.
Can I just reiterate what you've got in that kit, by the way, because there's absolutely loads. If you have a look at some of Claire's pieces here, you were getting the stamping blanks. You get absolutely loads in there as well of your stamping blanks. Lots of different shapes and different sizes to work with. You were getting 10 metres of your silver plated copper wire at 0.6, 15 metres of silver plated at 0.25. You were getting 20 of your silver plated jump rings at 5mm, 20 at 7mm, 20 carats of Peridot, 30 carats of Mystic Pink Quartz in there, 4 metre long lengths of your ball chain in there, so that's 4 metres in total, and you've got so many different stamping blanks in there as well. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, you've got about over 30 stamping blanks in there to be going on with. 70 pieces in total, and you could be recreating these designs. There are so many in baskets that have not yet checked out. You really, really need to complete your checkout as soon as you can. This kit's going to sell out very, very soon, I think.
Okay, so, and this is either where, you know, on my design, so I've put my girl's name, so and I've put those on the separate, the smaller tags. Okay. Because what's really nice with these tags is, you know, the way if they've got like the one hole through them, is you get that movement as well. So obviously they're static now on the bust there, but obviously when you're wearing them, you know, you're going to get that movement as well, and people are going to, you know, you're going to see that you can have lots and lots, multiple messages on one piece of jewellery. So that's where I've done, you know, your children's names. So all I would need to do now is obviously you measure your however long you would want it, and so with your ball chain, so I just snip off obviously in between each of the balls, you can just snip. And if we have a little look, so I'm going to just put the jump ring on, and I went for the larger size jump ring, so I'm going to just, you know, as we always do, open like a gate, pop that through and close up. Ooh. Close up, she says, and then put the chain through. So run that through all the way. There we go. And so the little clasp, so all you need to do is if you can see there, so I'm just pushing it through, and I'm going to grip here, and it's a little bit fiddly at first, but you just need to get the angle. So I'm sort of putting pressure on and just push through, and that should, so that'll slot in the one side.
Yeah.
And it's really, really secure, really secure. So you do your other one, and so you've attached it like that, and you know that's ever so secure now, ever so secure. So you've got your little pendant, so that's where I've added in the I've done it so a little cluster, so you get one of your smaller jump rings. And you know, I've got two of I think 2 or 3 of the smaller gems,
of the smaller ones,
and then that larger amethyst. So you've got that sort of dangling as well. But you could do you know, like little actual dog tags, couldn't you? So you could have, I could have
definitely
Gunther and Gizmo on there.
Yeah, you could. Did we announce the winner of the competition?
I don't think we have. No,
we haven't, have we? We did say we would do it at 8 o'clock, didn't we? Oh, in the 8 o'clock hour, did we say? We'll tell you the winner in just a few minutes' time. Is it time for a star buy? Brilliant. Let's bring you star buy. Morganite for you now. This, I tell you, it is going to hot up the phone lines because this price tag is wrong, diddly wrong. Really, really is. You have such a massive, massive carat weight of Morganite here. Now, earlier on when I showed you this, I did ask you that if you could, if you've got access to the internet at all, just to have a look at designers. You know, there's lots of designers that use Morganite. Ashley Clark, Alex Monroe, Monica Veneda. I went onto one of their websites very, very recently to try and do some price comparisons, really. And I typed in Morganite in the search bar, and it said no results found. I was like, oh, what's going on? And I had heard that Morganite was very, very difficult to get hold of, becoming increasingly more difficult to get hold of. And again, prices for this gemstone have gone up so much in the gemstone industry over the last 12 months. This carat weight is phenomenal. You have such a huge, huge carat weight in your Morganite here. We are talking 250 carats in total. 250 carats is such a phenomenal carat weight. And again, at Jewellery Maker, we tend to take those carat weights for granted, don't we? You know, if you have a look at designs in jewellery, you'd be lucky if you can get a couple of carats in double figures. Obviously, I can't make direct comparisons because we're looking at bead quality Morganite here, but the fact that we are means that you are able to get a phenomenal, phenomenal price tag. When I say phenomenal, by the way, that doesn't quite cut what we're about to do here. For 250 carats of Morganite, I did promise this under 20, 7 by 8 to 17 by 8 millimeters in size. We're looking at some really, really sizable gemstones here. Just taking a few of these, either channel setting those into a design, they would look really, really pretty in that way. You could go for bracelets, again, you know, bridal designs with your Keshi pearls. That would look so beachy, so pretty. Perfect for bridesmaids. And you know what, with this strand, you could easily get 2 stretches, no problem at all, and both of those would be so gem heavy. You've got some beautiful, very delicate rose pink hues within your Morganite. Incredible gemstone. And Tiffany & Co named this gemstone actually Morganite after the banker. Oh gosh, you know what? I was just going to say George Frederick Kunz, and it's really gone out of my head now. JP Morgan, that was it. Beg your pardon. After the banker JP Morgan, of course, Morganite, 250 carats you have in total here. That is a massive, massive carat weight. Now, for me personally, this is a high-end gemstone. Even when we're looking at bead quality, I would take maybe 5 gemstones, pop those onto a head pin, sterling silver head pin, pop those onto a sterling silver shepherd hook, and I've got to say that pair of earrings would be £20–25. Just look at how many gemstones there are on this strand for you. There are absolutely tons of them. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. I think it's safe to say we're looking at approximately 100 gemstones in this strand. Claire, what would you do with gemstones of this shape and size?
I think I would either keep them as they are,
Yeah.
or I would really separate them out with either, you know, crimp spacers or with a round. So I'm thinking, you know, like with the blue lace agate that you've got, so a real contrast colour and shape. But I always think when I see those, I think about, you know, Mark Smith and his just putting them on memory wire, something like that. You know, and it's really popular for him, isn't it? It's a good seller for him. Yeah. Really, really good.
They're fantastic, aren't they? And they're actually really big nuggets that you have here as well. We promised you under £20. Now, I've got people on the web buying 2s, 3s, 4s of these. When I see Webbers multi-buying in those kind of quantities, I know that we've done something very, very silly. Now, Webbers can see the price tag. If you're shopping with us on the web, the price tag is there. Telephone bidders and myself, we've no idea. £5.90. Oh, I see your quantities going up now. £5.95 for Morganite, 250 carats of Morganite at £5. Do you know, even if you wanted to pass on your deals to your customers, which I know lots and lots of you do, which is absolutely fine, you know, just taking, I don't know, 5 of these again in each ear, let's sell that pair of earrings at £10. You've still doubled your money and you're going to have approximately 90 gemstones left. It's a no-brainer. 0800 644 655. Put it with the amethyst that we had earlier on. The pinks and the purples together look phenomenal. They really, really do. I've got somebody buying 6 on the web right now in Cardiff. Well done to you. Belinda in Buckinghamshire's got 3. Lorna in Greater Manchester, you've got 2. Well done. I have to say, Webbers, you're hot on your heels. You are checking out very, very quickly. OYPO82 is your code for these. That's genuine Morgan, 250 carats. So per carat, I think that works out to approximately 2 pence per carat with my maths. It's no wonder I'm not good at maths, is it really? Well done if you've managed to check those out, by the way. Vivian, well done. Geraldine, Samantha, Stephanie, Angela, Anne, Holly, Stephanie and Kev, Philly, Sarah in Worcestershire, Vivian in Hampshire. You've just got 2. Congratulations. There's lots of you coming through on the telephone purchase. I've got about 25 of these in basket as quickly as you can. Confirm and get these home. And believe it or not, even when we're taking prices down as low as this, you've still got 30 days to think about it. 30 days to think about 250 carats of Morganite at £5.95. I ask you, that's incredible, isn't it? Well done if you managed to get that. Okay, I've got a little bundle here. Are these all together or are they separate? Are they really? Wow. Look at these. Just look at what you have here. Oh, whoa. I don't know what to talk about first because you've got 3 incredible strands, evening wonder. Look at your shells. Oh, my word, these are stunning. You've got blue quartz, you've got your carved shells, and you've got your shell rounds there. 6mm. These look like peacock pearls, don't they? Perfect round peacock pearls. They're incredibly high end. They're beautiful. And then you have these blue quartz, 480 carats. I mean, again, Claire was saying earlier when she was talking about Jan that does designers with gemstones like this, whereby she'll just take one of the gemstones, wire wrap that into a ring. And actually, when you think about how many there are on this strand, there are so many there. And then you've got your carved shells here as well, which would be great for wish bracelets, you know, adding your different coloured threads in there. They'd be so much fun. Or just simply statement rings. And again, the amount that you have in this strand is just phenomenal. 3 fantastic strands. I mean, Claire, I wouldn't even know where to begin with this. I think I'd have to leave the shells by themselves and just simply restrand them just because they look so beautiful.
Or I'd put one of the shell and one of the round, one of the flowers, and have, you know, that'd be a lovely pair of earrings.
Wow. I just can't believe the variety that you've got here, actually. The different gemstones, different shapes. You've got hints of the same colour in every single strand there. They are beautiful. Massive carat weight. Should be at £19.85 for 480 carats. PZ GC51. We'll be announcing the winner very, very soon because it's 5 to 9, nearly. Shall we? So this was for the Dash Hound. And the winner is... Danny's just got a few at the top of his list. Geronimo!
Yay!
Angela in Tyne and Weir, well done. You have just won yourself a Dash Hound. Yeah! Thanks for texting in, everyone, because we had so many. In fact, we had so many we couldn't even read them all out. But Danny's been trying to get through them frantically. You've got yourself a Dash Hound. Do you know what? He doesn't even need feeding. How good is that? It's brilliant, isn't it?
Going to a new home, Angela.
Oh, Angela in Tyne and Weir, well done. Got yourself a little Dash Hound. Geronimo. So just let us know how Geronimo is getting on every now and again. Angela, that'd be great. Thanks to everyone for texting in tonight. £12.95, well done. Amazonite. These are so green. Look at these, they are stunning. Big rounds that you've got here as well. Fabulous, fabulous colour. Textbook green hue you've got here. That is Mother Nature's backdrop. They are beautiful. They're so organic looking, aren't they? Those colours are stunning. And I love how individual and unique every single one. It's like swirls of cream within your Amazonite there. 270 carats you have in total. Massive carat weight. Again, your 10mm rounds you have here. They are fabulous. Now, for me, again, putting these with the gemstones, I don't think I could, you know. I really like these just by themselves. I think either using your copper wire with these,
I was
or
thinking
maybe
copper.
gold.
Yeah, I was thinking copper, and I would just do, you know, like Fleur's stretchy bracelets, maybe a copper jump ring in between, and yeah.
They'd look fabulous, wouldn't they? That colour is incredible. Not very often we get to see Amazonite this striking, actually. Quite often we see it in a kind of paler green or a more bluer tone to the gemstone. These are fabulous. You can get 2 stretches out of this strand, no problem at all. I'm going to count out, see how many you've got in this strand for you. Earrings would be nice, actually. And you've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38. Approximately 39 gemstones there. Take them down as low as we possibly can. £19.95 for you this evening. TBKY30 is your code. That's not even £1 per gemstone. When you work that out for the carat weight per gemstone as well, 51 pence per gemstone. What carat weight are we looking at per gemstone? 39, probably 4 or 5 carats per gemstone. Oh, thank you. 6. Oh. Just shy of 7 carats per gemstone at 51 pence. I am in. I'm checking these out. My goodness me. 0800 644 655 Webbers as soon as you can. Any pieces that you have in your basket from this evening, do make sure you're checking out. I've got another bundle for you. Let's squeeze this one in. This is a huge bundle. Wow. 4. Have I got the right bundle? Yeah. 4 strands. 5 strands. Oh, look at this. Again, if you are brand new to us here at Jewellery Maker, what a great way of starting off your stash. I've got 5 strands, 5 individual strands of gemstones for you here. And again, regulars, thanks for shopping with us. Top up your stash tonight. You have, oh, so much quartz here. Huge carat weight. What's the total carat weight on this? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my word. There's well over 1,000 carats. To be able to get a 4-figure carat weight into your stash in one go is phenomenal. It might be that this is the only bundle that you are coming in for. You've got your red coloured dyed quartz there, your black rutilated quartz, your smoky quartz, and your clear quartz. Now your clear quartz, they're gemstone essentials because they're going to go with absolutely anything and everything in your stash. 1,315 carats you have in total. KYGC40 0800 644 655 at £17.75. That's an incredible price tag already for 5 strands. When you work that out per strand, bearing in mind that here at Jewellery Maker we shouldn't be going any lower than £6.95 on any one strand. It's 24, 20, 30, over £30, I think. Yeah, but we're going again. £11.95. That works out to £2.39 per strand. That is phenomenal. Phenomenal value. KYGC40. Let's go over and have the heart-shaped necklace over there and the other mystic gemstones that we had. Oh, thanks, Pete. You're an absolute star. Have a look at this. You could be recreating something like this with this strand. Thank you so much for today, Claire.
No, thanks for having me.
Stunning as always, and thanks for giving away your dash hound.
That's okay. He's all in his little.
Good to go. When are you back next? Is it Saturday?
Yes, Saturday. Doing a chain mail.
Oh wow, you and Fleur swapsies.
Yeah,
that's going to be
challenge,
interesting.
yes.
I shall be getting up for that one, I tell you. Claire is back on Saturday. I will be back with you tomorrow night, joined by guest designer Fleur, actually, tomorrow night on The Late Show, taking you through from 5 till 9. Whatever you're doing for the rest of your evening, have a great evening, have a safe evening. I shall see you tomorrow back here at 5 o'clock. Take care.
Thank you.